Listen, ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. It's Flight Sports TV. We got breaking news in the NBA right now involving the Charlotte Hornets. They bring back Trey Mann. We're going to break all of this down, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody that's rocking with Flight Sports TV. We got a lot to break down right now. The Hornets, man, they continue to shock the world. They bring back Trey Mann. This don't get no better than this, ladies and gentlemen. We got an action-packed evening for the people right now, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody thought that Trey Mann wasn't going to be back. They thought this, they thought that, due to the fact of the way the Charlotte Hornets was maneuvering. But, man, this is crazy. The Hornets bring back Trey Mann, 3 years, 24 million, and when they had made all of these moves, when they brought in Sexton, when they brought in this one, when they brought in that one, you thought that Trey Mann was finished. You understand? Oh, hell no. Trey Mann is far from being finished, ladies and gentlemen. We got breaking news in the NBA right now. Salute to the Thunder right now in the chat. We're going to get into this whole report. Like I said, we got an action-packed evening. We just getting started. We actually had got started a little bit earlier than scheduled. Listen, Jeff Peterson, at this point, this man got a full grill. This man is chef souffling right now. There's no reason why the Charlotte Hornets should not make the playoffs next year. If they don't make the playoffs, I'm downright, it's just stupid. It is no reason. They have put together a playoff-ready roster around Lamelo Ball. We already got into the Pat Connaughton move. The Hornets are loaded, completely loaded, y'all. I want to repeat, the Charlotte Hornets have re-signed Trey Mann, ladies and gentlemen. He will be back on a 3-year, $24 million deal. It don't get no better than this, y'all. LaMelo Ball has a playoff-ready roster. It's no reason why they should not be going back to where they were supposed to be, and that's the play-in. Look at the East right now. The East right now is in shambles. The Indiana Pacers, they very well might not even make the goddamn playoffs. I don't think people understand what's taking place right now. The door is wide open for the Charlotte Hornets. Jeff Peterson understands what he's doing. He is putting together a squad around LaMelo Ball right now. LaMelo has the best roster I have ever seen him play with ever since he got into the NBA. Outside of him having a superstar, this is the best roster that he has ever had since he has been in the NBA. He is getting to the point where it's getting more and more competent. You understand? People talking about they still want Zion. All the Charlotte Hornets have to do from here on out is just compete. That's all they have to do. And I think they're going to get to the playoffs this year. It's pressure. I told y'all. Let me tell you something. The magnifying glass right now is on Jeff Peterson. Pardon me, not Jeff Peterson. It's going to be on, Charles Lee. Charles Lee got a squad right now. They are going to be looking for some results. They got, and I'm telling you, they got the wild card in T-Jan Salam. We're going to get into that later, because if they could get anything out of this kid, that accelerates the process. If they could get anything out of this guy right here, that would completely accelerate the process if they could get something out of T-Jan. But Trey Mann, what he brings, he actually was the catalyst, in my opinion, because when I seen Trey Mann play for the Charlotte Hornets, he was one of those guys who he just wasn't going to have it. You understand? He looked like he wanted to bring the Hornets to some level of competence. He wasn't with the losing. He wasn't with all this BS that was taking place. He wanted to compete, and he showed it on the floor. He came over from Oklahoma City. That he basically got pushed out. If you see what happened with Oklahoma, they got asset amount of their assets is just crazy. You understand? All of the young players, the picks. He just was one of the casualties. They just had to let go. They end up getting, I think, Poku and all that. They didn't let his ass go. But Trey Mann came here and produced for them. You understand? I like what I seen out of Trey Mann right away. And now, if he's healthy, they've been rehabbing this guy. It was reports that they've been working with Trey Mann. That's why I was surprised why things was looking like he was on his way out the door. I was getting shocked. But I had a feeling that they was going to figure some things out, and they did. Shout out to Mr. Elevation. He says our front court is not the best. We're going to get into that, y'all, because I'm hearing things, rumors and rumblings that the Charlotte Hornets are not done. They have a lot of assets right now. What are you going to do with Nick Smith? What are you going to do with KJ? What are you going to do with these dudes? Especially when you're in a position now where you need a center. I know everybody's looking at that glaring hole in the middle. Pause. Because number one, you got the young player, in Calbrina. You can't throw Calbrina out. He's not ready yet. But I will tell you about Calbrina. They said he was in school for 5 years. So whenever you bring in a guy like that, the man is going to be NBA ready. So don't sleep on Musa. I think everybody's sleeping on him. I think he's ready for an elevated role. You got to think Mark Williams was out for a large portion of the time. This guy had to step up. Musa was who was doing shit for us? Musa. You understand? To the point where they re-signed the man. Musa wasn't supposed to be on this roster like this. He earned his keep, at center. He was very physical. He did things for us. So let's see if he's ready to take the mantle down there. But Trey Mann, he just adds a whole nother level to the roster, especially offensively with LaMelo Ball. You have to be able to put up points. Now you got Colin Sexton, coming off the bench, or maybe even playing alongside of him. Trey Mann could play alongside of LaMelo Ball, because you got to think that was, LaMelo Ball's guy. Let's point it out now. Trey Mann, I'm telling you, what are you going to do for Miller? This is going to galvanize the troops right now. If you are around the Charlotte Hornets, if you're a Hornets fan, you got to feel galvanized right now. You got to feel like, man, these dudes are, man, look what they have done. LaMelo got to feel good. They doing it. They have put together a squad around him. I feel sorry for LaMelo Ball because he never was able to get his roster elevated like some of his counterparts. Now you seeing the roster get to the point where it needs to be in today's NBA. Trey, man, that's a whole nother element. Now you got Connaughton. The shooting is going to be retarded. What I like most about Trey Mann is Trey Mann could get it on his own. You could give the ball to Trey Mann and he could create. So it's not just that he could score. They might be able to, spell for LaMelo on some possessions. You need that. You need a dog out there that's like, nah, give me the ball. I got this. You understand? And you seeing it firsthand. Shout out to D Jones. Shout out to Hoop Conductor. The starting center right now, it might be Mason Plumlee. For real. You might roll with him, or you could roll with Musa. It's a multitude of directions, the Charlotte Hornets can move in getting a center. You could build with and Musa. Let's just see what it looked like. Calbrina, this dude is 7 foot something. So whenever he get out there, he gonna be able to do something for us. Make sure you subscribe to Flight Sports for more news updates and more, because this is gonna be a massive off season. And I'm telling you now, the Charlotte Hornets are far from done, ladies and gentlemen. The Charlotte Hornets have just gotten started, in what they have done. Shout out to Jeff Peterson. I repeat, ownership, Plotkin, Snell, all of those dudes. They are showing their fingerprints all on the organization right now, because prior to after they got hired, this still was some remnants of Cup Check and all of these fools. They got to start cleaning house, on some of the disciples, that came from all of that, because all of the moves and decisions was not right, and Peterson and company, they got out to the gate kind of on, I wouldn't say on the wrong foot, but it wasn't on the best foot, because last draft, they went for 2 homers. You understand? Now, when you're talking about T-Jan, and, that was just like an amazing upside pick. Like, man, if this dude pan out, he's going to be a superstar. Or if it don't, this could be the biggest bust in history. So these are the things, that the Charlotte Hornets was tasked with in this draft, and for whatever reason, it still hasn't panned out yet. But let's see what happens, because those are the two biggest wild cards. Nick Smith, what are they doing with him? You understand? Because you got Trey Mann here. You got all of these people. What's going on with Okogie? Something's telling me the Hornets could possibly make a move at center. The Knicks, they looking for depth. Something, call me crazy. Can they get on the phone with New York and get Mitchell Robinson? Can they get on the phone right now and make a trade for Mitchell Robinson? Now, they got the pieces to do it. Let's see what New York is talking about. Let's get on the phone with Miami. Let's see what they talking about for Bam Adebayo. It's time to start working these phone lines. Or are you gonna pick up one of these other people that's out there? You still got DeAndre Ayton that's out there. You got a lot of different pieces. That we're just gonna have to figure it out to see what happens. But somebody says I would rather start Ryan. He is 23 years old, rookie. He should be ready now. And like I said, Cal Briner. He was in school for 5 years. That's why I'm saying he's not just your average rookie who was in college, one and done. This guy is going to be able to play center for the Charlotte Hornets today. I repeat, the Charlotte Hornets have re-signed Trey Mann. They are bringing back the electrifying scorer. He got hurt last year. People was upset, because the party was about to get started. Now, something about this year is different because the winners that's brought into the locker room. You bringing in Colin Sexton. You bringing in Connaughton. Connaughton won a championship. Connaughton ain't on his last leg. You understand? Pat Connaughton is not on his last leg. Pat Connaughton is going to be able to come in right now for you and help you out. You know what I like most about Pat Connaughton? I like how he's going to fit with Con Knipple. You understand? When they got Con Knipple, I think that's going to be something special. That's all I'm going to tell you right now. Could you imagine the shooting drills and all of the shit that they could be working on between Connaughton, Con Knipple, and all these people? Shout out to Jeremy Powell. He's already saying Nick Smith will be gone. People feel like Nick Smith is about to get pushed on out the door. But I mean, if you're looking at the tea leaves, it makes sense. You understand? We don't know. I mean, they got an asset. They got a loaded amount of assets right now and young pieces. I want to see some people like the Knicks are looking for depth. I'm gonna keep the magnifying glass on New York. Let's see if they can get Mitchell Robinson. I think they could do something. The Knicks are tasked with an issue right now because number one is this. They're in a situation where they need depth. They're looking for pieces, and the Hornets got young people. Josh Okogie would be perfect. If they could make a move for Nick Smith, Josh Okogie, maybe even getting throw in whoever the hell you want. Grant Williams. You do whatever it takes, to bring an athletic center in it. And that's the home run if you could get Mitch. But if you could go get DeAndre Ayton right now, go for it. What the hell is going on with the Lakers? Why the Lakers ain't make no move yet? What the hell? Are they just going to sit around and wait? The Hornets, I don't know what happened, but I wish the Hornets could have got a Clint Capella or something like that. But for whatever reason, they wasn't able to get that done. But I'm very impressed right now with the Charlotte Hornets and everything that they have been able to accomplish, under, this new leadership. Because they are really doing it, man. You got to call. I thought Trey Mann was gone. How many people? You got to keep it 100. Everybody thought Trey Mann was out the door. You understand? Especially with everything was looking like he was gone. But they bring him back. The Hornets, man. They know what they're doing. Somebody is at the helm right now. I want to read this report to you. Trey Mann has agreed. I repeat. Shout out to Rap God Reloaded in the chat. Trey Mann has agreed to return to the Charlotte Hornets on a 3-year, $24 million deal, y'all. The Hornets declined to tender Mann's his $6.94 million qualifying offer, which made him an unrestricted free agent. After the decline of that offer, everybody thought that he was done from there. Mann missed most of the season after suffering a herniated disc in his back. He was limited to just 13 games, averaging 14 points per game in 24 minutes. So just look at that for a second. The Hornets was thoroughly impressed. Trey Mann was selected number 18 back in 2021 by the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they traded him away in that Gordon Hayward deal. So this is how we end up getting him. All this is special, y'all. That's all I'm gonna tell you. I got my man Sky in the building from New Orleans. What's the deal, Sky? We got breaking news in the NBA. The Charlotte Hornets, have re-signed Trey Mann. What the hell is going on? It's Flight Sports TV.
How does it open them though?
Oh man, listen, let me tell you right now, Trey, how it's helping them is this. They adding a
Flight,
collection of pieces around Lamelo Ball.
flight.
This is just the start of something special. It's winning time, Sky. The Charlotte
Man, y'all
Hornets are going. The Charlotte Hornets are
y'all
on
see
their way
that?
to the playoffs. Mark my words.
Man, man,
You, see- you
y'all see that every year, man. What
well,
happened?
look,
You see that last year with Miller when they added Miller.
well, I mean, yeah, you did, but I mean, listen, let me tell you something right now. Around the time when they had Miller, he added little pieces. That's what the Charlotte Hornets did. They're building. A little something about building. You're a Pelicans fan. So Miller, these are just building blocks. Now you got Con
Man, how long?
Knipple.
This is what I'm
Listen,
saying. Uh,
it's go ahead. You don't have the best connection. Shout out to
saying
Sky
you
in the
say,
chat.
oh, I don't have the best connection.
You good now? Go ahead.
This is what I'm trying to figure out. All right, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like you said, they building, right?
Right.
You said they building, right?
That's right.
How many play-ins they been in? How many
Well,
play-ins they been in?
well, with
We ain't gonna
Lamelo
even say
Ball,
playoffs.
they
I'm
he
talking
they
about since the Melo been
he's been the two, and people don't give Lamelo credit. People want to make it seem like he's not about winning. He's not about this. Lamelo came into the league winning. Let's keep it 100. You understand? Lamelo Ball came in and brought the Hornets to the play-in. The second year to the play-in. Once they let go of the regime and all this other bullshit, everything fell apart. People don't want to go back to the first 2 seasons of Lamelo's career. Everybody wants to talk about the tail end when the Hornets was in influx and they was going through new ownership. They was going through new everything. I mean, look what they just went through a whole regime change. Ownership, front office, everything. And it was not the
But
smoothest transition, as we can see.
this what
They are just now looking competent, in ownership and front office. What were you gonna say? Pardon me.
this what I don't understand. They play in the Eastern Conference, right?
That's right. That's right. And that they doing something this year. Period.
Every year the Eastern Conference is supposed to be the easiest conference, right? And they can't
That's what
even
they
get out
say.
the play-in, better yet, to the play-in. So what makes you think 1 year gonna change? Name a team that you think they better than.
Oh man.
Because the
I mean,
Pacers was
well,
too.
listen.
The
Oh,
Pacers
they better
new
listen.
passion.
Listen. The Pacers are done. Do you see what just happened? Come on now. They taking a step back. In
I,
my humble opinion, they just made the
I don't
playoffs in the
believe,
first place.
man, that's what
Listen.
I'm saying. I don't believe that they're gonna take a step back based off that though. I
Listen.
don't
I
believe they're
do.
gonna take a step
I
back.
do.
Look,
I do.
The Hornets so trash, they can't beat the Hornets. I mean, they can't beat the Pacers. Bad, they can't beat the Pacers.
Well, listen, I'm
That's what
gonna
I'm
give.
trying to tell
Listen,
you.
wait a minute. I'm gonna give the Pacers credit. They did go to the finals, so they got that pedigree. But listen, they don't. With a healthy Lamelo Ball, they are taking the Pacers out. I don't get. They don't have Tyrese Halliburton. They don't have a center. If Lamelo Ball is healthy, he will go in there and torch
Man, you
the
is crazy,
Indiana
man.
Pacers right now. And I said it. If Lamelo is healthy, if
They don't
Lamelo and
need him.
Brandon is healthy,
What
if
he
Lamelo
did? That's what
Brandon
I'm
is healthy,
saying.
you talking about right now with the way the Indiana Pacers look without Turner, without Halliburton, and you telling me a healthy Hornet squad can't beat them in the state that they're in right now, and I think they could. I like what they got going on over there, but
I'm telling
Lamelo
you that.
healthy is a different ball game.
I'm telling
You starting to break up, Sky. That's what I'm saying. But
you,
but
the
Sky
better
makes.
player. I
What'd
say
you
we
say?
talking about the better team, not the better. We talking about the better team, not the better players.
Okay. I mean, you got a point there.
You
I'm not
heard
gonna
me?
shit. Yeah, I heard you. I'm not gonna shit on Indiana. Indiana's
We
a
talking
well
about the better
competent
team.
organization. Yes, I give
We
I give it to you, but that's just Indiana. If we look at the whole conference in totality, Indiana's gonna have their own work cut out for them making the whatever. If Indiana makes it to the postseason next year, that's not gonna hurt the Charlotte Hornets. I'm looking at a lot of different
how that's
teams.
not. Who they
No, I
compete?
mean,
They
listen,
not.
you got to look.
That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh. I'm
They
listening to
not
you.
beating Atlanta. They not beating. They not beating Atlanta. They not beating Milwaukee. They not beating who else? Who else they got over there? Name a team they can beat. You think, like,
Well, listen. I'm
because
not
they
gonna
at the
skip
bottom
step.
of the
Hold on,
conference.
listen
They
to me.
not
Listen to
beating
me. I'm not
Orlando.
listen to yo, Sky. I'm not gonna skip steps with Charlotte. I want them to get to the playoffs. I don't give a damn if they get swept in the first round. You understand? The Hornets got to get to that point. It's time for Lamelo to get to the playoffs. Now I'm gonna change the,
They
the, the
not.
different argument. Oh, listen, hear me out. Before they get into the point where they could play to beat anybody in the playoffs, who can they overtake to get into the playoffs? I think that might be a better argument. As I'm looking at it, the East is stacked.
That's what.
And listen to me. When you look at down bottom, okay, so now the Nets, they just got Michael Porter. They not gonna be bullshitting. I think that the Hornets could take maybe Toronto. Toronto finished 11th. I'm looking at Chicago. Chicago, I think, is going to take a step back. They was at 10th. So I'm looking at those two teams. I think the Hornets could compete with Brooklyn. And maybe even all of these squads to get into that 10th spot. My argument is for the Hornets to get back to the trajectory of where they were when Lamelo got into the league. That's my argument. For Lamelo.
And what was that?
My,
It was
oh, listen to me.
before that.
No, well, what I'm saying is this for Lamelo. I want him to get back because he was on his way to the postseason, stardom and all that good stuff. They was on their way. People don't want to give the Hornets the credit for the trajectory that they was on. Like I told you, Lamelo came into the league winning. Lamelo ain't no damn loser like these people try to make it today. They lying to you. All he
I,
care about is fashion. All he care about is this. All he care about is winning. Once he came off the bench, because that was
I,
dirty in the first place. But I'm just here to tell you that
do you
Lamelo is a winner, and he came in winning. We not giving no acknowledgement to the front office and the ownership and everything that went on. With Shaw, these other superstars and the people that he got drafted with didn't have to endure that. But LaMelo did, and he's still here. He's not asking to leave like some of these other players would have. He's looking to build, and you see it firsthand. They're doing it. All of these moves are win now moves. Trey Mann coming in. This is to get the Hornets to the playoffs. It's not about who they're going to beat when they get there. We could talk about that a year or two from now. Let's get that step out the way, Scott.
This is what I'm telling you. They not going. That's not even gonna get them to the playoffs. That's what I'm telling you. You said it saying they're trying to get to the playoffs. The moves they made
Well,
ain't getting them to the playoffs.
we're
That's
gonna
what I'm
find out
telling
about.
you.
We're gonna find out about that. I got
Man,
Stacy Van Dive in the building. Sky is running his mouth talking about the Charlotte Hornets are not gonna make the playoffs with these changes. Stacy, what the hell is he talking about? And what's
Okay.
your thoughts? Please put this guy on the grill because please,
What you know how I'm gonna handle that? First of all,
please,
can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me
yes,
well?
yes.
All right. You know how I'm gonna handle that? I ain't gonna. The way I'm gonna handle that is I'm not gonna entertain none of it. I ain't gonna entertain it. I'm not gonna entertain that because I heard what he was saying and I feel a different way. You see what's going on. We some real hoopers. I done hoop. I see this team they're putting together. This is a team that I do not want to play against if I was out there playing. Just putting it like that. I'm gonna start off with Mason Plumlee. First of all, first and foremost, like you fast, dog. You broke the news before anybody about the Colin Sexton stuff. You broke the news before anybody, and
Uh,
I've been
yeah,
re-
I appreciate
even
you, man. You already know what it
you
is,
are
man.
fast,
You know how
dog.
we do.
You are fast, dog. I've been re-clicking the screen all day, wondering what's about to happen with this Trey Man situation. All day, and then I just look at my phone and it tells me YouTube. It tells me, you got something you posted to Charlotte.
And the
Bro, I
sad
was like,
part is, Man, yeah, we got a little early. I want to let the people know too, because we had a lot of things special. We're gonna let Stacey cook. We got a special guest rolling in here in 30 minutes, live and direct. Because I had a show planned. I had got pressed 30 minutes, an hour early. I started the show an hour early, y'all. I was supposed to start at 8:30, but I started at 7:30 because of breaking news. Goddamn it! It's Flight Sports TV, and we not done. We got an action-packed evening, and we ain't even get started yet, y'all. It's Flight Sports. Stacey, what's the deal? We got breaking news. Keep going.
You've been making my day all weekend in, bro. Real talk, you've been making my day, dog. Like I just been seeing Flight Sports, this and that happen. I'm gonna start off with the Mason Plumlee. Since that's not a big deal to a lot of people. That's a huge. I didn't think that he was gonna be able to come to Charlotte. I didn't know that we would do that. But when you think about it, Mason Plumlee fit. We're talking about a person who couldn't shoot free throws with his right hand.
Man, this man say Mason Plumlee.
No, but I want to give credit what Stacey is saying right quick, and I said this in the video when I broke the news. I said, "Listen, Plumlee was there." I want to say one thing: Plumlee was there when they went to the play-in. That's all I'm gonna say. But go ahead. That's the only positive I got for Plumlee.
You know, y'all know what
I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it down to you about the Plumlee, bro. Plumlee,
y'all know the league. Y'all know what year
man, don't please on the road. I gotta go. Let me cook, bro. Let me cook.
Y'all know what year we in, man. Let you cook, but y'all know what year we in.
Oh man, come on. Let me go ahead and start, bro. Cause let's be real about it. Mind you, he's not gonna be a starter. He's not gonna be a starter. He's not gonna be a starter. We know that. But Plumlee is the reason why Nurk got kicked out of the Phoenix. He took Nurk's job last year. Plumlee do not give up points in the paint. He do not give up second chance points. Plumlee is just as good of a rebounder as Diabate, and they both top 10 rebounders per 36 minutes, bro. And they don't give up points in the paint. That's huge right there. You know what I'm saying?
This what I'm saying. All right. Who you a Hornets fan must be, right? Because Flight can answer this question.
Hold on. Mind you,
what team you think they could be? Based off the moves they made in the East, and the East is the weakest, what teams you think they better than?
I'm gonna put it like this. When you answer that question, the East wide open. We all see how crazy the East got.
Man, I hate that. I'm saying,
hold on. You don't let me talk. You asked me a question. I want to answer. First of all, the East wide open. The team that won the East best player just got injured, and they lost they player that's been there for 10 years. They lost him this morning. Okay, Miles Turner. That's the first thing. Second thing is the Knicks just lost their coach. Okay, Cavs still good. The Garland ain't scaring nobody, but you know what I'm saying. The team good. Boston fell apart. They done broke the whole team up. It's gonna be Jaylen Brown all year long. If they keep Jaylen Brown. Okay, that's just the teams that made the playoffs. Those top 4 teams or whatever. Then when you look at everybody else, nobody's really doing anything, scaring nobody. Atlanta made moves, but it had to because it was Trae Young or nothing. Orlando's good. They had to get a shooter. They could spend a lot of money to get what they had to get. You know what I'm saying? And now we got somebody in Plumlee and Diabate who can really hang with that post game down there. We need another power forward. That's true. We really do. We need to upgrade from Al Bridges. That's true. But when you sit here saying only 10 teams can make it, that means 14. You mean to tell me out of all the 14 teams, 15 teams in the
that's what I'm telling you.
Out of 15 teams, Hornets don't have a chance to be the 10th.
I told them that. I told them that last year I was right. I told them that the year before I was right. And I'm telling you again, and I know I'm gonna be right. Yep. They at the bottom of the list. They in the bottom.
I disagree. I respectfully disagree.
Oh, Flight, I ain't tell you that last year when y'all got Miller and y'all said that. Oh, Melo got somebody on the side of him. Remember?
That wasn't enough. That wasn't
a different situation. You bringing up old shit.
But I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I was right.
That's the first year of the rebuild, bro. Now and then the second year, I don't think there's a guard way better than Lamelo Ball right now. He's special, bro. He's real special. The numbers speak of it. When you watch him, he speak up. They speak of it. The boy can do that. People was changing their shots because Lamelo changed his shot to that
Man,
1 footer
we not
jumper.
talking about Melo, man. We know that Lamelo gonna do. I'm not disputing Lamelo. I like Lamelo. Lamelo gonna do what he do. What I'm telling you
Hey,
is a horrible team. Y'all keep talking about Lamelo.
I ain't
Lamelo
debating with you. I never
Lamelo
said that you did. I never
This what I'm
said that you
saying.
did.
Lamelo, put Lamelo on any other team, we could go to the playoff. I'm telling you the way the Hornets structure, that team is gonna be at the bottom of the four.
All right, so how you think the way they drafted? I thought that they drafted good, getting Con Knipple, the shooter.
Hold
I
on,
think
play. I got a rebuttal to it, and I don't mean to interrupt you, bro. I was getting to the point of why the team is better. I was getting there. But my thing is with you cut off anything somebody saying that you're not agreeing with. You were doing the flight too. And you hear it all out, maybe you'll get a chance to understand that this team is better. But we can't tell you everything because you cut it off when we're trying to tell you something. So
All
even
right,
with
well,
me talking about
team better.
I brought up
Tell me another
Lamelo.
team better.
You never said that you don't think Lamelo's good. Now you're explaining to me that he ain't good enough. Bro. The team was young. Yes, they do need to upgrade from Al Bridges. They do. They do also need to upgrade from healthiness. Like people got to be healthy. You got a Kobe in there who can hoop. You got Sexton that is who can hoop. These boys can hoop, bro. Like they real life hoopers, dog. Like these ain't no, And then you got some scrappy Caucasian dudes, bro. We could
Them
put
dudes ain't gonna play around.
right. We picked up 5 hard hustling white boys, bro. 5. This offseason we got 5 of them. We got 5 of them.
Look,
That's
this what
crazy.
I'm saying. This what I'm trying to get you to understand.
All of them
PJ,
though. All
PJ was a loser till he went to Dallas.
I ain't worried about PJ. I'm talking about right now.
I'm
I'm
just
talking about
telling you.
today.
No, that's what
I'm
I'm
talking.
trying to tell you. It don't have nothing to do with the
Well,
player. It's the team.
Bro,
You keep
I mean, how about this? We made some good points, but I want to get to Trey Mann for a second. I don't because the Hornets are going. Listen, they on their way. I tell you what, Ken, you can't tell me, Sky, that they haven't. Okay, I'm not gonna say that they made a homer, but you're not gonna tell me they haven't made an improvement with this roster. Have they gotten a little bit better with all of the moves that they made? Just a little bit, in your opinion.
no.
Wow. I see. That's why I disagree with you. I mean, I gotta admit they have put some pieces. I mean, you talking about although they being young. The only thing I could say is you might say they're young pieces, but the draft was a home run in my opinion. The best way you was gonna get it. You wasn't gonna get all of the people you wanted, but for the people that was available, and they got them. Would I have wanted them to get Ace? Of course. I mean, but they haven't. They didn't. But Con Knipple, he's gonna fit in perfectly for us. I think he's gonna give the Hornets something we haven't seen. I think he's gonna be Klay Thompson-esque. I'm not calling him Klay Thompson, but I think he's gonna be able to do some things like that, running off screens. Just giving Lamelo Ball that space we wanted, and then we just got Pat Connaughton. See, we just getting so caught up in just think about Connaughton, who they just picked up. Think about that for a second. That's 2 good shooters on the wing alone. Now you got Trey Mann, who could come in there. Trey Mann, and he could create his own. He ain't waiting for Lamelo to fix the plate for him. You understand? He like, Lamelo, give me the goddamn ball. I got this. That's the kind of player Trey Mann is. So I'm trying to explain to you what's going on. The Hornets have gotten a little bit better. That's all I could tell you. They have gotten a little bit better.
The Hornets' problem never was scoring. The problem was defense. They got worse.
They got defense. All these guys can play defense. Every last one of them can play defense, bro.
They can play defense, man.
All of them can. All of them.
For one, all of them.
That's kind of it. Wasn't the Bucks the best defense team in the league for years? For years? When they the best defense team in the league? Isn't Duke a nasty defensive team? Isn't Duke a nasty defensive team, bro? Duke, you can't play on Duke if you ain't a two-way player. You cannot play on Duke. You're gonna go to North Carolina, you just gonna play offense. Duke is a two-way team. They all play defense, bro. Concaniffle is good on defense. Sion James is a lockdown defender, bro. Like, let's be real. And Trey Mann can play defense.
I can't make y'all.
I just told you about Miles Plumlee's number. His team was bad on defense, but he was the one who had to stop everything when the Suns gave up stuff. And then remember when he went to Charlotte, he was locking people down then. You cannot play around with Miles Plumlee. Pat Connaughton at the Bucks. He was a two-way player, but he's a 3-and-D guy. He's freakish athletic to be a white boy, bro. To be honest with you, he is. He can play defense. The defense has gotten way better, bro. It's not. They gotten better than the shooting did. The shooting got good, but the defense got way better, bro.
You can win 40 games in the East and make the playoffs, not the play-in. And
40 games is good in the East, bro. 40 games is good.
Charlotte can't even get to the play-in. Like
40 games in the East is about 6th seed or the 5th seed.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So you say we got to win 40 games, right? We're going to be the 5th seed or the 6th seed, bro. That's what you're saying. You're contradicting yourself.
Yeah.
Playing 30 something.
No, what I'm telling you is you can win 40 games in the East, right? And make the playoff, not the play-in. And if Charlotte could make now one of them. Charlotte could make now one.
That's a pass. We talking about ever right now. Today.
They still ain't gonna beat it. They can't beat the Knicks. They can't beat the Knicks. They can't beat Boston. They can't beat the Pacers. They can't. It's a bunch of.
We did beat them.
Come on, you talking about some of the upper echelon. Boston, we don't know what the state of the South is gonna be. We don't know what the East gonna look like though. That's what I'm saying. The Hornets might be one of them teams. Well, go ahead.
Right. We did beat the Knicks last year. We did.
Yeah. I think everybody got the Knicks at least once.
Yeah, and the Knicks was like,
Knicks didn't beat nobody last year in the regular season.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this: Charlotte Hornets was covering every spread until Lamelo was out for the rest of the season. If you had a spread of 10 points, -10 or +10, whatever, Charlotte
they got amnesia. They got amnesia, Stacey.
They covered that jump. Yeah, they got amnesia. And mind you, the whole season, everybody was injured. Nobody played together the whole season. We had like 2 or 3 games where them core 4 played together. And then Brandon got hurt. And then it was just over with. Bruh, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can't tell me that the Hornets ain't on the up. Because as of right now, there's only one or two teams that had better offseason than them. Maybe the Hawks and the Pelicans. And I don't even think the Hawks or the Pelicans had a better offseason than what the Hornets got going on right now. With that being said, they still got money because they didn't lose money trading away Nurkic for Sexton. They actually gained money because Nurkic made $1 million more than Sexton. You also got they gave away 2 draft picks today, 2 second rounders, but they were 2031 and 2032. But the Hornets already had 15 second round draft picks. They got 9 first rounders.
What they holding on to? That's what I'm saying. What they holding on to?
Hey, the moment the Pelicans give up on Zion, or the moment Giannis went out of Milwaukee, the moment Jaylen Brown went out of Boston, guess who get the first deal? The Hornets did, because
the Hornets got assets, y'all, quietly. But they not really going quietly. Yo, these NBA executives see what Charlotte is doing, and they getting credit. People are saying the Hornets won the draft. They winning a lot of what's happening. A lot of these moves are approved by high-level NBA executives and scouts and things of that nature. People are taking heed of what's going on with Charlotte. Shout out to Peterson, for giving Charlotte some prestige around the league, because they haven't had the best reputation. And that's what he did. When he took over, he said, we are going to be one of the premier franchises in the league. That was the words that he said. And now I'm watching him. Now keep going. No, go ahead, Stacey.
I get shout out to you because A couple months ago, you were one of the main people. Hey, they got to do something, or let's get Melo
Yes,
out of here. You were the
yes,
main.
they're
You
doing
were
it.
the main. And now you the one. You also said you stood on your ground. You said if they do something, I'm gonna give them credit. The same thing what you said about Charles Lee. If they do something, I'm
Yeah,
gonna give them credit. You called them out. You called them out, and guess what? They answer your question, bruh. And the fact that
Yo,
you give them the props, I think everybody should be turned around because White had a video a couple weeks ago talking about, hey, let's get him to the Knicks or let's get him out of here. Let's get Lamelo out of here. He did.
yeah.
And here, he gets praise. Everybody need to be giving it praise.
hey, look. I
I
was
let
in,
time
so
speak.
I ain't know who said this, bro.
Yeah.
But one of y'all in here said that the Hornets, the scoring was not the problem on the Hornets, bro. Whoever said that, get off the air, bro. Like we got to keep it real, bro. Hornets ranked 30th in the whole entire
So
league,
bring them
bro.
numbers, goddamn
In
it.
We can
30th,
score at the paint.
30th. If you look up on Google, if you look at Hornets field goal ranking, bro, you're gonna see Hornets 30th out of 30 teams that win in field goal percentage, bro. They have 43%. Get off the air, bro. You're not speaking nothing, bro.
You heard what he said. Listen, we got a special guest in 15 minutes as we're about to turn it up. It's Hornets season. Lamelo Ball, Jeff Peterson got the full grill. He's chef souffling. He giving out plates. It's one of those. It's one of those.
I'm gonna step out.
Also, hold on, we got it. We got my man. Who's Billy? Billy, what's good?
What's going on? You can hear me?
Yeah, what's good? You see, it's been a
Yes, sir.
minute,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah, man. It's been a minute, man. I've been
What's the
keeping up with you though.
what's the deal? Talk to us, man. We have breaking news.
Hey, man, you already know it's going down. It's a new day. I've been said it. I said it last time I was on here, man. It's a new day. This is not the same regime that we've seen from a couple years ago. This is a whole new ball game, man. Whole new ball game.
So what's your thoughts on Trey Mann coming back to Charlotte? Break that down.
Man, they had to do that. They had to do that. That's like Trey Man. It wouldn't have been right if they ain't bring back Trey Man, but and they got him on a good deal. They just, man, Jeff Peterson just know what he doing, bro. They just making all the right moves and solidifying their team, bro. Playoffs is most definitely. It's 1,000% they make the playoffs this year for sure.
Yeah, hey, good point on the playoffs, man. I like that you said that. Shout out to Hornets Hype Show in the building. You already know Queen City. Make sure y'all go support my man too, Hornets Hype Show. It's Flight Sports. We got breaking news in the NBA right now. Trey Mann is back. 3 years, 24 mil in the Queen City. So, what's your thoughts on the Pat Connaughton move? We got the Nipple. Talk to us right quick. We got, like I said, we want to hear your thoughts, Billy. It's been a minute. It's Flight Sports.
Yeah, man. Pat Compton, that's a good move. They getting a whole bunch of shooters around LaMelo, man. That's what we needed. That's what we've been lacking. People, I hate it. Like, bro, it's been so hard. That's why I ain't really been on here, been talking too much, because I've been saying, I be telling every time I'm talking to somebody, I be telling them, like, bro, you can't judge this man's game off the success of the team, because the team is not really the team. Like, they're not really out there. Like, the niggas been hurt. So everybody he been playing with this whole year have been people from the G League. Those are not NBA players, bro. That's why he passing that bitch in the corner behind the back, passing on all this crazy shit. And these niggas is not making the shots. So then he just
Hey, can
take
I
them in
say
his
something
own
real quick?
hands. Go ahead.
Go ahead, go ahead.
So they be saying, "Oh yeah, Lamelo trash. He don't be passing the ball, bro." Who is he gonna pass the ball to, bro? Like realistically, Daquan Jeffries, bro. He's not passing it to nobody, bro. When he actually get good players, bro, he passed to the Nipple, bro. He knocked that shit down. Lamelo gonna average more than like 7 assists a game, bro.
Yes, bro. Like just people don't watch the Hornets. Like they just be talking on the Hornets, but they ain't watching the Hornets. So that's why I be hearing people just be saying stuff. It's like, bro, you gotta really watch. Like we really fans, bro. I'm really a Charlotte fan. I'm really a LaMelo fan. But since I'm a LaMelo fan, I gotta know everything that's going on with Charlotte. I've been watching this shit since day one, bro. There was no way they didn't put the right pieces around this man. Like this is a whole different team around this man, bro. Like shit is finna look different. He finna show people why he's at the top of that food chain, bro. They finna see this shit. I'm telling
Yeah, you heard what the man said. So, Sky, man, you must have really been watching, because you ain't paying no homage. You talking all this garbage. You ain't really giving the Charlotte Hornets the respect that they deserve. It's time to put some respect on the Hornets' name, Scott.
Real, man. But
So
they've been making all the right moves, man. They've been Pat Compton, a great move. You get 2 second-round picks for Vasa Micic and Pat Compton. Like they
yeah,
fleecing.
that was highway robbery. That was
Yeah,
robbery.
bro. Like he robbing everybody right now.
Yeah, I was shocked by that move. So that's big time. What do you think they're gonna do at center? How big is it for them to get a center?
To be honest, what I'm thinking right now, I don't think they're gonna make. I don't feel like they gonna make no more moves at center because they got 3 centers. You get another one, that'll be 4. I just feel like that'll be too much of an overload. But I feel like the young dude Ryan Cockbrenner, he's gonna start, and Mason Plumlee is gonna be the backup. Him and Musa is gonna be the backup center. I think they got a little belief in Musa because like Musa, like he ain't no offensive guy, but he do all the dirty work. He gonna play defense. He gonna get the rebounds. He's a Dennis Rodman type player, you know what I'm saying? So you need people like him on the team. So him and Mason Plumlee coming off the back of the Ryan Cartbrenner, that dude, like I feel like he's a plug and play guy. He can come straight in and be the starting center. There's no reason because he won 4 defensive player of the years in the college 4 times. Like he done been in college for 5 years. Like dude, he been playing a lot of systematic basketball, and that's what Charles Lee been trying to do. And they just been all the right pieces to do it, man. It just been everything is falling right in place, bro.
How good is Charles Lee, and how much pressure is on it? Like, speak to Charles for a second, because is he the guy? And if so, explain why.
He is definitely not the guy, but he's an okay coach. He's a he's a merger. Like he's gonna be that guy that he's gonna build the culture. He's gonna get the culture here, just like how Golden State was with Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson built that culture right before Steve Kerr came. Then they took off. That's how I feel like this is gonna be. Like he's gonna be there like maybe 2 to 3 more years, maybe like 2 years. And he's just gonna be building that culture, and it's starting this year with the players he get. You can just look at the type of players that they get. All these players are defensive minded dogs and got some offense to them, and they shoot the 3 well, and it all fit around Lamelo and Brandon Miller. But he's an all right coach. Like he wanted to play that Boston game, bring that Boston stuff, and shoot a lot of threes. So, and that's what the game is. And you got the best players to do it in Lamelo and Brandon Miller. So why not do it? But you got to have the pieces around them that when they can't get off, we need these other guys, these extras to step up, like the Nimharts and the TJ McConnells and all that. And that's what I feel like they just went and got with Colin Sexton, and re-signing Trey Mann was the best move. Trey Mann, bro, he's Showtime, dog. Like him and LaMelo next to each other, this shit gonna be Showtime, bro. I'm telling you, like it's finna get scary out there.
How good is TJ and Salon? How much pressure is on him?
I think he pretty good. I think he just need time to develop. Like just like they said, he was a project, and I feel like they developing him into that. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna take some time, but I feel like he's still somebody they're gonna keep on the roster and keep in rotation because the size and his length of, you know what I'm saying, his playmaking, you know what I'm saying, his build. So like he a similar Giannis type, you know what I'm saying, build type player. So you can just keep developing him, and he can just be something you can just keep having them, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like the Thunder, like they following that Thunder blueprint, you know what I'm saying, with all the draft picks and drafting good guys. And I feel like T. John gonna be around for a minute. He done showed some good stuff, but he just gotta learn a little bit more. But I think he good though.
Good points. Good points. Good points, man. So you think Charlotte going to the playoffs? You calling it?
Man, I called it last year. I was wrong. I can admit it. I'm calling it this year again, and I'm gonna admit if I'm wrong. But I promise you, I won't be wrong this year. Them boys gonna be healthy. This is LaMelo Ball first full healthy offseason. Him and with Brandon Miller, he's still coming out of injury, but he healthy now. You just seen they just posted a video. They in the gym, playing 1-on-1 and stuff
I
like
saw
that.
that. I saw that. I got something coming on that too. I just said, yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah,
Make
you
sure
know
you
what
stay
I'm saying?
tuned.
So they already in the gym working on their game. You can tell, you know what I'm saying, Melo had the low haircut, so you know he came back from Cali to go do that. So They in the gym working already. But this Lamelo first full off season where he's healthy and able to work on his game. And he already working on it. You see him in the BBB gym and doing the mid range and all that. Like, bro, like they finna come into this season. They finna see a whole different Charlotte Hornet team. Long as them boys stay healthy, and I think they will, man.
Good point. Good point. Shout out to my man Billy in the chat. Yo, Billy, I want you to pull back up. Shout out to you too, Jay. I'm gonna open up the chat in a second. Right now, because it's so crazy. We had a show lined up today, but we had breaking news that accelerated us. So make sure I'm gonna open up the chat in about another 20 minutes. Make sure y'all pull back up. We about to get cooking, y'all. It's Flight Sports. Shout out to my man Billy. Pull back up. You're ready. You're ready. Salute to all y'all in the chat. I'm gonna bring my brother Sam Dracula in the house with me right now. We got a lot of things percolating. We ain't even gonna play with them today. Sam, you already know it's free agency. I'm loving that Charlotte Hornets fitted right there. That hat is crazy. I see what's going on. Let everybody know what the deal is. It's free agency. Charlotte Hornets. Sam, what's up? You on Flight Sports?
Hey man, thanks for having me. This is fun. This is fun, man. It feels good to support a competent organization, man. I'm here for it.
I'm telling you. So let's get into it. Let's not BS around. Trey Mann. This is the latest report. It's so many, but let's get into the most recent. Trey Mann has been brought back. We thought he wasn't coming back after all of the recent moves. 3 years, $24 million. You know, what is your thoughts on this move? The Hornets ain't BSing around. They are putting together the squad around Lamelo, Miller, and company. Talk to us.
Yeah, so like with the Sexton deal, I was like, is this a sign that Trey's not coming back? And with the qualifying offer like kind of falling apart, and him hitting unrestricted free agency, it seemed like this was heading in a familiar story with Charlotte, where guys that are like real valuable NBA players that hit unrestricted free agency, and they just go. They're long gone. They mostly go to the Sixers. It's weird how they work out. They either end up in Miami or Philadelphia. It's weird, but Trey coming back is massive. It kind of breaks that trend of losing unrestricted guys for nothing. So I think that's a sign in a positive direction of this franchise. And then you look at like the potential of having a second unit with Trey Mann and Colin Sexton, like that firepower in the backcourt is something that we haven't seen. And you can mix and match them two with LaMelo, Miller, etc. Like you have different looks, you have different options. And if somebody goes down, the team shouldn't crater like they did in the past. Like there's real depth and real competition here. And as a fan, that's what you want to see out of the combo guard spot. Like, so yeah, Trey Mann coming back is huge. And then the number itself is super team friendly. $8 million a year. I don't know how it's broken down. It's still really new. We don't know. I don't know if there's guarantees or non-guarantees in the mix, but on paper, on average, $8 million a year for 3 years is a super solid number that allows the Hornets still continued cap flexibility going forward. Like by all accounts, it's a win for Hornets fans and for the Hornets in general. I don't know how much Trey wanted, but $8 million is not too bad. So it's a win for him as well.
Yeah, good point. What do you think about? We're gonna get into other moves, but back with Trey, how do you think he could create just by himself? He doesn't need LaMelo to give him, the food. He gonna make it himself. What do you think he does shot creation wise, especially with all of these shooters all over the place? Talk to me.
Yeah, so that's like the whole thing with him as a point guard. He's a shot creating point guard for himself, and they don't have another playmaker on the roster at the guard spot. So when you're talking second unit production and lift, Trey Mann is like a perfect guy for that. And that's what the Hornets really missed out on last season, because I think Trey was well on pace to being like the third leading scorer on the team after LaMelo and Brandon Miller as the sixth man on the squad. Like Trey was, I think, on pace to really make some noise. And one of the many reasons, like one of the many bummers of last season, him going down, we didn't get to see that kind of fulfilled. But yeah, man, Trey as an individual creator can score and can put up buckets. And I keep going back to it. Him and Sexton, assuming there's not any ego there, that could be such a dynamic backcourt rotation pairing that it's an element that we have not seen in Charlotte, and I'm so excited for that.
Yes, unbelievable. Now let's get into Pat Connaughton for a second.
Yeah.
Pat, that was explosive. I loved that pickup right there. And to get him, you talking about 2 picks, second rounders, for Micic. I mean, I thought Micic was on his way out the door. He was supposed to go overseas. He wanted to play with his buddy Nikola. What in the world of fleecement just went on with Peterson and company?
Yeah, Milwaukee's doing a madness today, and I think part of that is the Hornets taking advantage, right? Yeah, Micic. So I live streamed the entire first round of the draft with my friend Mike, and when the Mark Williams trade came through, I was excited. I was so like pumped up for that. And then someone in the chat mentioned Micic, so I was like, "No, you can't be serious. Like this guy cannot be coming back. What are we doing?" Then the report that I was clued into the reports about him going to Europe and all this stuff. So like, okay, that eased concern. So it kind of seemed like he would never come this way anyway. But to then flip him for a much better player. I don't know if Connaughton's part of the plans or not. But if he is great, it is an upgrade over whatever Micic would have brought. So that alone is a plus. He has no owed money beyond this season. So there's not like that added cap hit beyond this upcoming season. And then you talk 2 second-round picks. I know it's second rounders, but they're in 5-6 years. Milwaukee has a chance to be. Milwaukee could be really bad in those years, and those second rounders, they can end up being really high up second-round picks, and for nothing, for a guy who probably would never have played here. Like genuinely incredible business from Jeff Peterson and crew to pull that off, just seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, that was wild. I mean, I thought that was really crazy. And then Colin Sexton, I mean, out of nowhere, it seemed like Utah, shout out to the Utah Jazz. They are moving in a younger direction, as we can see. They was able to get Colin Sexton. They're opening up the floor for Collier, Walter Clayton and company. What do you think, how they was able to get Sexton? How does Sexton fit with the Charlotte Hornets? Because I think that he helps out in a multitude of ways. I think that he's going to be able to lead that second unit. He has insurance if anybody gets injured. It's a lot of different areas that he checks. What's your thoughts on the Colin Sexton move by the Hornets?
Another good piece of business. Nurkic finishing the year as a Hornet, I thought like the chance of that would be very low. I expected him to get moved at the deadline as a salary dump, and the Hornets would take on contracts and money and some picks for the efforts. But them to just flip him for a much better player in Sexton, and to get a second rounder coming back the other way, like for Utah to include a second rounder into that mix is wild to me. Because they're trading the better player in the mix. So again, it's another incredible bit of business. And I agree with you, Sexton as that coverage guy. If someone goes down, if someone's in foul trouble, if it's a back-to-back and someone needs rest or whatever, you can turn to him because he's a certified bucket. And Charlotte has him. They have Trey Mann. They got options, and options have been limited for years here in Charlotte. So it's a 1-year deal. And so like if it does go south, if it doesn't work, it doesn't kill you long term because you really didn't give up anything in the process. But if it does work, which I think it will, by the way, I think it's gonna work. You have something really special on your hands for at least one season. And if it like really, really does work, then you can look at extending him and blah, 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 and like really like filling this thing out. But no, man, like Peterson with those 2 deals that we just talked about, incredible opportunistic trades to get upgrades and spots. It leaves the front court light, which I'm sure you probably want to talk about at some point here with Mason Plumlee coming back. I don't want to jump ahead, but it really shores up the backcourt and makes that part of the floor a real strength.
Yeah, a good point. I like how you segued into Mason Plumlee. hear I heard a lot of people have many names for Mason Plumlee. One of the names that people say when they get upset is they call him Mason Bumley. You know, let's
Yeah.
stop acting
I
like
remember.
let's stop acting like we don't know a thing about Mason Plumlee now. Now, this was a head scratching move. I seen you put out a video on that as well. You know, you was like, for real, you know. So
Yeah.
what the hell is going on with this move? What's the direction of the Hornets here with Plumlee? Was he the best guy they could get? I mean, because you had other names out there. I mean, talk to me here.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna sit here and defend it, although I do understand it. I think it still kind of sucks. It's a letdown. It's the one move that I'm really sour on from this off-season cycle. Because like, well, why now? You know what I mean? Like, like is the market on Plumlee that hot that you had to make a move on it yesterday? Like that is weird. We knew the Hornets had to address the center spot after trading Nurkic, and then you know, they traded Mark Williams, they drafted Kalkbrenner, they traded Nurkic, they needed a center. Having Kalkbrenner and Diabate isn't going to get it done right now, and you need that stopgap center, and he did that here for a year and a half. So it does make sense from that point of view. I don't like it. It's a bit sad and a bit of a bummer of a move, but it does make sense. I get why they did it, because again, like the expectation for the squad isn't to be a playing team or a playoff team. Like they're trying to get through this season, and Peterson talked about not going out there and making a big splash in free agency, and signing Mason Plumlee is true to that. Like they're on a very steady and specific plan here. If everything clicks with the current roster, they can get up there, but to like try to fast track it, they're not in the business of doing that. So that spells out Mason Plumlee. And sitting there on was it Thursday? Or no, it was Monday. It was yesterday. Like when everybody when free agency opened up and you see all these centers going here. It's like, okay, it felt like a draft or a fantasy draft or something like that, where there's a big run on centers, and then you're left with the Mason Plumlees of the world. I was holding out hope for Al Horford, holding out hope that they could throw the full mid-level at him, make it happen with all the Boston connections, all the stuff. But we got Mason back for another time around for at least 1 year.
The only positive I had for Mason was that he was around for that play-in, but he wasn't around the year when it all went downhill too. But what do you think? That was my bright spot that I told the people, because he knows what it looks like when the Hornets was on the right trajectory. What do you think about that situation? That's the only positive I could take from this move.
Well, and he's a veteran. He's an absolute veteran, and he's a veteran that can contribute. Right, like Taj Gibson last year. I love Taj, but 40 years old, you're not gonna be a major on-court contributor. As a vet, Plumlee is an on-court contributor as a vet. So that is something that matters for this young team. Like that is a real piece to this. It's just Mason Plumlee. He just kind of, all right, here we go again. And the hope is, it doesn't end up with Plumlee and Mark Williams that season. It was frustrating because they had this first round draft pick that they chose Mark Williams over Duren, and Duren was playing and doing well, and Mark Williams is in Greensboro, and we had to watch Mason Plumlee play. And I'm not saying Kalkbrenner is Mark Williams. They don't have the same pedigree like that or the same upside like that, but the idea of like here it's kind of like here we go again, and it's a different organization, and I just don't want to see Mason starting for an extended period of time when the season begins. I hope there's a shift and we get to see what the I won't say young guy, he's like 25 years old and he has a wife, like he's not a kid, but what Kalkbrenner has to offer as a interior presence. And I'm just not super interested in watching a ton of Mason Plumlee this season. With respect, because he's still a valid, like, real NBA player. He is a valid NBA veteran with a ton of experience, and that is important. But like, I'm not excited about it. I'm not excited.
Right. But I want to get into it. We got Sam in the house. You already know what it is. Free agency. The Hornets stay active. Now, Sam, you said that the Hornets were not looking to make the play-in. I mean, with some of these moves, I mean, you bringing in a champion in Connington. You bringing in Sexton. You know, Sexton, he competes. I mean, I don't think he don't want to tank. He's
Well,
gonna
he's in Utah the
scratch.
last
He's
3
gonna
years.
claw.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I want to hope that he comes here to do a load. This team is better than Utah. Utah was actually the worst team in the league. You know, people think the Hornets was, but Utah was when you look at the record. What do you think that the Hornets could possibly, you know, squeak and compete for that 10th spot? You know, in the play, and the East is weak. You know,
yes.
Supposedly. What do the Hornets factor in there with these moves?
Well, it's definitely possible, especially if LaMelo stays healthy. Like this team's ceiling hinges on LaMelo being available, and as long as he's available, and I can buy into any possibility or any outcome. But this team still has a lot of front court holes in it, like we mentioned with the center spot, Plumlee, Kalkbrenner, and Diabate as your centers. You know, and then at the 4, you have Miles Bridges, Grant Williams coming off an ACL, and then Tijan Salon. That part of the floor needs a lot of help for me to believe they can be in the playing spot. The guard position, the wing spots, like that stuff looks great. But at this point, like whatever, 24 plus hours into free agency, looking at the front court, it's really light. And that's good. That's going to hurt you when you're trying to compete. If you're a real like playing contender, like you got to have that figured out because you're going to get out rebounded death.
Yeah, good point there. So, I mean, we got to see. What'd you think
There's
about
plenty of time, but yeah, I'm just saying, as of right now, I don't see it.
Right. What do you think the way they drafted? I mean, you know, they was able to do some big things. What do you think that they did in the second round? We're gonna get to the first picks. We talked about the center. He's 7 foot something. He spent 5 years. That's Cal Briner. What do you think about that move? Because everybody wanted to see the Hornets get a center, but I like him, and also if you could bring up Musa, because I think people are sleeping on Musa Diabate. Speak to that for a second.
Yeah, so like Kalkbrenner is if you're in the second round of the draft and you have a chance to draft a guy with an elite skill, you do it. And that's what they did with Kalkbrenner. Like his shot blocking in college was next level. And has a chance as a much older player to be more ready to contribute right away. Now he can get switched to death. Like he's not gonna he's not gonna keep up with guys like that. But he is good in drop coverage, and he does have a nice shot on him, and he's a good screener. Like there's a role for that in the team right now. And you bring up Diabate, that could be it's not going to do much for floor spacing on the offensive end, but defensively, them two maybe putting Diabate at the 4 with Kalkbrenner at the center, that can create some issues for other teams in the paint. Like there's a real interior defensive look now Charlotte has to offer that could be something special that we haven't seen in a long time. And that selection alone was like an A+ for me. Like I love that prospect for the 34th overall pick. I love that. And I think he's going to be very good right away. For a second round. I'm not saying like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not going that far, but I think he's going to be like a really good contributor whenever he gets a chance to play.
Yeah, good points there. What do you think what do you think about Con Knippel? Because obviously it was a lot of picks before him, but what do you think he brings? Because I think that was the best player. You did have Ace Bailey on the board. Before we get to Con, do you think the Hornets should have picked Ace Bailey? Because you see what Utah did. How do you feel they moved in that manner?
I think they went smart with it. If they took Ace Bailey, I would have been excited about it. I'm not excited about Con Knippel, but drafting him is like a really solid and safe basketball decision because you know he's comfortable playing with better players. You know he's comfortable being a connective piece, being a floor spacer, being a smart defender. He's not a great defender, but he is a smart one. He's a basketball junkie. Like, he comes from a basketball family. Like, he checks a lot of boxes that this front office really likes. Plus, he has the Duke connection with the ownership. Like, it all that just makes so much sense for the selection. And then on the court, right, we know LaMelo's going to have the ball a lot, as he should, right? Brandon Miller was really the only real perimeter threat beyond LaMelo. Like, Miles Bridges is a pretty average three-point shooter. We knew Mark Williams wasn't going to extend the floor like that. Josh Green was afraid to shoot. So adding a guy who is a willing shooter and will add a real dimension, a real like floor spacing option for the Hornets will help everybody else out in the half court. So I think it makes so much sense for everybody involved. And you're not going to get a perfect guy 4th overall. You just hope that you can check as many boxes as possible. And I think Concanipple does that.
Right. I think so too. What do you think about McKinley and the move that they was able to get from Mark Williams? You know, that's another guy that he looks like he's going to be a good shooter for this squad. These guys I'm excited about. What you think about McKinley?
I like him a lot. It seemed like best player available, like kind of a selection. The fact that he was there at 29, given how highly touted of a high school prospect he was, and hearing how some of the draft analysts talk about him and how he's better than the numbers show, because he was doing things at UConn that he wasn't really like advertised to have to do as an initiator when he's more of an off-ball guy. And I believe he had some injuries there that kind of slowed his progress. So that might have led to the fall. But at 29, knowing they were going to pick at 33 and 34, it made sense just to go best player available. And I get folks who say it's redundant to Knipple, but you need depth. You need shooting. If it wasn't for Orlando, Charlotte would have been bottom of the league in a lot of shooting categories last season. As much as they need defensive help, they needed offensive help. And McNeely brings that. He can bring that, you know? And we know I feel more confident Knipple delivering on that promise. But McNeely seemingly really wants to be in Charlotte, and I think he's going to be a good pro. Maybe slower to get involved with things, but as a depth spacer piece, like you got to have it. Like, you got to have that stuff. Like, real NBA teams have guys they can turn to in like the 9th, 10th, 11th man spot that can contribute and be productive.
Right. Good points there. So, well, how should people feel about Jeff Peterson? It seems like they are now just putting their fingerprints on the organization, ownership. Because I was letting people know that, you know, they just got here, and now you starting to see here's some of the remnants of cup checks still around, but it feels like the organization is becoming their own now. How do you feel about Peterson? Are you comfortable? Are we moving in the right direction in Charlotte?
Absolutely. Outside of the Tejan Salon selection last year and the Mason Plumlee signing this season, I've loved everything they've done since Jeff Peterson got hired. So yeah, man, I'm all aboard on this thing, and I appreciate him continuing to be consistent when he has an opportunity to talk about the moves that they're making or the moves they plan on making, about being patient and being opportunistic. Because that tells me the ownership believes in him, that he doesn't feel like he has to do this, and this to save his own job. Similarly with Charles Lee, like, not only are they trying to build something slowly on the court, but around them with the coaching staff and the front office. It seems like everybody's aligned with that. And it's so rare in the NBA for new ownership to want to be patient. And fortunately for them, I think the Charlotte Hornets fan base is smart enough to know what's happening. And they're going to be loud. They're going to support this team through this time. And when it's time for things to like turn and flip on, the Charlotte Hornets are in real prime position to get involved in the trade market in a big way whenever they decide to do it. Whether it's, let's say things go well this year, like really well this year, maybe they can get involved sooner than that. But I think they have 3 or 4 first-round picks from other teams. They have all their own first-round picks. They have all these tradable contracts. they're in a really solid spot right now. Not like a contending spot, but like a really smart basketball spot. And hearing what makes me feel good about it is hearing national folks talk about the people that cover the NBA entirely. When they're listing off teams that are incompetent or doing crazy things, they don't mention the Hornets like they used to. And that feels good.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Charlotte is definitely moving in the right direction. Do you feel like now they are building the team around LaMelo Ball? You know, it doesn't seem like that's evident. Also, you hear a lot, or you even heard LeVar Ball. I don't know if you noticed this. LeVar was talking about the Clippers and things. Did you see that?
I think so. I think
I think
it sounds
LeVar.
familiar.
Yeah, recently LeVar Ball has been calling for the Clippers to bring in all of his boys, you know, because he's got the gym now. Also, you know, at the Big Baller Brandon State. Have you seen that? That's been making headways. Yeah, LaMelo, he brought some Hornets trainers there as well. You know, LeVar Ball has a NBA like practice, you know, court, building damn near facility on his goddamn grounds at the house. And LaMelo had Hornets personnel there having a workout and things of that nature. He was calling for the Clippers. But I say all of that to say is rumors to LaMelo Ball possibly going elsewhere. But if you look at the Hornets, LaMelo was in the workouts along with his teammates. And you see they are putting the team around LaMelo. All of these pieces look like they're going to help LaMelo's game. How do you feel about trade rumors coming up, but the team showing that they have faith and they're putting the squad around LaMelo?
And just to add to that, they talked about during like the rookie press conference, I think it was Jeff Peterson that mentioned like LaMelo and a few other players, Brandon Miller, some others were watching the rookies work out. So that type of buy-in in general, I think is awesome from like for the current roster to watch the potential new teammates work out in the pre-draft process is awesome. But yeah, man, like LaMelo is the franchise. And like I said earlier, like the franchise's ceiling is tied to LaMelo. So putting shooting around him, putting smart defenders around him, adding a rim protector in the second round, those are all steps in the right direction. I'm here for it, man. I like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna open up some questions. I got the casual in the house. Casual, what's the deal? It's Flight Sports. We in the house with Sam Dracula. Give Sam some questions, man. It was an honor to have you tonight, Casual. What's the deal?
Oh, for sure, brother, for sure. No, I just wanted to I wanted to ask two questions. One, what was your I wasn't here if you spoke about it, to be fair. If you did, just tell me you already answered it. What was your thoughts in terms of the departures of Yusuf Nurkic, the newly acquired Yusuf Nurkic to then send him to Utah and departing Mark Williams? What was your thoughts on that? And what do you think the state of, the center position is currently for Charlotte?
So we did talk about that, but I
Okay.
like both trades. I like both trades. Like Nurkic, getting Sexton for Nurkic plus a second rounder, great business. And then Mark Williams, it sucks the Lakers pulled out of that deal. That Lakers package was better because it included 2 first-round picks and Connect. This one was just 29, a future, and Vasilicic, basically, who then got turned into Connaughton, who they turned into 2 far out distant second round picks. So, but in general, moving on from Mark Williams is the right thing to do. I'm not a big fan of his mentality out there,
Demeanor.
to be kind. So moving on from him was the right thing to do in general. And I'm pretty happy with the haul because, like, especially for a guy who has a bunch of injuries and has 1 year left on his rookie deal, because I was terrified of going into restricted free agency and having to pay him. I don't want to do that. So getting off of him when they did was good, was solid.
But how do you, oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Flight. Go ahead.
No, well, I'm gonna let you ask the second question. I want to add to that. But don't you feel like they got a lot for Mark, 2 first rounders, and they was about to get a haul in LA? I mean, they was about to rip somebody off.
Yeah, I think that's why they pulled out of it, because they realized they got fleeced. Yeah, no, even I'm just saying the Lakers deal was better because I had Connect plus 2 first rounders, so it was really like kind of 3 first rounders when you think about it. This one still very solid, like not even solid, really good haul for Mark Williams. So,
Yeah,
I was
I agree.
when that went official yesterday. I was like, that was a good day. That was good. That's good news. Getting that officially done because you get PTSD with
Yeah.
that whole stuff. But the center spot still needs
Yeah.
love. Like it's that room that is still limited. With Mason Plumlee, you're going to be limited, and you're going to have a rookie and Diabate, who Diabate is a really nice player, but he's limited himself with his size and his offensive bag. So that spot that has to be addressed whenever they can.
Would you say that it is like an immediate an immediate address like it's an immediate move that they need to address, or do you think that is something that is like we could hold off on that right now?
I think they can wait to see how summer league goes with Kalkbrenner. If they like what they see, and that could be a situation where they're, you know what, we good, man. He may be able to start for us day one. If that's the case, no. And then you have Mason Plumlee as your third center, which I'm here for that. Like that would be awesome. Not having to watch Mason Plumlee start, which I feel like that's where we're heading. And I'd like to avoid that if possible. But that I think that's we'll see. They have an opportunity to see how everything flies with summer league, and as an added wrinkle to it, Grant Williams plays in small ball 5, like assuming he's straight after his knee injury. So there are some things they can throw out at the center spot. It's definitely an area of weakness when you look at the entirety of the team, especially compared to the guard spots.
Yeah. And then my last question, and then I'll pass the mic. So this entire past season, I was a harsh critic, but I have to give kudos to Charles Lee. You seeing all of these moves and looking forward to the future, which would be the 25-26 season. Do you feel as if there is an identity that's being built with the Charlotte Hornets? And if so, what is that identity?
Absolutely. I'm so glad you brought this up because we haven't really talked about this yet. They have specific characteristics as far as like work rate, engine, just I don't know, like basketball IQ. Like if you just look at the draft in general, all 4 of those dudes carry the same traits. And then you look at the guys that got rid of, like Mark Williams, they don't carry those same traits. Like they're trying to have a real focus. And the basketball stuff is the basketball stuff. Like at some point, it's on the players to perform, the coaching staff to get the most out of them. But at the acquisition phase, if you're acquiring guys that are going to bust their ass on a nightly basis, win or loss, that is going to get you to a much better place than taking these high risk, high swing guys that may not have that same engine or work rate. So yeah, to your point, and the Hornets throw out the Hornets DNA stuff all the time. It's becoming a real thing now that we have 2 full kind of cycles with Jeff Peterson and crew building this roster out. So no, they're really have a real focus now. And then hopefully sooner than later leads to results. But I like the strategy. I respect the strategy.
Yes, I got my man Stacy in the house. Stacy, we're joined by my man Sam Dracula. We got some questions from my man Sam. It's a big off-season. Charlotte Hornets, what's the deal?
Yeah, what's up, Sam?
Hey, man.
On that note, about characteristics. My question was Josh Green and Nick Smith Jr. Where do you see them next year? Because we actually had players at those positions. They look like the odd man out, possibly if they don't cut it. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's the question I have.
Yeah, no, I'm fully with you, by the way, because I was like looking at I was trying to formulate a depth chart kind of in my mind and just on paper. And yeah, it's you see Josh Green kind of fall back. You definitely see Nick Smith Jr. fall back out of the mix, which is a bummer because he has so much like upside with it. But Josh Green sliding out the starting 5 is a must. The best version of him was as a 6th man playing for Dallas. And he comes to Charlotte, he starts, not so much. Right. And so I think he needs to be, especially especially if you go with that, like if you go with Sexton and Trey Mann as your guards and have Josh Green as your main primary perimeter defender and picking up the other team's ball handler, like as that cover, that could be a look. So I could see Josh Green being in the mix way more than Nick Smith Jr. unless we see him really develop, him being Nick Smith Jr., really develop some playmaking and making waves and progress in that department while also getting some consistency out of a shot. Because I think he's going to have to really do that, become a true, like, real reliable combo guard to break through at this stage. Fortunately, though, he has this season and next season on his rookie deals to figure it out. But he is a draft selection from a previous administration, so the clock is definitely ticking on NSJ. And then with Josh Green, I kind of mentioned it earlier when you talk about like tradable pieces. If a team needs perimeter help around the deadline, like Josh Green is probably top of a lot of teams' list of gettable guys. And Charlotte can get a decent haul for him if they decide to move him.
And everybody on the roster except for Lamelo Ball is a tradable piece. They all can be traded. And you look at that cap table. Everybody.
What about Miller?
Well, he's even a tradable piece. We're not going to trade him. He's untouchable, but he can be traded because he's still on a rookie deal. That $11 million is nothing. He doesn't hurt us at all. Cap wise, everybody's a tradable piece. Colin Sexton on his last year. Man, if you look at the whole cap table as of right now, it's just beautiful, bro. It's real beautiful, bro. Jeff Peterson broke it down so good, man. Even to the point where Plumlee's only 0.2 fully guaranteed. I just looked at it and I was like, wait. Even Trey Mann only making 7.4 this year. That's crazy. Like, but long story short, everybody's in trouble except for Lamelo. Everybody could be moved on this roster.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And so I want to give credit to Jeff Peterson for what you just talked about. You know, if you win 19 games and you don't have cap space, like, what are you doing? But when you look at it and you see there is flexibility there with tradable pieces and guys that can be packaged and moved, like there is a lot of flexibility. Even with Miles Bridges, his contract declines or descends year after year after year. So they've put a lot of planning into all of this, and they're in a really solid place, a really decent foundation here.
It was moving TJ, moving and also moving Terry Rozier, and it all became blessings in disguise because those contracts that those guys had.
Yeah, my bad, Kaz. He sounded like he has some issues. I got a question for you, Sam. For the summer league, how much pressure is on TJ and Salon? KJ Simpson. But speaking to those two players in particular, TJ, how much pressure is on him, man? Because obviously these new guys, we love them. They just got here, but TJ, I mean, I got a magnifying glass on him. What's going on with him in the next coming week or so?
So I want to see a lot. I need to see a lot from him as a fan. But I would be shocked if the franchise has pressure on him. Like, I feel like they selected him with the idea of him taking a while. And if we're having these conversations in year 3 and year 4, that's more concerning. But I think Salon will get his full 4 years to kind of figure this thing out, because this is Peterson's first draft pick. I'm sure he wants to be right with it all. But to your point about like KJ Simpson, you have to click. You're on a 2-way. The next year's not guaranteed at all for you. So for him, it's definitely like do or die time for sure. And have they put out the roster yet?
No, I don't think so.
Because Nick Smith Jr. better be in summer league.
Nick Smith Jr. You think so?
He better be. Yeah, he has to. Because like what we talked about, what I was talking about earlier, like he has a lot of guys ahead of him right now, and he needs to show what he can do. And so I'd be disappointed in him if he's not part of summer league.
Yeah, he should at least go in there and dominate.
At least,
That's what I'm saying.
at least practice. If he's not going to suit up, like that's fine. But at least be part of that process to show his development since since the coaching staff's last seen him. Like I think it'd be smart for him to be involved in that.
Brook Knight did it. Brook Knight did it.
Yeah,
I think Nick Smith is he showed a little bit better bright signs than Brook Knight, but he didn't leapfrog him too high. But he's not as bad as Brook Knight. But I'm with you there. But what do you think about in the summer league, T-Jan being a go-to guy? For the Hornets, or you think we're going a little too far here?
I mean,
go ahead, because I want him to get the ball on the block. I want them to clear shit out. I want to see something. I want to get the popcorn.
Yo, a little point forward, Salon. I'm here for it. That'll be fucking fun. I'm here for that, man. No. It'll be a lot of fun if they just give him the green light in the summer league. I can't lie. But Knipple, hopefully everything will go through him. And we can see what he's made out of. But no, Salon, where he's at, does he look like an NBA player? Yeah, it's going to be a big question mark going into that phase for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. That's funny because I don't know if you've seen it, but did you see where they was working with him in the gym? I think I seen him and the coach doing something. It was a clip where he was in the post. I think
with Salon?
Charles Lee and Salon. They was doing some kind of post moves in the gym. Okay. I don't know if you saw that, but they're working with him. But I'm with you. He's the wild card in my opinion.
Yeah, if he clicks,
God.
He has crazy upside. So if that works.
Listen, I don't mean to cut you off, Sam, because people might think I hate this dude or something, but I really want him to succeed. I'm telling you, because I think if he succeeds, we could really do something. If he take the next step, because nobody's even thinking about him. When we're talking about the Hornets, we're just skipping all over him like he ain't even on the damn roster. Like he wasn't one of the top picks last year. So I want to see him pan out. What I do like about T-Jan is he do got that dog. He got that fire. When he make a shot, he start yelling. He starts screaming. He wants it. Yep. But they just got to put it all together. But he looked like he got that fire in him. If everything clicks, he could score on all levels. He could hit the 3-ball. He could go mid-range. He could post up. He could, what he doing when he dunking. So he got the potential. It's just putting it together, for T-Jan.
Oh, 100%. I couldn't agree more. And going back to the Hornets DNA, work rate, engine, effort point of view, like Salon embodies all of that stuff. You just need the basketball stuff to catch up.
Yeah, I'm with you there. So, what about Sivion? I don't think we ever got into him. What was the guard that they picked before the center?
Sion? Yeah,
Sion. Yeah. What do you think about him? What does he bring?
Oh, he's a dog, bro. He's a dog. He's strong as hell, tough as hell. Former football player. Still looks like a football player. Another grown man. 5 years of college, I believe, 4 at Tulane, and then the 1 year at Duke. A connective guy, like a glue guy. You're looking at a dude. He's not going to be on the floor to put up numbers. He's there to do the dirty work, and that's what he did at Duke, and what you'd hope to see from him in year one, assuming he gets a look at the Charlotte level, not the Greensboro level. But yeah, he's purely like Hornets DNA through and through, especially the Duke thing. Like we got 3 Duke guys this cycle, traded one away. And yeah, Sion kind of definitely fits that mold for sure. He's a smart guy, smart player. But yeah, he's definitely a role player, definitely like a end of the bench type guy for now, but has that dog. And in the second round, that's all at least you could hope for. A guy who's a competitor. And then if the basketball stuff doesn't work, it's just a second round pick at the end of the day. But if it does work, you have a really nice value on your hands.
How much pressure is on Charles Lee? Is there any for him to? I
don't think so. You
don't think so?
No, not right now. Because I think the Hornets are taking it slow, and I think they're on board with slow burning this whole thing. If you get into year 3 and you're not seeing any improvement, then yeah. But like you had the 1 year, now after year 2, you'll have something to compare it against. You have something to compare year 1 and year 2 against, right? and to give you a picture of what he's capable of doing as a head coach. And you hope to see growth and development out of the players and with results. So I think after this season, I think it'd be fair to kind of shine a light up more, to be more critical on what he's capable of as a head coach. But I think that first year is a grace year. Second year is a year to see, like, okay, what can you do? And then afterwards, it's like, all right, this may not be right. This is right. We'll give you more time. You've had enough time. You kind of make that call. I think at that stage, in my opinion. But so far for me, I'm very cool with having Coach Lee as the head coach of the Charlotte Hornets right now. I haven't seen anything that's like a real like red flag.
Right. I want to get your thoughts on one thing about Lamelo Ball, because I think the media, I hear the criticism. He's not a winner. He cares about this. He wants this and that. And do you think he doesn't get enough credit? Because I've just let people know that Lamelo came into the Hornets winning. They was in the play-in his first 2 seasons. You know, he was on the right trajectory. They went through ownership. Obviously, front office has just been an influx of change. Do you think that people don't want to harp? They don't never bring up the first 2 seasons of LaMelo's career. It seems like we just talking about the tail end. Well, how do you feel about that when they talk about LaMelo Ball, and how big was the team situation a factor in him not reaching the postseason?
So if I hear like with like anyone from like Fox Sports or ESPN or whatever talk Hornets or LaMelo Ball, I usually give them one or two sentences to like hear what they have to say, and they usually give off or like snitch on themselves about how much Charlotte Hornets they actually watch soon after those first 2 sentences. So if it's clear they know what's going on, I'll give it time. But I think it's really easy and like lazy for the national folks to see, all right, the Charlotte Hornets won 19 games. The best player is LaMelo Ball. He's played in this many games. He's taken this many shots. He's not a winning player. Like they just do that quick, lazy math instead of actually watching and paying attention to what's been happening around him. And if they were paying attention to what was going on, and going back to kind of what we started talking about with Sexton and Trey Mann returning, you look at this, the guards alone that LaMelo has had to play with. This group now is light years ahead of any grouping he's seen in the Charlotte Hornets uniform in 5 years. Just like the guards, the wings, this roster right now is the best, like not the entire roster, because like we talk about the center spot, power forward spot, really light right now. But the 2, the 3 is probably the deepest and most talented it's been since LaMelo's been here. And if everything works and everything stays healthy, you'll see what he's really capable of and what the team can potentially do, right? So yeah, the roster has been really dry, man. We've seen Frank Ntilikina like just ride the bench, hurt forever. We've seen Isaiah Thomas. We've seen 2 years, 2 stints of Ish Smith, right? Brad Wanamaker, right? Like it's been rough, bro. We've seen Malachi Flynn last season. You know, like what are we doing? The roster has been really bad the last couple of seasons, especially. And so the folks who want to just paint LaMelo as a unserious basketball player is like, well, who's he playing with? What's going on? And what are the team's expectations as well, right? There hasn't been that pressure to win the last couple of years because they're resetting and molding what this franchise is under this new leadership and building out this new focus, right? And so, yeah, if they want to say that, they can say that, but it kind of ignores everything else going on around him.
I'm with you there. Good points. You know, there's a lot going on. I want to get your thoughts around the league before we get you out of here. Let's talk about Dame Lillard. I mean, what the hell is going on? I mean, that's a major ordeal in order to get Turner, who I wanted the Hornets to get. I mean, Milwaukee just came out of nowhere, and I mean, they did Dame dirty. I mean, to cut him. I mean, with the kill, did Dame deserve that? I mean, yeah, Portland would have never did him like that. But go ahead.
That's brutal, man. It's brutal, and the injury itself and the blood clots, like it's such a bummer. I love Dame and a big fan of Dame Lillard, man. And his story ending this way, because there's a real possibility this is it for him. Given his age and the significance of that injury of the Achilles, right? Is pretty brutal. It's really brutal and really sad. And so Milwaukee, they know they're not going to get anything from Dame in the short term for at least a year or two. And so to stretch him for 5 years is like $22 million a year, something like that. It's a crazy number, but it's that or nothing. And you have Giannis and you have to go for it. You have to do these types of things. As long as Giannis is still around, you have to try to go for it. So adding Turner to the mix makes sense for them, but it sucks. I feel for Dame. It's a real bummer, man.
Yeah, I don't think he deserved it, but I mean, it's the NBA. I mean, I guess he know he signed up for. It's a lot of it is a lot of big time moves. How you think about Turner leaving Indiana, and what the hell is going on with the Pacers? I mean, it looked like it's all she wrote.
Yeah,
I mean, the East is crazy.
Yeah, once Halliburton went down, man, like I think they saw that they're not going to be good next year because there's no Halliburton, and they don't want to pay the tax for a team that's not going to be very good. So they're like, you know what? We're gonna punt. We're punting on this. I don't know if they own their first round picks. I don't know if they're gonna say, I'm not gonna say they're tanking or anything like that, but it's gonna be a steep fall. And I love that Pacers team. That was so much fun to watch, and another kind of sad ending for that run and for that fan base.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's crazy. So, I mean, I think that do you think the East is more wide open now?
Yeah, definitely. Boston, Pacers, all hurt, right? Milwaukee's weird. Orlando's gonna be tough, right? Atlanta's reloading, so it's gonna be it's already weird. There's room to slide up. I mean, everyone has a path to get into that mix now. But yeah, the top end I think is still pretty like tough because like what's Philly gonna look like? There's so many question marks with it too.
Right.
So I don't know. Compared to the West, it's night and day. Like the West is crazy. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that. But yeah, the East, there are holes there that some teams can take advantage of for sure.
What about Cleveland? They just picked up Lamelo Ball's brother, Lonzo Ball. What do you think he brings to Cleveland? And what does Cleveland? How does Cleveland fare in this Eastern Conference?
Yeah, Cleveland could be right in that thing too. Like they're in that mix for sure. They lost Ty Jerome, right? So Lonzo can slide in to that spot, and just keep it rolling. Yeah, like Cleveland can do some things.
Yeah, I think so. Now let's take it out west. Kevin Durant going to the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Houston? They look like they're building something.
They added Finney Smith and somebody else, right?
Clint Capella.
Oh yeah. So yeah, they loaded up. And they didn't give up much. Like I don't know how they didn't trade Jabari Smith. Like how they were able to keep. I don't know how Phoenix didn't demand Jabari as well as Jalen Green. Like that's crazy to me. But they pulled that off, adding Durant to an already really good team. They extended Udoka. They're going for it. So I respect it, man. I respect it. Houston was where the Hornets were not too long ago. So I want to see the Houston Rockets do good. I want to see the Detroit Pistons do well because we were right there with them in the basement. They found their way out of the basement. One day Charlotte will too. But yeah, Houston's nice for real.
Right. What's your thoughts on LeBron James and his contract situation that's been drawing a lot of rumblings? Rich Paul has came out and spoken. Rich Paul wants to let it be known that LeBron is watching. He wants to win, but they understand that Luka's there. It seemed like, and I don't even know who the hell this guy they picked up. I'm gonna keep it 100. I have never heard of this guy, Luara. I've never heard of him in my life. You understand? I swear to God, I ain't never heard of him. Right? So I'm trying to figure out who the hell is this dude. So what's going on with the Lakers and the state of what they got going on? What's happening with them? Is LeBron on his way out the door? Is this the beginning of the end for LeBron in LA?
So like, what's the beef? Like that he opted in for like 50 million, and
Well,
then
he's technically he's on an expiring deal for the first time in his career. This is his last
right.
year on his contract. This has never happened to LeBron James before. So it's either I don't know what's going to happen. I guess he watching the Lakers.
Yeah, and ownership just changed hands with them too. So
Yeah.
and they got Luka. They're on a different timeline now, right? And there was some stuff about them signing DeAndre Ayton, which if they're hoping that solves things for them, then it's gonna be a long day. I don't like the West is too crazy. If you can get Luka and LeBron into a series, you'll be competitive, but it's gonna be hard to get into that mix for them. It'll be really hard.
What you think about the New York Knicks? Because that's my team. I'm a Knicks fan, and I'm
You
not
excited about Borrego? Are you gonna hire Borrego?
Hey, I'm hearing Mike Brown. Mike Brown, he got the
I've seen
interview.
that too. Yeah.
I'm hearing Mike Brown is him. I heard about Borrego at first, but now the chatter is Mike Brown. I think he's gonna be the guy to get picked. I don't like any of them, to be honest with you.
What about Jay Wright? Was there any? That was like the internet thing. Was there anything to that, Jay Wright?
What?
Just doing the Villanova thing?
What you mean, the coach?
Yeah, Jay Wright from Villanova.
I heard about that. I heard about that, but they didn't go in that direction.
Okay, I figured it was just like a weird
Man, they look stupid. They called everybody. I'm surprised they didn't try to call Charles Lee because they was calling every head coach that was in the job. They got a lot of coaches paid. Kid working on a finalization on an extension.
Legit.
So they better thank New York. These coaches, they're the Coaches Association. They better thank New York. If you Carlisle, how long you want to be there for? What's going on in Indiana?
True.
Carlisle look like he want to hang around. He's gonna hang around for the long haul. He's gonna go through the BS. But I'm just saying the Knicks. I don't know, man. I hope they could be competitive out there. Is it a foregone conclusion that the Knicks are going to walk to the conference finals? And again, do you think? Are they the favorite?
Yeah, they should be the favorites. They should. I don't know what FanDuel and them have to say about it, but they should be the favorites. They should be the best team in the East next year.
Right. I'm with you.
I think Cleveland would be the only problem for them, unless Atlanta is somehow insanely better. Which they could be. You never know. But now, the Knicks should be the front runners in the Eastern Conference next season, I'd say.
Right. I want to bring this up again because I know we talked about it, but a lot of people want to know this about. I want to bring up Ace Bailey as well because they will be playing this Friday, Saturday, So make sure you pull up the Flight Sports Bureau, have coverage for you. I want to talk to you about him for a second because you've seen Ainge and company, do the unthinkable. Do you think Peterson did he have the cachet or the clout to pull a move like that off? Did they get scared off? Because clearly Ace Bailey would have came to Charlotte and played for the Hornets, no problem.
Yeah.
Do you think that they didn't have the balls, to pull that off? And what happened there? Why? Because what if Ace Bailey becomes the next guy?
Yeah.
I mean, this could be horrifying for Charlotte. I'm just saying. I mean, we may not be done here, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think Ace Bailey fits to what the Hornets want right now, and they got their star with Lamelo, and they got their other star with Brandon Miller, right? So if those are your guys, you have a chance to add a really nice, connective piece to it, a complementary piece to those guys in Knipple, especially because Edgecombe was gone, then I think you do it instead of taking a swing on a higher upside guy with Ace Bailey. Now, for me, they took a high risk, high upside guy into John Salon last year, and that was a 6th overall pick, 2 spots away. So if they keep that same logic for the 4th overall pick, it would fit in that sense. But I think they just like Knipple more and willing to, take the risk of if Bailey ends up being a better player in general, but Knipple being a better fit for what they want. And so they take that trade-off, especially if it means winning instead of having the better player. If Knipple leads to more wins, and can up, or then Bailey puts up better numbers, you want to be winning instead of just putting a better number. So I think that's where they're at. Utah, I think he's going to be awesome with Utah because they have marketing, right? But like it gets light kind of quick, even though they have some really nice guards, to be fair. But I think there's more room for Bailey to grow there than here.
Yeah, that's definitely a squad that I like. I'm keeping my eyes and attention on them. I think they're a good upstart team. A lot of our squads, we were there before. You look at the Knicks, where they are now. At one point, they was the Utah Jazz. Charlotte, at one point, they was the Utah Jazz. They are further along in their development than Utah. But let's see if Charlotte could complete that. So, Sam, man, in closing, let everybody know what you got coming up. I want to applaud you as well. You've been cooking lately. What's been inspiring this run for you? Because it's looking like you've been putting out some of your best content. You seem motivated. What's inspiring you to take the mic every day?
The product, man. They've been making smart moves. And as a fan who, I do this because it's fun. If I'm not having fun doing this, like it's not my full-time job, so I'm not going to do it. I'm only going to do it when there's things I'm excited about, things I'm happy about, or interested in speaking about. So lately, they've been doing a lot of things I've been more than happy to speak about. And so, yeah, I was looking at I think I've had 6 videos the last 2 days, something like that. I did 4 hours live during the first round of the draft. A lot of stuff on the channel recently. So youtube.com/Sam Dracula. And genuinely, as we go through all of this, I'll be making videos as things happen because the Hornets aren't done yet. I think they're far from being done with roster moves. I don't expect anything big, like massive or earth-shattering, anything like that. But big, smaller, and different. I'll be talking about it as it happens because I think there's a real direction here instead of the Hornets just kind of like doing things just to do it, signing guys just for the sake of it because they have cap space. Right? I think there's a real focus and something that's important to note and speak about and give credit to when it happens because there's far too many off seasons where the Hornets has been doing whatever. Now it feels like they're moving with purpose and it feels good as a fan.
Right. So what can the people expect from you? Got anything coming for Summer League or what you got planned?
Yeah, I'll live stream during Summer League when I can. I have the schedule on my phone. I think we're talking the 11th, the 12th, the 14th, and the 17th. Their times are weird, so potentially, but I'll definitely be making videos on that stuff as it happens. But going live maybe a little tough. But yeah, I'll be talking Summer League throughout the sessions and off-season stuff, and then get into roster predictions and season predictions, all that good stuff on my channel, youtube.com/Sam Dracula. So if you like Hornet stuff, come through. We'll be talking Hornet stuff.
You heard what the man said. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Sam Dracula. Like I said, he got things coming. He got a lot of videos out. If you miss anything, he got a lot for you to tune into. Sam, it was an honor to have you tonight. As always, a pleasure to discuss big time Hornets news with you. The people love to hear from you. I can't wait till we speak again. We all want the same thing. We just want success for Charlotte. We want the Hornets to get to where they need to get to. And we all have our different ways, but everybody's ultimate goal is the Hornets to be successful. And that's good. Sam, man, I appreciate you. We're gonna be back with you, man. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me. I'll always enjoy it. Y'all, I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right. Peace. Shout out to Sam Dracula in the house, man. He came through and touched bases with us here at Flight Sports, man. This is what it's truly all about. Again, we had a breaking news report today involving the Charlotte Hornets. They brought in Mann, re-signed Mann, pardon me. This is big time, y'all. The Hornets, they continue to do big things in the association, ownership, they are putting their fingerprints on the team. And we are just seeing it firsthand, y'all. This is truly the beginning of something special here with Charlotte. Now everybody got their own opinion on if they're gonna make this or they're gonna go that far, but I believe that they have put together a play-in worthy roster. And we're gonna see it. They got to get off to a good start. We know that. Let's see what the schedule look like. But if Charlotte could somehow get off to a good start, man, let's see what happens. Lamelo got to be that guy, man. I think Lamelo got to be that dog this season for them. You got to see Tyrese just went to the finals. You got to get in the mix. If you Lamelo Ball. Now they did their part. I got to give credit. Peterson and company, they did what they needed to do. Now, Lamelo, Miller, they got to do what they got to do. Bridges, they got to bring it. Bridges got to go to the cup. You got shooters now, Miles. The last thing we need to do is to see Miles Bridges out there launching up more threes than he go into the basket. That should never be the case no more now. I'm not saying that Miles shouldn't shoot because we know what he could do, but you want to make sure Miles is in the interior, especially with us having the younger people. When you got that young kid, even Musa to a certain degree. So you got some younger guys in there. He got to be that vet, holding shit down. He could do it. It's up to him. Stop focusing so much at the 3-point line. Miles got to work in the cup. You can open up the floor for them. You got some young guys on this roster. It's a nice crop of talent, young and old. You got to think Trey Mann wanted to come back to Charlotte, because I'm pretty sure he could have went somewhere else. Him having that injury helped, when with him being hurt. If Trey Mann wasn't hurt, he might have cost too much. So that's something to think about. There's a lot of things percolating. Jason said he had no spacing. Well, we're gonna see now. He should have spacing now. We're gonna see in the summer league how good the shooting is. And I'm not writing T-Jan off just yet. I want to see something from T-Jan Salon. He the biggest wild card on the Charlotte Hornets. Because if he pans out, man, I'm telling you, that he would accelerate now. Jay, what's the deal? Yeah, what's the deal?
Hey, look, what I'm gonna say, bro, from that video that I saw of T. John, bro, he looked a little bit bigger, man. Like he looked like he put on some muscle, man.
Okay, you mean he was working with
the one where he was working with Charles Lee.
Yeah.
And they had Jeff Peterson in the background, man.
Yeah, I saw that. So I mean, they working with this kid. They trying to get him right.
Yeah, he looked a little bit bigger, man. He looked a little bit stronger, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not ready to write him off just yet.
Yeah, man.
He can
shoot. I mean, he can shoot a little bit.
I'm keeping the pressure on him though, because I want him to pan out.
Yeah,
I'm not with that. He's this young guy and he got all this time and oh man, he don't count. We can't put it on him. No, oh hell no. He making millions of dollars. He gonna have to do something. Period. He gotta step up. Period.
I mean, Jeff do got a lot of he believes in him a lot though. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think he's gonna get shipped off in this year. Probably
no, not this year. Unless the right move pick up. No, I think if he flop again next year, he could be on the move next year.
Yeah, he could.
But if a big move come up, they might move him.
Yeah, but nah, I saw he been in the weight room, bro. He got a little bigger, man.
They'll see. They working with him. He a wild card.
Yeah, man.
Summer league. We're gonna go down the summer league. He should look good. He should look comfortable.
Yeah. And also with Ace Bailey, man, if they would have taken Ace Bailey, bro, that would have just proved to LaMelo that they not trying to put pieces around because Ace Bailey really he a star. He looking to be a star in his own right. You feel me? So if they took Ace Bailey, that would have been good for LaMelo, man.
What about for Miller? Not good for him either.
Nah, it's not good for Miller either because they play similar styles, man.
I think Brandon Miller is better than Ace Bailey.
Oh yeah, he's better, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like Ace Bailey, he's shorter than Miller too. I think Brandon Miller came in at like 6'7", the same height, and then he grew to like 6'8" or something like that. Now he's like 6'9". I don't know, but Miller, yeah, he's way better than Ace, bro. I ain't even gonna lie.
That's what I'm saying. I can't wait to see Brandon Miller play again, man. Brandon
And
Miller
also,
oh my god, he's the
yeah,
truth.
when you look at the interview, bro, like I looked at one interview with Jeff Peterson. He said that Miller, he was in the gym, he was looking really impressive. So I'm like, I bet you got something to look forward to next year, man.
Yeah, man. What about Miles? How big is Miles?
Miles, he gonna be the starting forward for sure, but we gonna definitely see a lot of dunks from him and a lot of drives, man. He gonna have way more space. He gonna have Brandon Miller, he can shoot. Lamelo, he can shoot. Khan, he can shoot. I mean, like Lamelo's not gonna be passing it to Green for a corner three no more. He gonna be passing it to Khan, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. Do the Hornets need to make another move?
I mean, if they really trying to push it, they could get another center. But like for this year, bro, we just gonna see how much. Like we gonna see how Cockburner goes. You know, like damn. I feel like Cockburner. He's a grown man, bro. He 23. He a grown man. He like the same age as Lamelo, bro. If he coming to the league, bro, he coming in like the full package. You feel me? Like he don't got a lot more to develop. He already spent 5 years in college, man. He a grown man, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. So in your opinion, do the Hornets get to the play?
Yeah, I think they are playing team now.
I think so too. I think we're sleeping on.
They got a bench.
It's a champion. It's a champion.
Yeah, like
He
they
ain't
got a
no
bench.
old dude either. But go ahead.
They got a bench now. That's the thing. Like, bro, when Lamelo and Brandon Miller stepped off the floor, bro, and then Trey Mann wasn't playing, bro. Yeah, it was rap. So we were playing it like we were a G League team when they were on the floor. Especially when Lamelo and Brandon were injured, and then Miles had to carry everybody. It was a G League team, bro. It was like the Hornets were a G League team at that point.
Yeah. I think they got the right pieces now. You know,
Yeah, like Jeff.
I'm pleased.
Yeah, if you Lamelo, you happy because you know Jeff's really showing you that you really the star. Like he putting pieces around you. He not trying to build a whole nother team, bro.
Yeah, well, he ain't just talking; they doing it. So
Yeah, like you got like at least 3 shooters around Lamelo, bro. And that's what they really needed. Also, the coach Charles Lee, he likes like a 5-out stuff. Like he likes to do 5-out. So if they got like a shooting center that can actually shoot like legit, and LaMelo's there, and then Miles could like do anything he wants like in the paint, bro. He could like drive with all that space, bro. It's over, bro.
yeah, I'm with you. You're making some good points there.
And our shortest player in the lineup gonna be like 6'6", bro. So like, come on, we gonna be a tall team, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's gonna be exciting.
Like I'm low key trying to do like I don't know, bro. I'm really excited for the next season, man. I'm trying to get to the next season already. Even the summer league, I ain't trying to wait 10 days till the next game, bro. I'm trying to see how these new players, pan out. You feel me?
Yeah, me too, man. So
I'm trying to see T-John because, bro, if T-John's still playing the same way, bro, yeah, bro. Like T-John, he need to show like he a dog in the summer league, bro. Because when you look at the footage, bro, they trying to teach him how to use like how to be physical, how to finish with contact. That's because like when we would see him play, bro, he would shoot from like 30 feet out instead of driving to the paint. Every time he drive to the paint, like the only time he really got a bucket was on fast breaks when he would drive to the paint. So if he can finish through contact, bro, he's certified, bro.
Yeah, man, good points there. Like I said, Charlotte, they're gonna do their thing. Just give them time. What we think about Miles Turner? You think the Hornets could have got him? I wish they would have got Turner. That
I
was the
don't
last
think
one I wanted.
I don't think Miles Turner would have wanted to come to the
I
Charlotte
see
Hornets.
that. I mean, because he went to Milwaukee, so he didn't have Charlotte on his radar.
Yeah, like he just got done being in the finals. He probably trying to like go to
They want to try to win it.
yeah. But if the Hornets got Miles Turner, man, they're a playoff team, bro.
Yeah,
Like, but one thing though, like like Lamelo, bro, he's kind of like Luca. He needs a center that can like get lobs. I don't think Miles Turner is gonna be looking for lobs all that much, but I know that Cockburner, he'd be looking for lobs, bro.
yeah. He's gonna be a good player for Charlotte. It's gonna be a good year.
And I seen the comment. He said trade Miles Bridges for a center. I mean, if they don't got Miles, who's gonna be their power
I'll hold
forward?
on.
Bro?
I hold on to Miles for Zion.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to hold on to Miles for the big Kahuna.
yeah, nah. If we get Zion, it's over with, bro. Zion, Brandon, and Lamelo, bro. Nah,
That's why I
that's
said you got to hold Miles for when they start acting up in New Orleans. It's coming. It's coming.
nah. Cause look, if we don't got Miles on the team and we got a center, then the power forward slide. I mean, who's gonna take it? T. John, bro. Like that's not gonna be good, bro. T. John can't be our starting forward, bro. Yeah, Cockburn, he led in dunks, man. So he a dunker, low key. Like,
Yeah, he could shoot too.
yeah, man, he can shoot a little bit too, man. He
Yeah,
like flirting.
listen. He's our center of the future. It's
Yeah,
just about getting him right. It's his rookie season. That's why it's so important. Why everybody's saying bring in a center, a veteran center, so you don't put all the heat on him right away. But
yeah.
he is the center of the future. Man, they have the center of the future. It's just he's the future. You
Like
know,
he could be the center of the future, or he could be like
midway
the
season
yeah.
in the middle of the season, then he able to take over.
Yeah, I think they might start him though, like depending on how he does in summer league. We gotta see. I'm trying to see him in the summer league, man. Like if he
Yeah.
does good in the summer league, he's gonna start, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to do something. He's gonna be able to do his drop coverage, play defense. He's gonna be able to make an impact. He's 7 foot. Something. So
Nah, he's 7'1", bro.
he's 7'1". So he's gonna block shots. He's gonna be a problem.
The only thing that's bad about him is that he's not that athletic. Like, feel me? Like he can't. I don't know if he can move like the same way Mark did when he first started with the Hornets. But he's smart, bro. He got good instinct.
Yeah.
Another thing is with Khan, man, he he's gonna be like a mid defender. He's gonna be like he's not gonna be a great defender. So we need like more defenders on the team. I ain't gonna lie. Like T John, he's a pretty decent defender. Like for his development wise, like that's his best thing is getting rebounds and defending. So we need more people like that because Lamelo or either that or Lamelo needs to get bigger, get stronger, or be better defensively, and Brandon Miller needs to also be a better defender because Bridges is like the best defender on the team at that point.
Bridges?
Yeah, Miles Bridges. You saw him play last year, man.
Of course. I don't know about him
Yeah, man.
defensively. Well, I mean, he was
Defensive. Nah, he's good. He's good on defense, bro. Whenever remember when he was guarding Kevin Durant, bro, for the whole game, bro.
Well, man, I gotta see
He was
more.
locking down Kevin Durant, man.
I want to see more out of Miles. That's all.
Yeah, man. When
I
he
like
was playing
Miles.
alone.
He's a good player. But it's just we gotta get a little bit more out of Miles.
Nah, because everybody was talking about trading him, but the coach was like, nah, he's our best defensive player right now. You feel me? But what do you think about Mark Williams? Like, you think he ain't have enough dog in him or what, man?
Mark Williams, man. I think that he was good. It's just he was hurt. I think they were just determined to get rid of him before, it all fell apart. Somebody gonna get stuck with Mark. It might happen in Phoenix. Phoenix. We're gonna see. But I mean, they overpaid. I think that it show you the value of an athletic center.
Yeah,
These athletic centers. They said the 5 position was going out of business, but look how much they paying for a center. So
yeah.
wait till in Utah give up Walker Kessler. That's what I'm hearing. Everybody
Oh
looking.
yeah,
Everybody,
Walker
everybody
Kessler
waiting.
in Charlotte,
Everybody,
bro.
everybody waiting on him.
Yeah, man.
Everybody waiting on him. So I mean, it's like
If
they
he come,
like
if he come to Charlotte, bro,
they want. No, they
it's
want him in L.A. They want. That's
Atlanta.
that's one L.A. waiting on.
Oh, in
They
L.A.
want him with Luca. That's their dream. To get
Nah.
Roman.
Somebody that's good for L.A. is Bam, bro.
Oh yeah, perfect. Damn would
Cause
be good.
he's like a high flyer. They need a high
And
flyer who could catch
trading
lobs
in
for
LA.
Luka.
And trading in LA.
Yeah,
I'll show you Pat Riley ain't gonna give LeBron no championship.
yeah, man.
Yeah, that'll be gifting them a title.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
Just give them Bam. So I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see, man, what's up with Lamelo and all these people.
And
What
we
you
got
think?
a lot of draft picks too. We got a lot of like second rounders, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're in prime position for a move.
Yeah, either that or they gonna pull a OKC and just like get a good draft pick every single time. Like pick a good player every time, build your roster, and then get a championship, like spending a low money, man. Because OKC they have like one of the cheapest championships, uh, in the past couple of years, man. Like they didn't have to pay everybody a whole ton to win that championship, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, if we could get more, we got a lot of second round picks, man. If we could get like a little package deal, you feel me? Maybe Zion, man. A couple of picks, put a couple of picks in, and then send Miles Bridges for Zion, bro. That would be great.
Yeah. You make I want to get to you about Dame. What's up with Dame? How they did Damian Lillard?
Man, look, bro. If you're the Milwaukee Bucks, man, and you trying to get Giannis a ring as soon as possible, I don't know if you want to wait for Dame to get better and waste the whole season. It's
Yeah.
like the same thing with Miles Turner. Like Miles Turner knew that the next season was not gonna, like, Tyrese was not playing the next season, so he's just trying to go to a team, go contend right away. Like you can't really. It's unfortunate, but if you're trying to get Giannis a championship as soon as possible, you got to drop Dame because he's gonna take you. He's out for a whole season, man.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, we're gonna find out. I mean, I guess that's the harsh reality of business. I think
Yeah.
Dame was happy. I don't think he never wanted to be in Milwaukee anyway.
Nah, he wanted to be in Miami, bro.
Well, that was when they had what's the name? I wonder where he's gonna go now. He might go to Golden State.
Golden State with Curry or no?
He might. I mean, right now, I think he should just sign a 1-year deal to go rehab somewhere. I mean,
Yeah.
and then to sign somewhere else. I think he'd be good on a young team.
I mean,
'Cause he
the
might go
Magic,
next
maybe
season.
the Magic. I don't know what type of deal they can make, but the
Yeah,
Magic,
go on somebody bench, encourage the bench. I mean, he'd be good for a young team.
yeah, man.
Go sit on that bench and get them encouraged. It'd be good if Charlotte could get him on the bench.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be. I know
Nah, but we got a lot of guards now, though. Like we gotta drop somebody.
He not gonna
Who you
play.
think? True that.
Okay,
But
he
he gonna be on
yeah.
the roster
I mean,
spot.
why the hell would you want to come rehab in Charlotte, right? I mean,
Yeah. No. The thing is, though, we building like a new facility, though. Like it's gonna
yeah.
be. They talking about it's gonna be the best facility in the NBA, bro. I don't know when that's gonna be done, but they saying, "Oh yeah, we're making a new facility." I don't know. When it's gonna be
I
done.
got the first principal league, New York City in the house.
Oh man, I had to touch in with y'all.
Listen,
Had to.
What's
you see what's
good,
going
man?
on? We got breaking news. The Hornets re-signed Trey, man. They got everybody in the frenzy. The Hornets out here making moves. What's the deal?
Well, I really came to talk about my man Jordan Clarkson, but you know what? I'm gonna go into
You
Trey
gonna
Man
get in the
first.
Clarkson.
I'll start with Trey Man. I think that was a signing that was again one of those like I've been screaming like I don't know why they tramping so much on the guards. I still think they need a big. I mean, I guess he's a good signing. It helps again just in case Lamelo goes down, but I guess I still think they need a big. That's not impressive to me, to be honest, Flight.
Right. Okay.
But it was needed for the team though. It was needed for the team. Even if
What,
you like you know what I mean, you secure his future to use him as an asset later, whatever that makes sense for a team. So I get that point. You know what I'm
What
saying? I'm
big you
not
trying
just
to
gonna say
get
that.
though, man? What big? Like which one?
Well, I mean, there's no real bigs out there right now. All the bigs is getting picked up. So I'm really shocked about Dame though. That's kind of crazy how the Bucks did that with Dame.
they did him dirty. They should have never did Dame like that. They did him like he was a nobody.
Yeah, I think he gonna go to a team like Miami. If he don't want to go to Miami, I could see him nice playing alongside James Harden on the Clippers.
I can see that. I think Dame is just gonna rehab this season. I don't think he's gonna play. Um, but you never know. He might come back. But I think that he's just gonna go somewhere to rehab.
Yeah,
Whether
like probably even Houston would be nice for him right now too.
yeah, go to Houston. Because he getting he could sign with anybody because he gonna make all his money.
Yeah, he already got
Milwaukee
his
still got
money.
to pay him.
So
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 he
now so
don't
now
have to
we're
worry
just
about
trying to
money.
just get a chip. That's how I look
Thank
at it.
you. He can go
But
anywhere.
that's how I look at this with this LeBron signing too. I look at that like him opting in because now 50 million to get that off of a books on a trade is not that bad if you look at like a Garland contract or even like a Mobley. You know what I mean? If Cleveland trying to really say, you know what, we're gonna bring LeBron in here for the last year and just run it up for the 23rd season and shoot they shot. I mean, he played with Lonzo. I think that will play good. He could play good. I mean, like especially if Lonzo's doing good. And I mean, you know what I mean. They decide to like move on with Mobley and decide to go for LeBron and or not even Mobley. Maybe a Hunter. Like give up a Hunter and maybe somebody else or something like that to try to make the contracts match. I don't know. Something like that. I was just looking at like that would be interesting though.
Yeah. What you think about Miles Turner coming over? We're gonna get the Clarkson. What you think about Miles Turner going to Milwaukee?
I think that's a good pickup too. I think that like he's a younger Brook Lopez, respectfully.
Mm,
Um, so I think that's solid for him and Giannis. They'll be in there going crazy. I think it also still gives your boy Kyle Kuzma little room to do what he got to do inside. I mean, inside the team, kind of like move around a little bit, kind of get shots in. Because then Mal Turner still like to shoot, so he will still spread the floor. So I think it will work out.
yeah. Good points. So let's get into Jordan Clarkson, like you said. How big of a pickup was this? It looked like Utah.
This was everything we needed right here. This was everything we needed.
Mm,
This is what I would say. I want him to go to the Hornets, and I stood on that. That's why I had to come back and tap in on this channel. I was like, bro, I was trying to get him to the Hornets. I'm happy he was available and was able to go to the Knicks because that's all the Knicks needed. The Knicks needed somebody to come off the bench that could just score, get some automatic points on the board, get stuff done like that. So I think that was perfect.
yeah, I'm with you there. Coach G TV says, I guess the Hornets are committed to super small ball. We're gonna find out. Hopefully the Hornets are committed to winning. So especially with all of these moves that they just made, I like it. Free agency is kicked off. The only thing I question is the Mason pickup, but outside of that, everything else has been pretty smooth. But something tells me that the Plumlee pickup might make sense. What you think about Mason Plumlee?
Mason Plumlee went well.
The Hornets re-signed him. They picked him up.
They should have never let him go.
Wow.
I liked him. I liked him with Lamelo. I thought they played well together, and that's what I meant. They need a
They
big
know it.
like
Yeah, that
that.
is true. He know how to play with them.
Yeah, he played well for them. Like he wasn't like the star.
He
I
was
felt
on the
like that was
playing team. He was
perfect.
on the playing team.
He played he played really well for them. Like not he wasn't like I said no superstar or whatever, but he definitely did his ones and twos. A good offensive rebounder. I'll take him.
Yeah.
He's no pushover neither. Like, you know what I mean? He's no pushover. Like, you're not just going to just, you know what I mean, just push him over or whatever like that. So I always appreciate that with too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I didn't even know they picked him up. That's good pickup. That's good pickup. I think the Knicks need somebody like that too, like a good pickup. You know, I hope the Knicks go for Drummond. Is Drummond available still?
I don't know. I ain't been watching.
Somebody in that nature, like just
DeAndre Ayton is still out there.
well, Aiton. I could really see him. You know, I wouldn't mind going and seeing him
Aiden
go to the
trash,
Hornets.
bro. Nah, Aiden don't fit the culture, bro.
The coach of the Hornets.
No,
Yeah,
yeah, I
he
heard
don't
he
fit
was
the
pouting
culture.
in Portland. Yeah, he shouldn't go to Charlotte. I heard that he was throwing tantrums.
He lazy,
not.
right? For the most part.
Yeah, he not like, bro. I saw a clip of him. He got pump fake. He put his hand up, looked at the rim. Then Jokic just got past him. Like, what are you doing, bro? Come on.
So you really think he should just go to the Lakers? Because that's what
Yeah,
everybody's
just
saying.
go to the Lakers at this one, bro. Don't bring that energy to the Hornets, bro. That's not what we need. Because I'm pretty sure that the Hornets, if they wanted to, they could have picked up Ayton. But nah, man.
I mean,
We don't need that.
yeah. I mean their hungerness, you know what I mean? Because that's really that's all I'm really looking for with the Hornets, man. And I'm not too much on trying to get the Hornets really that good neither, because respectfully they still on the East, so they still compete with my boy, you know, my Knicks and stuff. But I wouldn't mind them being a solid team. You know, Atlanta really surprised me as well.
Yeah.
Atlanta went crazy.
If you're a Knicks fan, you better be concerned.
Yeah, I ain't like that because you know the
I'm
Knicks
watching
did
it
good and
live.
then Atlanta did good too. So you know we gonna get that Trae Young bullshit again.
Trae
I
Young
don't
is the
really
only
like
one
that.
Yeah,
who
Trae
don't
Young, the
ever
villain. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
he gonna be Tyrese Halliburton 2.0 on us. He gonna
No,
be
bro, I don't need
Tyrese.
that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we just got rid of Halliburton. So we like, all right, cool. And now the Atlanta's starting to look good. Yeah, I don't like that, bro. I don't like that.
Yeah, let me tell you something, Trae Young would love to go against the Knicks. He would love it. He want the Knicks. How about that?
Nah, yeah, I know he does. But that's why I'm happy we got a dude like Jordan Clark. Jordan Clarkson gonna throw them hands too. You know, he ready. And I like him with Josh Hart, them two coming off the bench, former Lakers. I think that would be nice, bro. I really think so. Especially when like Miles Bridges is not hitting and them shots is available. Clarkson gonna take them.
Nah, he tough though. He's like a spark, bro.
Yeah, he's like a J.R. Smith, respectfully.
Yeah. You like a spark on the
You
team.
don't
Like
really
you
know
just
what you
he
really
go
gonna
off the
get from him,
bench.
but you
Yeah.
might get exactly what you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he come off the bench, bro. He could be like the main one who like gets everybody going, bro. And after that, bro.
So that's why I would say now the biggest question for the Knicks is who gonna coach them, bro? I'm hoping it's like Steve Nash or something. I wouldn't
I mean,
mind
I heard Mike Brown getting a second interview. What you think about him?
bringing Mike Brown back. No, Mike Brown. It wasn't Mike Brown we had before. It was
Mike
Woodson.
Brown
It
having a
was
second
Woodson.
interview.
It was Woodson we had before.
Yeah, I'm hearing
I
Mike
don't know. I
Brown.
don't know how I feel about Mike Brown, bro. Mike Brown
I
was
don't like
LeBron's coach, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about him. But I think Dennis Schroeder went to Sacramento, right? Dennis Schroeder, he went to Sacramento. I think that was a good pickup too.
I gotta look in. I ain't hear about Schroeder. I think so.
I think that's a good pickup too because they needed a point guard in that. You know, he's a solid, gritty point guard. Even bro, like I was saying too. What you call
Yeah,
it? Cousin went to
he went to
Atlanta.
Sacramento, bro.
Yeah, he went to Sacramento, right? Yeah, I was hoping like somebody picked him up too. He's just a solid backup point guard, bro. Karis LeVert went over to Detroit. That's solid.
Yeah. There's some good moves out there.
Yeah, but what you think? Do you think? What you think? What you call it too? Kevin Looney went over to New Orleans with back with Jordan Poole.
I don't know. New Orleans look like they're trying to compete, or I don't know. They look like
Yeah,
they
they grabbed Kevin Looney over there now too. I think that's pretty solid.
You got Zion there. It's just a changing of the guard, different pieces. You can't keep putting out the same bullshit. You got to eventually shuffle the deck, and that's what.
Zion just got to stay healthy and go on. You know what I mean? But C.J. McCollum left too, right?
Yeah, they sent him to Washington. Just get a new look in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, CJ for a minute. They ain't do shit. Shuffle the deck now.
So do you think
Murray
Bradley
is
Beal is
out.
definitely getting moved?
Who? Who?
Bradley Beal.
I mean, I don't know. He controls
He
his
has a
destiny.
player option, don't he?
And he got a no trade clause, so he
Got no
controls his
trade
Yeah.
clause,
destiny.
yeah.
So I mean, that's a tough situation with him.
Like he not gonna choose to go to a trash team. Like
But I don't think no team really wants him though in the league. I don't think.
Well,
nah, he got a really
they
bad
want him.
contract. He got the
They don't
worst
want to
contract in
overpay.
the NBA.
No, they think that they just gonna cut him like that, like Dame. That's what's gonna happen with Bill. They gonna cut him like how,
How they
like,
did? The way they doing with Aiden and yeah, because
what
but
they did to
I would
Dame.
say I wouldn't mind him playing side with James Harden. You think he could play with James Harden?
That's if he want to go to LA. It's up to Bill. Bill, you can't just send Bill
No,
anywhere.
no,
He
no.
got
Yeah, I understand it's the
him
clause,
and
but
LeBron. Him and LeBron, the only ones with a no trade clause. Carmelo had a no trade clause too.
yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like
it's a select few. You know what I mean?
you just got to be on your team for about 7 years, I think. No, not
Huh?
7. You got to be on there for your second contract or something like
I
that
don't know. I don't know. I just think I don't know
before you
exactly the
could be eligible.
ramifications. You got
You
to
got
be
to
one
be
of
on
them
there for
niggas.
like your second
You got to be one of them dudes.
contract. Huh?
I said you got to be one of them dudes.
I guess.
Nah, he was that dude in the Wizards though. Like that's why he got that contract.
Now he got that contract to be honest because they was going through that rebuild phase, and he knew that was the only way to protect himself from getting traded throughout in that rebuild and in Washington. But when he came over, Phoenix should have reneged on that no trade clause, but they didn't, so it's gonna cost them now.
Hey, but do we think that the Hornets could put like a Detroit? Like Detroit came out of nowhere, man. They started playing good like in the second half,
Well,
bro.
it would take for me what I think it would take honestly is if everybody would if they really believing in this rookie like they say they are, like he really could come in and do his numbers with Lamelo but that's all it would take because Lamelo never really played with solid players, bro, and that's my stance. I feel like he made Miles Bridges a star, like he made him a star. So other than that, like it was the Terry Rozier, all of that, they were solid players at the time, but none of them wasn't really like moving the goalposts for him to really be like
Yeah,
yeah.
like bro, Lamelo ain't never played with a player like Brandon Miller, bro. Like
Just look at it like this: he never played with an All Star before.
yeah,
Period.
yeah,
Everybody else in his draft class all had All Stars next to them. When you look at Karl Anthony Towns, Garland, even Halliburton, they all Maxey, they all had All Stars next to them. He don't never had one.
yeah, man. And then, bro, if Brandon
And then you
Miller
and
is
then
like
you got to
an All
think of it
Star
too.
next
Then you got
season,
to
bro.
think of it. Then you got to even make sense of it too. Like remember, he wasn't even supposed to be the third pick. Respectfully, he was supposed to go number 2 to the Warriors. And then if you even look back on it, right, it really goes back to like KD being a dickhead. Respectfully, when he got traded to Brooklyn, you know what I mean. He was like, "Nah, you're not just going to trade me just for player for player. You got to throw a pick in there." And once they threw that
Yeah,
pick in there, that pick ended up being Lamelo Ball number 2. So that pick was really for Brooklyn. Like you know what I'm saying? So like the Hornets really lucked up. Like you know what I mean? Like word. Because if the Warriors would have drafted him, you would have seen a whole different type of Lamelo. He would have been on the West Coast. He would have been playing with All Stars. It would have been a different type of effect, right? Like
yeah, but like Curry was still there, bro. That was before they got another chip, bro. Curry was still like that.
that was not, but this was the year before they got the chip, right? But that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. So it would have been because remember they ended up trading D'Lo for Wiggins, and that's how they end up getting, you know what I mean, getting over the hump. But if they would have had Lamelo, they would have never even got, you know what I mean, needed to get D'Lo because that's why they got D'Lo because they needed another guard because they went with Wiseman instead. So it was all kind of all over the place. The spilled milk now, but that was all definitely Luke Walton at the time being the assistant coach. Didn't really want to fuck with the Ball brothers. You see what I mean? And, you see how that affected him.
yeah.
Where Luke Walton at now, respectfully?
So I don't know, bro. But yeah, bro, like honestly, bro, I feel like the Hornets could pull a Detroit and just like come out of nowhere and be that one team. Because remember last season, Detroit was, you know where they was at, bro. They was the worst team, bro. They were like about to beat the Wizards for like the worst record or something like that. I don't know what it was, bro. Something like that, or maybe us for the worst record, bro.
It
But they
would
were
take
bad, bro.
it would take honestly like it would take that rookie respectfully, not to put a lot on that rookie, but it would take that rookie to
Well,
have
T.
to
John
come
or
and
the center?
the rookie, the point guard, the
Oh,
guard from
Con,
Duke. Yeah,
Con.
Khan. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna take Khan
But he already
to really be
certified though.
like he gonna have to play like rookie Lamelo. Like, you know what I'm saying? He gonna have to come out like, oh yeah, I'm the rookie, I'm that dude. And Lamelo's now like, yeah, I'm that all-star now. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he
Yeah,
he will be the all-star for Lamelo that he needed. Like, you know what I'm saying? It would take
but
something
ain't
like
ain't
that, you
Brandon
know?
Miller already the All Star that Lamelo needed?
Nah, hell no. Brandon Miller's a respectfully like a third option, like I won't even give
What?
him a Clay in this sense. He'll be like a Draymond.
Yo, Brandon Miller is a Draymond, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree
Like,
with you on that one, bro.
because like, look, this is what I'm talking about in the sense of like, cause like, right, when the Warriors had when they had their three players, it was Curry, Clay, then Draymond, right? So what I'm saying, it would be in this case, the rookie will have to be the Clay, and it will be Curry.
So you talking
He
about
would,
like he just be a shooter? You feel me?
yeah, he would just got to be the shooter
Like the
and
second, the
drive.
second shooter.
Yeah, he just got to be the second shooter, and
But
Miles Bridges got to be that high flyer, bringing it back to that rookie when Lamelo was a rookie. He got to be like that, like before all the cases and all that weirdo shit. He got to be on that type of timing,
yeah,
and they'll be alright, bro. And then Lamelo just do what Lamelo do. Like, Lamelo just got to stay healthy, and that goes
yeah,
without saying. That just goes without saying.
yeah. But I think Brandon Miller, he's a second option. I don't think he's a like shooting wise, like kicking it out
But like
to
a second option weirdo, because see that's what's gonna make it really complex, because right, if he's the second option, then I mean Khan is not gonna be able to do much. He's not gonna be able to grow.
nah, cause Khan like he's not gonna be like, bro. Khan is like a player that you just plug and play. Like, all right, while Lamelo and Brandon are doing their own things, Khan is gonna get so much space, bro, to shoot that when niggas,
So
bro,
you don't want Khan to facilitate like that.
he can't facilitate if he's on the second on the second end, or if he I mean second
Second
rotation. But
tier.
yeah,
Nah,
if
I
he
think so. So you put him on your second. I thought they
no
would
no
play
I
him as
have him
like the
on my
shooting
first.
guard.
I have him on the shooting guard. But the thing is
Right.
that
Okay.
when Brandon and Lamelo are on the floor, bro, they're the main focus. Like, nobody's gonna be focusing on Khan until he actually is like starts shooting. When he actually starts shooting, bro, it's like
And you see,
you're gonna
right?
have three shooters on the team.
But that's what I'm saying. Once that happens for Khan, right? Brandon Miller has to just be a shooter and a slasher. He will have to just be the shooter slasher. He got to be like a
Khan
Paul
can't
George
flash
kind of
though.
player.
Like
And
Brandon
you just
Miller is
got two
more
floor
well.
generals on the floor, huh?
Brandon Miller, he's like a more well-rounded player, like than Khan. Like Khan could
That's why I
shoot.
said
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Indiana Paul George.
yeah. That's his.
Yeah,
Like he
that's the
said,
type
that's
of
how
player you
who he
want with
models
him.
his. Yeah, that's who he models his game around. Paul George.
Yeah, but that's respect. But see, the thing is, Draymond just plays it from a power forward position, center position, right? So it
He
looks
can
different, but
pass.
it's the same. It's the same kind of effect. What I'm kind of getting at, like, you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
your two main scorers and facilitators will be Khan and Lamelo. You feel
Nah,
me?
nah, 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 nah. Your two main facilitators be Khan and Lamelo, but
That's
scores
what I
is
said.
Lamelo and Brandon. If you want to score, you pass the ball to Lamelo or Brandon, not Khan, because Khan, you give it to him when everybody's doubling you. Like, let's
Well,
say,
that's what I meant. Well, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I
yeah,
meant.
so you just pass it out to him in 3-point line, he knock it down. He don't really
Right.
like you
Or
pass
he
it to
could he could
Brandon Miller
probably.
as
I don't want too much of him making his own shots. That's too much dribbling for me. If I rather him just take it on the drive, like if he gonna get it on the wing, just take it
Who,
and
Con?
go or shoot it. Not
Con
too
or
much
Brandon?
dribbling.
You talking about Brandon or you talking about
I'm
Con?
talking about Brandon.
Nah, Brandon. The thing is that like he said that he needs to work on his dribbling. Like that's the thing. Like it's just like that's the main thing he needed to work on. That's why when they asked him like, oh, what like why is like your injury bad? It's because the main thing he needed to work on is dribbling, bro.
Yeah, he needs to
So
get in that. He needs to get a Lamelo bag. Like if
nah,
he can get
he
like a
can't do that.
Lamelo
Nah,
bag,
Lamelo's bag is different. Like he needs to just get a like a Paul George bag. Like, feel me?
or even a Carmelo bag.
Nah, cause Brandon Miller he don't do like pull up jumpers like that, bro. He used to, but like the coach doesn't want him to do that no
We
more.
need that mid range from him though.
He wants him to shoot threes now. He doesn't do pull up mid no more. Like he used to do it in college, but I'm talking about like comparing Con to Brandon, bro. I'm taking Brandon any day, bro. Because Brandon's more versatile. He can do
So
everything.
all right. So would you have went Bailey over Con?
No, because we already have Brandon. If we ain't have Brandon, I probably would have considered Bailey
All
more.
right.
But
So would you have went what's the Duke? I keep forgetting his name. The big man from Duke. The one that went to Phoenix.
nah, I wouldn't have considered
Man.
him either. Because when you look at the Hornets, bro, the main thing they struggled on last year was 3-point shooting. Like the best team. I mean, the worst team was like the Magic, and then the Hornets were like the second worst team, so they needed a shooter. Like Lamelo, bro, he gets doubled every single time he goes to the rim when Brandon Miller was injured. So he needs somebody to pass it out to. Like if he doesn't have nobody to pass it out to, bro, I mean he's just gonna have to just do everything himself, bro.
Fair enough.
That's why getting the shooter was important. That's why they try to get Don Connect because he needed somebody to pass out to, bro.
Nah, yeah. I liked that Connect pickup too. I thought that was gonna be nice.
I was excited about that, but especially because Don Connect was gonna get way more
But to be
playtime.
honest, Connect reminds like he plays like Con, right? Is that fair enough?
Connect is like a Pokemon evolution lower than Con, bro.
Lower.
Yeah, like
All right,
Con is better
all
than
right. Then yeah, all right, then yeah. I'm not too far off. I'm not too
like
far. So he'll be the
like
Charmander to the Charmeleon.
basically, bro.
Nah, not a Charizard though, but a Charmeleon.
Like look.
Con is the Charmeleon, and a Connect Four was a Charmander.
Bro, whoever I look, I'm not into Pokemon that much. I know the names and everything, but whoever is like basically Connect is like tier 1 and then Con is like tier 2. You feel me?
All right, no problem. But they're not tier 3 though. There's another level to it though, right?
Nah, there's another like tier 3 is like Clay, bro.
All right, there we go. All right, there we go. All right, I take that.
Yeah, bro.
That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for right there.
Tier 3
All
is
right.
Clay, bro. Ain't nobody beating Clay.
All right, so Clay. All right, so all right, that's fair enough. So then, if you saying Con could get to the levels of Clay, and then we got a Curry, and then we got our slasher. Yeah, I'll take that because then that would be like the Jimmy Butler kind of like vibe. If he could get his defense right, if Brandon Miller could get his defense, he could lock in like
Yeah,
Jimmy.
but I'm thinking that LaMelo he passes better than Curry though. Huh?
Oh yeah, I believe that. I believe his father was right. He's better than Curry.
Oh, nah, better than Curry. Nah, that's wild. Nah. That's what I ain't saying. I ain't say LaMelo was better than Curry. I'm saying he can pass better than Curry.
You didn't say it. I said it, bro. I said
You
it.
said
It's
okay.
okay.
I'm gonna just make that clear, bro. I'm gonna just make that clear.
It's okay. It's just you just gotta let all of the chips fully fall, and you know what I mean. We talking about like a 10-year, 12-year gap, right? Like let it all play out. When they all said and done, when we all in our rocking chairs, we'll talk about it, and we'll have the fair comparison to say yeah. But we need Lamelo to stay healthy.
That's a tough task, man.
Bro, when everybody in their rocking chairs, Curry's still gonna be looked at as better. Lamelo doesn't go too much yet. He too. Even though he's still a young player, he's too deep in his career right now as it stands for him to even have a conversation to be in the same conversation with Ant Edwards.
Whoa,
like he
barely be on the court. Yeah, he barely on the court.
You wilding. You
Nah.
bugging. You
Cause
bugging.
Bugging for
look,
what?
when you look at Lamelo, bro, when he first started the season, he was averaging like a good 30. The only person averaging more points than him in the beginning of the season was like Giannis, bro.
I get that, but at the end of the day, when it comes to Lamelo, the
LaMelo
only
just
thing
got to
I'll
be in
give
the right
Lamelo
situation and on the right
defensively,
team.
he do defensively. Lamelo one of them
He be
players where
hacking,
like he play off ball defense better than on
Bro,
ball defense.
but come on, we
He ain't
not talking
changing.
about Curry being a stopper neither. So like
No,
that's
but
what I'm
I ain't talking
saying,
about
He
bro.
Curry.
talking
I
he
talking
When
about
talking about
Curry,
Ant. He
I
what?
talking
talking
about
about
Ant.
Ant.
He
When you
talking
put
about
Ant
Ant.
on the court, if
All
his
right, that's different.
shot ain't going in, you got a legitimate wing defender, elite wing defender that if he just locked in
All right.
defensively only.
That's two
But if
different positions
if
for me, though. Respectfully,
Lamelo shot not going in, you got an elite passer on your team, bro.
But
that's a different position for me. Pause. Like I feel like Ant is in that like Dwayne Wade conversation. You know what I mean? LaMelo's more so in the point guard situations, which are like your Jason
He's
Kidds.
in the Luka
the
conversation.
the reason why I don't
All
respect the
right, if you want to
passing
put him in there real
aspect of
quick.
it is because at the end of the day with the passing, you can't really take over a game passing if your shot ain't going in. Like you got
No,
to
you
have
can't take over game
some type
passing
of
if your
threat.
team is not good.
Even
What?
if you can have the all-time greatest three-point shooters around, the best passer ever. At the end of the day, if you ain't really a threat as a scorer at the passing
Lamelo a
position,
threat though.
I
He's a
understand it.
threat.
But we talking about if his shot ain't falling.
They was guarding him full court, bro.
But we talking about if his shot ain't falling. Under the premise of his,
Nah, his shot always gonna fall, bro.
but
Come
but
on, bro. He averaged like
okay,
30,
but
bro.
I get that. Okay, so what a record been has he been doing all this? And this goes to why people don't feel like he's a winning player. What is a record in the midst of all this out of all the scoring he doing?
Bro, you can't talk about record when Trey Mann was injured. They have no bench. All right, tell me this.
No, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think the roster good enough to be considered a roster where it's like, oh, if he dropped 30, they should win games. All I'm saying is, him dropping 30 and him dropping 30 and being consistently dropping 30 don't mean nothing because we've seen him done that with a bad team until they get a good team around him. It ain't shaking the way. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, if you a player like Ant, I can work with a player like Ant with bad teammates because I know if I put a bunch of
Bro. When
defenders.
have you ever seen Ant on a bad team, bro?
No, but I understand that. But what I'm saying is, defensively, I know he can show up and take over a game. Offensively, I know he can show up and take over a game. So if one side ain't working, which is offense, the defense gonna work because that ain't nothing but you just
You still
wanting to
not
play
gonna win the
defense.
game, bro. Because if you the main offensive threat and you not your shots not falling, bro, you
Remember
open.
all them Celtics years after they trade out Paul Pierce and all them and Rondo by himself and Rondo was getting like 15, 20 assists damn near every few nights. It seemed like every few nights, like 13 assists, 14 assists, and they still been losing. It don't matter how good of a pass you is if you in the threat offensively, you just gonna be a passing ass motherfucker.
Bro.
Give me a player that if you take away his offense, he can shut me. He can shut somebody else down. Like if we playing the game of 1-on-1 and we talking about Ant versus Lamelo, I do agree Lamelo is the better offensive player. But when it comes to offense, it's all about if your shot going, if your rhythm going. Every player in the NBA, I don't care how good you was, everybody don't have a. Curry's the best shooter we ever seen ever from the 3-point line. Why he ain't going 100% every night? Why he ain't doing 80% every night? Why he ain't shooting 90% every night? You know what I mean? People have bad games. Some people be off. Some people got to get in the rhythm. By the time they get in rhythm, as late in the game. So when I look at Ant, it's like, okay, cool. Ant shot ain't going in. He playing against Lamelo. Lamelo shot ain't going in. So at the end of the day, what cancels out whatever? Defense.
All right, look, bro. You view all right. Look at Tyrese Halliburton. Do you think that LaMelo Ball is on the caliber of Tyrese
I
Halliburton
think
if
he
he had a good team?
offensive. I think he offensively better than Halliburton. But what Halliburton do for that team, I don't think Lamelo can do
Do you
that.
think, or so you don't think LaMelo could pass as well as Tyrese Halliburton?
I think he a better passer than Tyler Halliburton. I don't think
Okay,
that's
so he's a
all
better
Halliburton
passer
do.
and he's a better. All right, so you telling me this? Tyrese Halliburton, he averaged like what, like 14 points? What's it called? Like 17 points, right? He wasn't even the main
Yeah.
guy scoring in the whole entire playoff series,
Not even
the
the
whole
whole
entire
season.
series.
He ain't even been like the way
Yeah,
we view Halliburton in the playoffs is not how the season played out for them. He always
exactly,
just
bro.
been a popular role player if you really think about it. He ain't a
Yeah,
superstar now.
so you think that his passing didn't carry like his team, bro? You
Who
telling
said
me
that?
he wasn't the main passer in the team, bro? So you think? I mean, he wasn't the main scorer on the team. So you think that his passing didn't carry the team, bro?
No, it's passing
Because
ain't carried the team.
Tyrese's defense is not like amazing. You feel me?
But I'm gonna give you an example of what carried this team, right? Let's look at the finals. When you look at when you asking Siakam to do, everybody looking at the scoring, he giving you 20, 25, whatever on a certain night. Where that's why he won the MVPs that he won. He doing all that offensively, and then on the defensive end, he's still playing your best 3 to 5 or 3 or 4.
That's what Brandon Miller gonna be though, bro.
But Brandon Miller ain't a defender. Brandon Miller got size, but he ain't a defender. Brandon Miller, you can use him as an initiator to certain offenses, but like how my man said, he ain't gonna just pull up on you. He one of those catch and shoots, or if he got like a good little space and like he ain't KD. He ain't gonna just shoot over just anybody. He need to have some type of space when he's shooting and just pulling up from anywhere. He ain't a dynamic scorer because, like I said before,
Bro, you
before
ain't
he even
watch him last season, bro.
I watched him last season. I did this. I don't know if this is embarrassing or what, but I watched them live more than I watched any other NBA team because I live right next. I live close to them. I've seen a lot of Brandon Miller games in person. When I say in person, I'm trying to make him seem like because I see him in person, I
You
know
got the
more.
season pass, bro.
What I saying is when I at the games, I watching him on the bench. I watch him how everybody interact with him. I see how people view him on the bench. I seen all these different things that's not on the court. So when people be like, oh, when I tell everybody, like, yeah, if you look at Brandon Miller, a lot of them games, like, look at a good chunk of them games, he's standing in the corner. Like, he just standing in the corner, he ain't really doing nothing because they want to use
What
him
about
as,
when Lamelo wasn't on the court though, bro?
well, they had to force feed him. They had to force offense. That's why they ain't been winning shit. Or
Come
if they
on, bro.
win,
When Lamelo had to hop off the court, bro, he scored 30 something, bro. Twice.
I'm not going to dispute no NBA player ability to score. You just going to scoring as a qualifier for what you're saying, but you got to look at the full aspect of the game. Like I said earlier, what Tyrese Halliburton does for Indiana, I don't think LaMelo will be able to fill that role because he's a dynamic scorer. He is in the ilk of Luka. You do the perfect team to build around Luka. The same. I mean, the same team you would build around. You would want to build around Luka. The same team you definitely got to build around LaMelo with. You need somebody who can run who can run in the catch log. You need that a pointed attack offender as far as a two guard, but that two guard also got to be somebody that can handle the ball so LaMelo can play off ball because not only is he like an elite on ball player, he's an elite off ball. You would want LaMelo off ball more so than on ball because you can get him in a bunch of different actions off ball. You can get him open so he can have space off ball. That's why when you look at all the players they bring in, they have Rozier there, but Rozier the scoring point guard. He ain't necessarily about to get on ball and now turn into some facilitating guard. They just need one of them guards. Trey Mann. Trey Mann is a defender, but Trey Mann ain't necessarily somebody you won't be like, yeah, go ahead and make decisions for us all game if LaMelo hot from playing off ball positions. Because you really only want the ball in LaMelo hands in situations where he you only want him predominantly with the ball in his hand if it's like in situation where you need to go get a bucket and we ain't got time to run action. We ain't got like it's
Who, Trey
late in the
Man?
fourth quarter. Huh?
You talking about Trey Man?
No, I'm talking about LaMelo.
LaMelo?
That's the only time not only time, but the best time to have him on ball, where I prefer to have on ball is in situations where it's like, damn, we trying to get LaMelo off the screen to get on this wing, but they seeing it two over there every time he come on the side of the court, and we know he want to go to his right or he want to finish on his right from this side. But when they look at all those analytics and they look at all these different things that make LaMelo good off ball, they're gonna be like, well, shit. The best way we can get him the ball in this position, 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, we need a bucket, is letting him bring the ball up court. That's when he on ball. You don't want him off ball in a situation because they can just deny all game with LaMelo. Because LaMelo ain't necessarily one of them players where like when he running through screens, like it's hard to be with him. Like he ain't necessarily Curry out there off screens. If you look at him, most of his career been hung with the ball in his hand, starting offense. But he ain't never played. Oh, not I said never, but if you look at his play style from when he been in high school, the play style I put on the most is running with your hair on fire. So if that's the type of offense he want to run, and you got Lamelo with Nick Richards, who ain't the high flyer. You got him with who else they had a big Mark Williams, who's an injury prone player. Not saying Lamelo ain't injury prone himself, but it's like you got to run around with a team that don't fit them. But at the end of the day, what is that 30 points getting you? That 30 points again, what is that getting you? It's still getting you a loss. Whether you got a good team with you or a bad team with you.
So what are you trying to argue though? Like what you trying to argue?
No, I ain't trying to argue now. What I'm saying is when you build a team with LaMelo, the
You say
reason
he not
why,
a winning player?
oh yeah, he ain't a winning player. I mean that's factual.
Bro, he's a winner. Bro, come on, bro. Let's not talk nonsense right now, man. LaMelo's not a winning player, bro.
No.
Yo, bro. So this whole time you trying to tell me that LaMelo's not a winning player, bro?
I mean, I'm trying to tell you that the whole time. I mean, that kind of might been my opinion on this channel for a little minute. Like, I don't think he played winning basketball.
Why don't he play winning basketball? Give me 3 reasons, bro.
He don't play winning basketball because at times in the game where it's like, okay, cool, LaMelo just firing up shit from whatever. Don't get me wrong, he got a lot
He's
of
flying shit up because nobody else in the team could score, bro.
I
He's passing to Daquan
get
Jeffries,
that. I get that, but you know how players like Chris Paul, players like LeBron, and I know I naming Hall of Famers, so it might not be fair at this point, but you know why players like that great? Because no matter who they got on their team, and Chris Paul more so than LeBron, because LeBron, you can make an argument that he always need all-stars or whatever. But with Chris Paul, if you look at them Clipper days with him and the lob threats, when they were saying that been a big three, that ain't never been a big three. That been Chris Paul working magic. That been Chris Paul carrying that team, manufacturing his own assists,
and the Clippers
making plays from his own mind, seeing the defense, reading what he read, knowing exactly personnel on her side and on the defensive side.
bro.
That's
They
how
ain't they have
winning
beyond.
Go
They
ahead.
have like Jordan on their team, and they had a Blake on the
Yeah,
Clippers.
2 lob threats. That's all they been.
Bro,
Think about it.
What?
You don't.
What?
So you don't think DeAndre? You don't think
You don't
DeAndre
think if
Jordan been a lob
LaMelo had
threat?
the same team, he could have done the same
No.
thing, bro?
That's why I say you misconstruing the
Bro,
argument to going back to
we comparing Blake Griffin and prime DeAndre Jordan to motherfucking bro, come on.
No,
I'm not
okay,
even trying to,
DeAndre Jordan, but what is
we
two
comparing
men?
that to having
It's not
Beaches on your
it's,
second string, bro.
No,
I ain't gonna lie.
it's not a comparison. The only reason why I bring that up because I've been trying to show you this is how good Chris Paul had 2 lob threats looking. We can say what everyone say about Chris Bluffer.
LaMelo don't even got one lob threat, bro. The only one
And
he got is Miles Bridges, and he's like 6'6".
I get that, but that's what I'm trying to say about the team that you want to build around him. You build a team around him the same way you build a team around Luka. Give him some lob threats, some big long
But
plays.
you trying to argue right now? You trying to
But
argue that he's not a winning player? You not
okay, I give you my point with the Chris Paul thing. Chris Paul make 2 lob threats look like a big 3. That's because he understand the game. He played winning basketball. I know Chris Paul be having times where they say, "Oh yeah, like he damn nut up in the last for whatever they want to say about Chris Paul." But Chris Paul control the game from tip to tip. Pause. Every team you see of Chris Paul when he make the team better because he understand basketball. It ain't about the talent. It's about the player that you put the ball. You trusting him to distribute. You trusting him to facilitate. You trusting him to break down the defense. You trusting him to do all these different things. Now put that on LaMelo play. I understand he got a bad team, but at some point, if LaMelo really the player we want, that we feel like he is, that's a winning player, he will find a way to lift that team up to at least be a damn 8-9 seed when you got teams in the East
what
that's weak.
you are, yo.
No, listen. I understand.
Nah.
I understand he got a team right now where it's like ain't really no direction.
Bro, last year we had a G League team. You don't understand,
But
we didn't have DeAndre Jordan. We didn't have Blake Griffin, bro. We had a G League team, bro.
I understand y'all have.
Bro, we had Josh Green.
What I saying is great players that I feel like are winning players. Players like I said, I look at LaMelo like one of those players where it's like shit. I can see him in the Luka conversation at some point, but at the end of the day, it's like
he's a winning player. That's why you can see him in the
with some no names. We watched Luka with some no names. But he like the only name you could have not saying that just putting everything on name, but it's like that year when
All right,
he
what season? Tell me what season, and I'm gonna look up the roster and name you the names that he had no names, bro.
the thing when he hit the last season with Jalen Brunson. What year that been? Okay, Kyrie been in for like 2 years now. I'll say that's 2022, 2023 when they had beat not when they beat when they had get to the conference finals and they had lose Golden State. When Golden State had beat Boston. I want to say that's the year. I'm pretty sure that's the year. But he had Jalen Brunson. So I think he had Dinwiddie on that team. He had, and you ain't gonna argue Dinwiddie as a star or some damn main factor into winning the game. Who else they had on that team? Dorian Finney, who just signed. I forget who he signed with, but he just he been with Lakers and he signed with somebody else. Lowe, the center, Loewe. I forget his first name, but Lowe. I don't call nigga Zach Lowe. I think that's a reporter. He ain't really had nobody on that team. And I think they been like a top 6 seed in the West. In the West, you were talking about Ant team. Yeah, Ant had Cat. You might look at. Cat is an all-star. I ain't gonna take nothing from Cat.
Cat is all-star, bro. Let's not do that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna take nothing from Cat. I can't even argue that because he is all-star. But it's like when I look at Ant, I don't care who you put on that team. With Ant gonna take that. Ant get into the fucking playoffs. And I ain't saying that like, oh yeah, like we got an example that we can look at and prove or disprove because it's all speculation and conversation right now. But at the end of the day, it's like I know Ant ain't got to get hit on defense. I know you got defensively high Ant. Ant issue right now is I don't even want to see shot selection. Ant, I know. I can't even say what a problem is because he do be having them games offensively that's like 14 points, bro.
Look, I'm looking at all the players that Luka played with right now, bro. I looked at like
you can't do that. You gotta look at that roster that I talking about.
No. I'm talking about the roster. I'm talking about the roster. I'm talking about the roster.
Right.
Right now, bro. Like I'm looking at the roster. Like it's showing. I'm clicking on the player and it's showing me what they're averaging right now. I'm assuming that they're playing around the same amount, like around the same.
No,
except for Jalen Brunson. Except for Jalen Brunson.
You can't. That's not how you talk about. That's not how you think basketball. That's not how basketball works.
He played with Davis Bertans, bro. You know he's solid, bro.
Who?
Davis Bertans, bro.
Burton, man, listen.
He's solid.
When you say solid, what is solid?
Because I would like a good role, like a decent role player, bro.
Man, this man been a catch and shoot big that wasn't a rebounder, that wasn't a shot blocker, that wasn't a rim runner. Man, Brian, we talking about the Mavericks at this point. We talking about I root for the Mavericks. I ain't gonna say, but sit there and I'm a die-hard Mavericks.
All right. Who would you rather start for your team? You rather Davis Bertans start for your team, or would you rather T-John Salon, bro? Come on, keep it real. T-John Salon.
I mean,
he started a couple of games.
But that's why I keep saying you can't view basketball like that because every team runs different things. Every team.
But you telling me that oh yeah, Lamelo, Luka had a bad team, this and that. I mean, Lamelo had a worse team last season, bro.
What I'm saying is when you a great player, you can lift a bad team. I ain't saying you're gonna lift them to a championship, but you're gonna lift them to a certain extent.
I mean, when your team is the worst 3-point shooting team in the league besides the Magic, you can't do shit, bro. What do you want? You want him to shoot for him?
One player
you want him to get him on 2K and make him shoot?
Name one player on the Detroit Pistons better than Lamelo right now.
Oh, what? Well, nobody's better than Lamelo.
It's not about being better than Lamelo, but I
asked the question because I trying to see something real quick. Name the player on the Pistons roster that's better than Lamelo right now.
Nobody, but they have a team.
So, but they have good role players, bro.
Okay, so what's the
look? They have Malik Beasley. He could shoot, bro. Yeah. He could shoot.
But no, you don't even got to talk about. You can talk about the Thompson. You can start with Thompson.
Listen, that's the point. That's the point they're trying to make.
Tobias Harris on the Hornets. Bro.
Okay, so who would be the best player? Who would be the best Pistons?
Tim Hardaway Jr. He can shoot too.
See,
bro.
y'all don't understand.
Come on,
Not y'all,
bro.
but
Come on.
you
He
don't
got, bro. They
understand
got a good
basketball.
roster,
You
bro. You
say
can't
Malik
compare
Bro,
that.
you say Malik Beasley, and you say Tim Hardaway. These are interchangeable type players. They play the same type of game. You can
they
They're
were
put
the
them
best.
on
shooters.
any
They're
team.
shooters. They can shoot.
They
No,
were
they
the
can get
best.
Nobody on the
hot.
Hornets can shoot
They can
except for
That's
get
why.
hot.
LaMelo and Brandon.
They can get
That's
hot.
why.
That's what they do. They don't play
That's they.
defense. They don't
Hear me
impact
out.
defensively.
Hear me
But
out.
you
Hear
trying
me
to
out.
compare the Hornets, bro.
Yes, they do.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Yes,
Go ahead.
they do. They do play defense. The whole Pistons team is a two-way team. Every last
Bro,
one of even.
that's not the no Tim
Hear
Hardaway,
me
bro.
out.
Tim Hardaway been
If
in Dallas for the last 6-7 years doing the
it don't
same
matter.
shit.
He played defense. Well, that's why he
No,
gone for the
defense ain't
Pistons.
nothing about you
Listen,
wanting to do this shit.
listen to me. Listen to me. Hear me out real fast. Hear me out.
This
The
nigga
reason why Tim Hardaway and Malik Beasley went to the Pistons because they had a lot of money. They actually paid them boys $16 million a year to both of them because they were the best shooters off the kicks in the year 2022, 23, but 23, 24, the year before like last season. They were the best shooters available. That's why they went and got them. I'm just trying to put you on. Everything that you said, you have contradicted yourself. I heard you out for about 20 minutes, and he basically heard you out a lot. All you did was contradict yourself. Let's start with the Mavericks. They have Derek Lively. Derek Lively almost won Rookie of the Year last year when the Mavericks went to the final. They have Gafford, who was dogging everybody out. You know, then you
Well,
got Kyrie.
hold on. Before you finish,
There's no
what?
Kyrie
No,
on the.
hold on.
There's no
When you
Kyrie
saying
on
that, what you
the.
talking about?
I'm talking about what you've been saying. You're
Okay,
talking
so
about Luke.
what I say about the Maverick? What is the point
Let's
you
talk
getting
about
to with that one?
let's talk about CP3. Let's talk about the Clippers. The Clippers made the playoffs
No,
before they got.
no. I want to hear every point you got, but I don't know what you getting that with the Mavericks thing. You
Yeah,
say
man.
you say the Mavericks got lively and this that, and the third. What point you been making
Yeah,
when you say that?
Gafford and Lively. Yeah,
Okay, so
Lively he almost won Rookie of the Year. He actually got robbed from.
so I'm asking you what is your point with the Iron Bash them? That's my team. Iron Bash them. So were you saying what are you saying it for?
That Luca did things with a weak team. They wasn't
But
weak,
see
bro.
that. But okay, cool. I get where you going at. If you've been listening, you would hear me say.
I have.
If you've been listening, you would have heard me been talking about the roster when Ibn Hum and Jalen Brunson and Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney back in 2022 or
Those
2023,
are
whatever
solid.
season
Those
that
players
been.
are still in the league right now, bro.
Okay,
Yes,
but
and they
what
You
I'm saying is
understand that the roster that the Hornets had last year, half of the
I
people are
never
not going to
I
be in the
never
league.
compared the roster and say this roster
You
as good
know,
as this roster.
you
What
said
I'm saying is
Lamelo needs to
great
live for that
players,
players,
you
great
said,
and
players
then you
can lift a
compared him
bad team.
to the team with
I
Dorian
know that, but
wait,
Finney-Smith
see,
and a
that's
couple
not a
other decent
comparison.
players.
See, you got to understand English, bro. That's not a comparison. What I did was
bro.
I gave you another player that played with a bad team. I didn't
That
say the
wasn't a
team was,
bad. That wasn't as bad as
but
as the
I
Hornets
Don't,
understand
team.
that. That's not. It don't matter. It don't matter how bad one team. But stop. See, you in the comparison mode. What I'm saying is, I took one player that's we
I'm
all can
telling
agree on that's
you,
great, and he played on a team that had a bad. He played on a team that had a bad roster,
bro.
and he lifted the
Hey,
team.
hey,
Lamelo
bro.
is a player that we look at, and we look at him in the Ilko. He gonna be great like Luca one day. He ain't
You
lifting
Better
said
the
than
no.
Luka.
team, but
Whoa!
at
You
the
just
same time,
contradicting yourself. You say he's gonna be great like Luca one day, but he's not a winning player.
Not a
okay.
winning
So
player,
can you
but
not
Luka.
learn to be a winning player? Can you not become a winning player?
He's a
Oh
winning
God,
player in a bad roster. That's all you basically
you
saying.
just
Okay, so
saying,
that's a contradiction in itself. How do we know he's a
no,
winning player if he hasn't won?
bro.
Because we
I
know that
got
he
on
can be like his
But
player
see, I
comparison is
okay.
Luka.
So what I'm if I say he's not a winning player, I can factually look at a record and show you he's not a winning player. When you say he is a winning player, you can't find one fact that shows me he's a winning player. You can't
that.
find no
Okay,
level outside of high school that he's a winning
okay,
player.
So we
okay.
need to
First of
see him
all,
win before we can
Come
say that he
on,
can
that's
man.
win.
one. That's one and enough because as a freshman, him and his brothers took was the number one team in the nation. They
That's why I
brought
said,
Sierra
see you. I
nowhere.
said outside of
Hold on,
high
hold on, hold on.
school.
Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me
I
off.
said
That's a
outside of high school, bro. Like what we like? Come on.
okay. Okay. Even when he went to the NBL over there in Australia, he was winning over
Not
there. He
winning.
was.
Oh my
They
God. Come on, bro. Come
don't.
on,
They
bro.
start. They don't start rookies in the NBL. You cannot start as a rookie in the NBL. And the second thing about that, they also don't play Americans on the court together. That's first. That's first and foremost. Like NBL do not start rookies and they don't play Americans or anybody that's outside of Australia on the court together. You cannot
That's
have more
what
than
you
one.
talking about. See, that's a factual lie. Lamelo and what the other man? He been a point guard. Lamelo been over there who play in the NBA. They been on the court. They started. What you talking about?
NBL, in the
Yeah,
NBL, it's
you
the Australian Basketball League. They do not play
okay? So
American.
even so, okay, so cool. My statement was outside of high school, he hasn't won. You continuously right now bringing up teams that either
They
he
won in
didn't
the
get enough
UCL.
play time or they wasn't winning. So
Okay,
what we
okay,
talking
okay,
about?
okay. So LaMelo is not a winning player, but he went to the plans. I think his rookie year or something like that. But
Okay,
he's
so
not a
let me
winning
ask
player.
you. Let me ask you this. I'll give you this rebuttal as this question as a rebuttal. What NBA player is in the Hall of Fame for making the play-ins the most consecutive years?
There's only been the players just started. It was
Okay,
the first.
so my thing is that's not fucking important. It's
Why are
only
we
been around
talking?
for
Look,
4 years. It's not
but bro,
fucking
why are we
important.
talking
Yo,
about a
you
Hall of
answer your
Fame?
own question.
Yo, we're
The crunch.
talking about being a winning
Bro.
player. I just told you he
Okay,
won.
and
He got to the plans.
you
And why are
said
you
winning
talking about Hall
player.
of Fame?
Then
Dude?
you also brought up that he made it to the plans as a qualifier that he's a winning player. My point is it doesn't matter. He said it was only run for 4 years, which leads to my point. It don't fucking matter. Like, do y'all not hear what y'all saying?
Dude,
Did
bro,
you
do
hear
you hear
what
what
Do
you're
y'all not hear what y'all saying?
I
Cause
asked?
I listening, but I don't hear nothing that got any value to it, bro.
you're saying the
It
reason
just
why
sounds
it
like
doesn't
y'all
matter
can't get
that
past the
LaMelo.
LaMelo Blade.
No, look, the reason you're saying that the reason that it doesn't matter that LaMelo went to the plane is because no Hall of Fame player went to the Hall of Fame off of playing. Bro, that doesn't make no sense. We could tell that LaMelo is a winning player because you can win with him if he has a good roster. And the proof is
How
that
do you know that?
because he went to the play-in with a decent roster, bro.
Okay, but see, you just
Didn't they
say
go to
bad
didn't
roster.
they,
Now you
bro?
say
Didn't they
decent
go?
roster. So which one is it? Did he have a bad roster or a decent roster that year?
Well, obviously now it's a bad roster. I'm talking about.
But okay, but see we having two different arguments right now. What you doing is you using because Jalen Brunson averaging 29 points this year. That's the
I'm
same
not saying
Jalen
that no
Brunson
more.
from
I'm
years
not saying
ago.
that no more.
When
Nobody
that's
said that.
no see that's why I say we having two conversations.
No,
but
you
man,
brought
you
up
got
We're talking
brought
about
up
how
you got your
LaMelo's a
own
winning
separate
player, bro.
issue.
That's all
He
we're
got his
talking about
own
right
way
now.
of explaining his
We're
issue.
talking about how LaMelo's a winning player. Don't try to switch the
you brought up
conversation.
That's
LaMelo not a
so
winning
what?
player.
Okay, well let me
He
ask you
took
one
his team to
question.
the play-ins
I'm asking one question. I promise I'll mute up for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
What?
Deal.
Give me one stat that shows LaMelo is a winning player.
Okay, I got you right now. I got you on that top right now. LaMelo is in the top 5 of playmaking, assist, turnover ratio in the NBA right now. Right now, Trae Young is number 1. Tyrese is number 2. Cade Cunningham is number 3. LaMelo's number 4.
Also,
There you go.
I got one stat too. Remember that stretch of games where LaMelo was like the best player in the fourth quarter ever, like in the fourth quarter the whole season, like for like the beginning of the season, the fourth quarter, the best player, the most clutch player
10
in the
points every fourth quarter.
Come on,
10
bro.
points every fourth quarter.
All right, that's y'all stats. No, that's y'all stats because I don't want to see what I got to say and y'all see y'all got more. That's y'all stats.
We answered the questions and gave you. We hit you with.
Okay, cool. So my response to that is, okay, cool. Now show me the wins. Because the first part of winning is win,
bro.
right?
The first part of winning is having a good roster around you, bro. You just told me.
But see, you can't keep jumping.
God.
You can't keep. Remember when they were saying Jason Tatum ain't been a winner,
bro?
Remember how we were saying Jason Tatum ain't been a winner for years, and he always had a good roster. So how is Jason Tatum above reproach when he come to that? But we can't sit there with LaMelo with a bad team. You can't find the wins.
You just telling me proof
you
that
can't
LaMelo
find the
is
wins.
And they said he wasn't a winner, but they were in the playoffs every year.
Okay, cool. Because we talking about winning. That's winning. Winning is not the plans.
Bro, you told me to
winning
tell
is
you
not the plans.
why LaMelo is a winning player, and then you talk about something that
I asked y'all to give me a stat, bro. Let me ask you a simple question right here. If all I saw in the park right now, outside right now and we hooping, right? And I make about 4 or 5 playmaker-y ass fucking plays. Like this nigga, y'all looking at me like, oh, he's a playmaker. but I don't win not one game out there. Am I a winner or just a playmaking ass nigga?
You're a winner, gang. You make your
Man,
teammates
look,
better.
hey, listen. If that's how you, no, because that's personal. If that's how you treat sports, that's
Because
fine.
if I were to
That
take you, if I
conversation
were to
ain't-
take you out that team, if I were to take you out that team and put you on a team with decent players,
But how
you
can
would
we?
make.
You see, you talking about? We already talking about a hypothetical, and what you doing is you talking about a hypothetical, but you
Because
throwing in more hypotheticals on top of that hypothetical.
you told me, oh, prove to me that
I ain't tell you to show me the
Lamelo's
wins.
a winning
I ain't hear
player.
not nobody say nothing about
We
a
give
win yet.
you, okay, look.
Show me the wins.
You told me, prove to me that Lamelo is a winning player, right? We said, well, first of all, wait, what do you say, Flat Bro? What do you say?
See, you don't even because you want to
I
respond, but
was
you ain't listening.
look, bro. I told you that he had the best stats in the fourth quarter. Like that's some
That
that's
bro,
clutch.
that don't
That's
listen,
clutch. That's winning.
listen,
That's winning
listen.
because when it comes down to it,
Listen.
Tyrese Halliburton, he wasn't scoring all the points, but he had the most clutch buckets.
And also the Pacers.
That's like saying I got the most 20-point
Pacers
comeback,
always
but I
been
don't
top
win them.
five in the league,
Like,
bro.
what the fuck
They
are we talking about?
Hold on, the Pacers always been the top 5 offense in the league, bro. The year before last, they were the number 1 offense. They averaging over 220 points a game every year since
Let me ask
Halliburton
y'all
did
this
it.
right there.
Bro,
Cause I
Bro,
trying to understand where y'all coming from. I
look.
really am trying to understand.
Look, you're trying to say, okay, you're trying to say, show me that LaMelo's winning. He's a winning player. And then when we tell you something, you said, well, he's not winning. Well,
Yeah,
we're
because
trying
you still I want
we're
you to tell
trying
me
to
what's
tell you.
I listen.
We're trying to tell you.
I overstand what y'all saying. I get where y'all going at. But what I'm telling y'all is my definition of winning is not I've been in the play-ins my first and second year, but I ain't been back since, and I ain't even touched the playoffs yet. That's not
Look,
my.
it's 'cause
That's not winning
you're
to me.
looking.
If you telling me like, let me ask y'all this right now: the Pacers, the whole playoff this year, right? Remember how the Pacers had all them 20-point comebacks? Imagine if they didn't win none of those games. Will we be still talking about the Pacers?
Exactly, Jay.
They'll be out in the first round, right?
Bro, look, bro.
That's all I'm saying. I don't want to hear about we almost did it. Tell me when you did it.
It's not because we're talking about the whole team, bro. You're talking about the whole team.
No,
effort,
I
bro.
get that.
And this
I
dude
get
talking
that.
about LaMelo fans.
I get that.
LaMelo
But when
stands fanned out,
is
bro.
LaMelo not an all-star?
LaMelo,
No, you know what? You know who LaMelo is?
Bro, yeah, you gotta let me talk because you
know who
asked a question
LaMelo
and then
is.
you keep talking, bro.
Number 1 All-Star. He was gonna be
LaMelo
number
is
1
Steve Francis. He's the good God that always make the all-star, but the team be shitty.
He was gonna be the number 1 All-Star.
Him and Brandon Miller gonna be Contino Mobley and fucking Steve Francis. That's what they gonna be.
Look. All right, look.
All-star appearance.
I got a question for you.
Just the name, but the team always shitty.
I got a question for you.
That's crazy.
All right, you said LaMelo's a better scorer and he's a better passer than Tyrese, right?
Man, I'm not doing this again, bro.
No. You said that, right?
I think he's a better player than him. I think he's a better player than
you
Tyrese.
said no. When I asked you, you said he was a better passer and he was
better
a better
passer,
scorer.
better passer, better shooter, better playmaker. He's a better player than me.
Okay. So you're telling me that he's better than Tyrese in all those winning things? Do you think that?
Why you keep? I don't look at Tyrese Halliburton as an all-star or superstar type player. I don't. So if you using that to compare to LaMelo, I don't think I think it's disrespectful to compare him to LaMelo.
Okay, so do you think that Tyrese is a winning player?
I don't look at him as a team who's I don't look at him as a player that drives the team. Yes, but he has won. So who might have said he hasn't? I can't say he's a winning player if he made it to the finals on a team that nobody thought.
LaMelo to win if the roster's full of G League players, bro. Like,
okay,
like this is a team sport, right, bro. You can't just say LaMelo can't win.
Then you can't at the same. And me and you saying two different things. Your side is LaMelo is the winning player, but you can't show me the wins. My thing is LaMelo ain't a winning player, but you saying that, well, you can show me the losses, but I bet you can't show me the teammates. That's stupid.
Bro, it's not stupid because look, bro. All right, bro. If you were
no matter what I say about LaMelo, you're gonna be like, oh well, this person had that person.
No.
And he'll be like, well, that person ain't been that person at that point. He ain't been as good at that point.
Look. I'm gonna tell you this. If you put LeBron with a whole bunch of middle school players and you put them against the 2016 Warriors, is he not a winner because he doesn't
now
win?
you being hyperbolic now.
Because that's what we comparing it to. LaMelo had like the worst team in the NBA, and he was like, bro. He had a
The,
G
th- the
League
thing
team,
that the
bro.
thing that you gotta understand, the more you watch basketball, the more you're gonna realize it's not just about the talent of the players on the team. It's about how they fit together. It's about the coach
It's
philosophy. It's
about
about a
it's
lot of
about
different things. It's about
it's
luck
about
to a
not
certain extent
being,
when it comes to injuries.
bro. Look, if you put LeBron on a G League team, he can raise the floor of the team. He can make the team better, but only to a certain extent. Like he can't make
Bro,
them
listen,
a championship contender, bro.
I watched LeBron around the same age, if I'm mistaken, Lamelo now, or maybe a little older. I can't remember. I watched him drag motherfucking what an as I don't know how to pronounce his name. As Glasgow, he been a center for the Cleveland Cavaliers, that
What
first
year,
run
bro?
to
What year?
the first finals run LeBron ever had. Go look at that roster. I want to see that the roster had Danielle
2007.
Marshall on there. The roster that had motherfucking like LeBron take a bunch of literal known. He had maybe one or two players that people you can say, oh, I know the name. I've heard the name. Oh, he can hoop, but he ain't been on the same level. Like, oh yeah, he's supposed to be there. He's supposed to be inside the finals that year. He dragged that team, and that mind you, I'll never sit here and be a LeBron defender.
All right, he had Larry Hughes on that team.
Okay, Larry Hughes, keep going.
14 points. 14. He averaged 14.1
14
points.
points, keep going.
All right. He had Dangerous Ilgakis or something like that. I don't know
Yeah, the
his
big.
name.
That's
He
whenever
averaged
trying
he
to pronounce his
averaged
name.
13. He averaged 13 points a game. That's not bad.
Keep going. It's not. It's really not. Go ahead.
LeBron
Keep
James
going.
averaged 24. All right.
Okay.
And Damon Jones 6.6, right?
hmm
Shannon Brown 7.6.
Listen to the names you saying,
Daniel
bro.
Gibson. It's not about the name, bro.
But no. But what I'm saying is, no, no.
Yo.
The reason why I say listen to the names. Shannon Brown. He ain't no different than what your boy name was. I don't know if he still play for Charlotte. Y'all just get him from us, Josh Green, an athletic
Josh,
player that he ain't really an elite
Josh
wing
Green's not.
defender, but he athletic. He a streaky shooter.
You
He ain't
said
some
Shannon Brown?
knockdown. Shannon Brown, Josh Green. I guarantee if you watch basketball long enough, you remember watching Shannon Brown play. There's no difference in Josh Green right now. What you're seeing, high energy, uber athletic, ain't really an elite defender, but can give you energy on defense. You look at Boobie Gibson. Boobie Gibson about 5'7", 5'8". Keep going with the names. As Gloucester
All
been a
right, bro.
damn big slow footed center. He ain't
All
been no
right, bro.
shot blocker. He ain't been no damn facilitator from the five.
Okay, I
Man,
got a
come on,
question
bro.
though.
Like
You gotta
we can
think.
talk
You
trash
gotta think
teams with good
about
players
this.
all day.
You gotta think about this because I could look at the Hornets roster for last year, but half of the roster got squad wiped. They were injured. So, do we want to look at the actual players that he had to play with, or do we want to look at the actual roster? Because if you look at
Listen, every team go through injuries. No matter what you damn on with Lamelo team is. I keep telling you, I get it. He got a bad team. I'm not knocking your argument by saying anything. All I'm saying is it don't matter. Winning is winning. If he got a bad team, find a way to lift him up. If you always
you
injured,
can't
okay,
lift, you can't, bro, you can't play with a bunch of middle schoolers and think
and you can't do none of that when you ain't on
yo,
the
just
court.
lift them up, bro. What?
It's like
You can't just say
y'all
you can't just play with a bunch of G League players and be like, yeah,
man,
make him
listen,
look like they're all
we
stars.
just look at a list of a team with LeBron that's probably how old LeBron been that year? What year was that? Was that 20?
Like 24,
Not 24. 2000 shit.
2007, bro.
Like 2007 or some shit like that.
Yeah,
So LeBron would have had to been like 23, 22.
bro. What
Come
I'm
on
trying
now.
to
We
tell
gonna
you,
talk about when
what I'm
I
trying to
talk
tell
about
you,
players,
bro,
that's
is
great, bro.
that,
Like I'm telling you.
bro, look, what I'm trying to tell you is that like winning isn't all about one
You think
player,
Paul
bro.
George a winning player?
But do you want me to
I
look?
mean, if you can
I'm trying
answer
to
that,
tell you.
I'll be gracious. You
I'm
think
trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. Look, winning winning isn't all about one player. You can't put, oh, he's a winning. His team is bad. Like you can't say, oh yeah, he's not a winning player because his team doesn't have a lot of wins. Like, bro, like come on, bro. If you put
No, I
Process
don't. It's
first,
not about because you got teams that make the playoffs damn under fucking 500. All I saying is make the fucking playoffs and do something. You ain't
okay,
gotta
but
go
when
to
you
the
look at their
finals.
teams,
And
they
mind
have
you,
like
now, when I
decent
think
teams.
about
Like I
winning
keep
from
trying to
certain
tell you
players, it's
that, bro.
different.
I keep trying to tell you that you have to have at least a decent team. Lamelo hasn't had a decent team in years, bro.
And I get
That's
that.
not.
So my question is, how can you argue he is a winning player when you don't have no facts to support that he's a winning player?
I'm saying Trey has better players than Lamelo, bro. If you put Lamelo in that
Who?
lineup, he would go.
You said who?
Trey Young, he has better players in his
I
team
don't
than
think he
Lamelo.
better than Lamelo.
I know.
See,
I'm saying he has better
you know
team
the
player.
problem.
He has a better he has better team. He
You
has a
know
better
that you know
team.
the disconnect right now. The disconnect right now between me and you was you think I view every player the same way you view them.
No, no.
I don't
The
view
problem is
Halliburton and Trey Young in the same
no.
class
The thing
of
is
talent as Lamelo.
no. Look. You. The thing is that you think Lamelo is not a winning player
That's
because
all.
his team doesn't win.
I mean, yeah, like I mean, wouldn't that be the barometer for any winning? I mean, I get the thing about having a bad team. I get that. Like I ain't trying to trash Lamelo, bro. All I saying is I don't see him as a winning player. I can go in the not saying go into detail. Like I mean, winning is just winning is the main thing. Like if you ain't getting if everything you doing on the court doing to quit the wins, who the
I
fuck
look.
cares?
This guy said the Hornets haven't been good due to a lack of talent. It's due to a lack of health. All right, they haven't been healthy. Who have they had to have played? Like, who are they playing because all their players are injured? They're playing bad players
Man,
because
the
their players
whole
are
league
injured.
be injured, bro.
They're paying their G League 2-way contract players because they're injured. Like, what are we talking about, bro? It doesn't matter. Like health. Like, okay, they're not healthy. That's the reason why they have to play G League players. That's what I'm saying.
Like you ever look at the game and see Lamelo just pull up a three from deep, even if he hit him. You ever wonder like, damn,
Okay,
that's a high risk shot. He could have just kicked it down there, and that would have been an easier shot, easy way to get the ball down. Like you don't ever think
okay,
about like
okay. Hey. All right, let's
you
take that
gotta let
example.
you got
Let's take
like
that example.
Lamelo don't let the defense play out. He don't let the defense play out to
Yo,
where it's like, okay, cool, I can manipulate this. So when he do is he come down firing. If he hot, cool.
bro.
But then when he ain't hard, it's like he don't even know what the fuck to do. He don't know what to do in the half court. That's Tyrese
It's
Halliburton.
not that he doesn't know what to do, bro. All
He's
right,
not he's not a half court player. I mean,
look.
everybody know
I got
that
a
shit.
question for
That
you.
ain't really nothing.
I got a question for you, bro. Who would you rather? Who would you rather take that shot? Right? They're leaving. All right. Let's say they're leaving KJ Simpson open.
Who the
Not
fuck is that?
open, but semi open. They're kind of giving him some space. Would you rather Lamelo take a wide open, kind of risky shot, or would you rather him pass it to KJ Simpson? He might get closed out a little bit, but he's just gonna shoot that shot because it's a
No,
little bit closer.
I ain't talking about
I'd
kicking
rather
it out the
Lamelo
three.
take those shots any day of the
But
week
see that you say
than
okay, so
KJ.
you must understand my scenario. I give you this now. What I'm talking about is as you coming down court with the ball in your hand, you already assessing what the defense trying to run. If you in the NBA, you understand the coverage is being ran against you. You understand where they trying to force the ball. You understand these different things. But if you don't really think the game like that, like most winning players do, you're not coming down court thinking about none of that. In your mind, oh shit, if he leave me open a little too wide over here, I pulling up, which is cool if you hit it. But most of the time in crunch moments when you ain't hitting them shots, the coaches look at it like, well, why you just ain't kick it over there where he could have kicked it down there? Why you saying take the ball over there so he could have?
The coach doesn't care at that point because when all your actual like good players are injured, bro, and you're playing with G League
Man,
level players,
we talking
who would
about
you rather? Who
healthy.
would you rather? All right, look. Who would you rather? Would you rather prime LeBron, take one more shot, or would you rather him pass it to a G League player that's on his roster?
I want him to make the right fucking play, the high percentage play.
But the look, if all right, look, if you look at the stats and let's say okay, you look at LeBron, he makes 50% of his shots, right? Right. You look at LeBron, and then there's another player. He's a G leaguer. He's new to playing NBA level. Would you rather LeBron take that shot, or would you rather him pass it to the G League player?
What is the G League shooting? What is the percentage? Because you give me LeBron one, but you didn't give me hers.
Okay, he shoots I don't know 30% from the three, bro.
If LeBron shoot 50%, and a man shoot 30%. Why the fuck would I want LeBron to pass the ball?
Okay, so if Lamelo has 30-some points, and
See, you mixing up the conversation because first you talking percentages, now you talk about points.
all right, he has 30 points, and he's made 40% of his shots. Why would I want him to pass this to somebody else that barely makes their shots anyways? Man? Might as well just have Lamelo take all the shots at this point if he's playing with all G League.
And now, okay, and if you do that, cool, you gonna win the game? No, that's what the point I'm trying to make. Like you really, literally just make my point.
I didn't make your point because you're
that
saying,
is my
"Oh
point.
yeah,
And you
look,
just say
no."
I might
You
as well
said
just let LaMelo keep shooting if he got 30 points, and they end up losing.
no,
So that's not winning. If he
no.
passed the
What
shot
I
up,
was saying,
if you
what I
get your
was saying,
team involved at some point in the game, maybe when it gets to
you
certain
literally
points in the
just
game,
told
when
me
you
you'd rather have the higher percentage player shoot the shot
but see, you just
instead
said
of
points.
the.
You can't go from percentages when it's LeBron, and then when he comes to LaMelo, it's just points. What is the percentage of what is LaMelo shooting on pull up threes from over 40 feet? Like, what is his percentage on these different things they're talking about?
Bro. So you're telling me, bro? Come on,
So you
bro.
okay? Let me
You
ask
gotta
you the
keep it
same type of
real,
question
bro.
you asking me.
Would you rather your
Would
star
you rather
player? Would you
LaMelo
rather your
take a
star
mid
player
range
take one
shot?
more shot?
Would you rather LaMelo take a mid range shot or Curry take a 3-point shot? That's the type of question you asking me right now.
Bro, look. I'm just
Answer
asking
the
you
question.
this.
Answer the question. I just want just interested.
It depends on the coverage, bro.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if LaMelo the type of player when he comes down court, he don't care about coverages. He just go the way he knows, which is I open from right
He
here.
can
I
make
pull it
he
up.
can
You
he
don't think
can
how
make
you don't
his
see how
own.
that can mess the team up and
He
get them
can
out of rhythm
create
and
he
getting
can
hot.
create his own. He can create his own like shot. Like LaMelo
That's
is not a player that just can't create. He can create his own shot, bro.
I understand that you ain't saying nothing different than what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if I come down court and if I never read coverages. If I like, man, listen, if nobody step out right there, I pulling up from 3. If that's my mentality down the court all the time, what happens when I ain't hitting them shots?
All right. Look. You do you want to
That's
know
like playing
why? Do you want
quarterback,
to know
dropping
why?
back and just throwing in the coverage, not even caring about what coverages is. In your
All
mind, I
right.
got Tyreek Hill, so I'm gonna just throw the ball deep.
Do you want to know why he has that mentality?
And I don't care why he got it. It ain't winning.
Okay.
That's
If
all
your
I know.
team,
It ain't winning
hey,
shit.
hey, hey, if you're a star player, you're the best player in your team, and your
Uh-huh.
team is one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the league, basically the worst one. Are you passing that ball out knowing that you're passing to a really bad shooter, or will you just take the shot knowing that you're the star player and you have a higher percentage chance of making that shot?
Bro, just like how y'all keep screaming, it's a team game. It's a team game, remember? If I know your teammates can't hit a lick, you think I'm gonna just sit there and play close up on them? You don't think I'm gonna collapse towards LaMelo all game? I get it, but at the end of the day, we see a team go through that same shit where your best player is a player with the ball in his hand and he had no shooting around him. We watched LeBron do that when he had Russ and all them non-shooters on that team would have hurt AD all season. We watched that already. Ain't done nothing, and they still win more games than the Hornets that season. Think about that shit. Of at that point a 40-year LeBron. And you can tell me LeBron better than Curry. I mean Curry, better than LaMelo at this point in time right now.
Bro, what I'm trying to tell you, look, bro, we trying to argue if LaMelo is a winning player. I'm trying to tell you that you can't just say that LaMelo is not a winning player because his team doesn't win.
Okay, but I give you
If he
multiple
hasn't had
reasons
if he
why. I just say
if
that
when
I give you multiple reasons why.
look, you want to know why LaMelo is a winning player? Because it's proven. All right, so when he came into the league, he had a pretty decent team, right? Is that not okay?
I
When
wouldn't
he
even
had
say decent. I'll just say a bunch of talent, a bunch of scores, a bunch of things that look
when your
attractive.
starting center is Mason Plum. All right, so
So when he
look,
first come in, he
yeah,
had
when he first came in.
Rozier, he had Gordon Hayward, he had who else he had on the team? That shit sound good, but I wouldn't say that's a winning team.
All right, look. So he came into the league with some talent on his team. He had that talent. He made it to the play-in. All
Uh,
right, you took that talent away. Now he's not in the play-in, right? All right,
Bro,
cool. That just
you
proved.
know the plan is just basically if this was 10 years ago, they would not make the playoffs. They would be tanking right now. That's how what I think about the plans. Don't tell me about the plans, bro. I do not care about
Why are we
that. Could do
arguing,
not
nigga? We don't care about the plans, man. Like
because
we're
that's
not
not what.
we're
Even
not like
man, listen.
you keep trying to discredit everything I try to do to try to keep like
You
they
trying
telling
to
you he's a
convince
winning
me? I'm
player.
not trying to convince you. I'm just telling you facts. That's the difference in
Bro, you talk
non-argument.
about all right, look. All right, do you want me to put it like do you want me to use building blocks like a baby or do you
I
want
mean, you
like
can
do you
use
want to use your
building
brain?
blocks. You can
Look,
use build the bill. You can use all the shit.
More wins equal. All right, you get to the play-in. That means you got more wins. You
That
don't get
means
to the play-ins. That means you're less wins. All right, cool. All right. Do you want? All right. You know what? I'm not even going to use the play-in as an example. All right. So cool.
I pray you doing.
Okay. When he went to the league, when he came to the league, he won more games with a good team. Now he's on a bad team. Now he won less games. He's a winning player because when he has a good team around him, he can win games, which is proven by the fact when he came into the league, he won games because he had a good team. Now, when he has a bad team, he can't win games because his team is bad. But when you look at the history and you see that he has a good team and he starts winning games, you could put two and two together and be like, okay, this guy is a winning player. Is that good for you, bro?
Let me ask you this question. That sounds crazy as hell to me. Who you taking? Gordon Hayward from that year when Lamelo first come in, or Brandon Miller right now?
Yo, why are you, bro?
See, because now when we start back to player
Brandon
to
Miller
player,
barely played
it don't
this
look
season,
like
bro.
it's a big different team now.
Look.
It don't look like a less.
Hey,
it don't look like a better team.
I want you to tell me something. Hey, tell me how many games Brandon Miller and LaMelo played together this season, and then come up with your answer.
Just like you said, no matter what I say, you're gonna have something, which is cool. But I know one thing.
It's not that, bro. You're looking at the roster,
if somebody
bro.
say, give me one fact to support your argument, and I say LaMelo's not a winning player, the furthest he ever made is a play-in loss. They're gonna say, okay, cool. What's your argument?
No. You don't.
LaMelo's a winning
I had to
player
simplify it for you.
because
He won more games that year. He won more games that year. Don't say playing.
He ain't got no good team. And
don't say, hey, look.
Hey,
Rewind. You said a playing loss. No, don't say it like that. You don't believe in the players. He won more games that year. That's what we saying. He won more games that year.
Okay, cool. He won more games from. Cause how much more games he win? Because I don't want just misquote.
He won more games because he went into the play. Let's just keep it at that.
Okay,
bro.
He won more games with Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward and what's your boy name? Miles Bridges. Then he's won with Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, and
is that true though? Because did Brandon Miller play every single game that season? They played together the whole time.
But Gordon Hayward didn't play a single game that season.
Okay, then let's not compare.
LaMelo was. Think about it.
Hey, you know what? You know what would be a great idea.
LaMelo wasn't even starting to start the season. They wasn't even putting the reins in the ball.
You want to know what would be a great idea though, bro? Maybe we could compare the players who actually played a good amount of games that season instead of comparing people who got injured that season. How about we do that?
Listen, I get that. I ain't gonna argue
let's
that.
Compare a player that actually played a good amount of
injuries. But like Dame just get released, right? You think somebody's saying, "Oh, he's still a champion in my eyes. He just had the Achilles." No, you went to Milwaukee. Y'all failed. Don't matter about the injury. Y'all still failed. Y'all ain't win shit. They ain't nobody say, "Oh yeah, them 2024 Bucks. Hey, they been something serious like they." Hey, no one gives a fuck. You ain't win shit. When we look back 5, 10, 20 years from now, nobody's gonna give a fuck that the Pacers been in the finals.
In like a capsule, bro.
But what I'm saying is nobody gives a fuck. You know, the only losers that we remember is the ones that even like, damn.
I'm saying that's a really bad comparison, bro.
No, let's think about it. We remember the 2000. No, listen. We remember the 2001 Sixers because we watched Allen Iverson drag a team to the finals. We remember LeBron's first finals loss, not only because it's LeBron and they've been at him hype, it's because he dragged a team to a finals loss. We don't remember finals losses unless it's a team that got dragged by one star. And they still ain't winners. You still ain't gonna get me to be like, oh yeah, but Allen Iverson was a winner. He ain't win shit. He was a GOAT. He great. Some people look at him as a GOAT. but he still ain't win nothing. You can't just make your own narrative of the fucking league. It is what it is. The same way you can diminish the motherfucking ring, is the same way you can power up one ring, with no rings. A motherfucker who good with no rings. Like Lamelo can be Lamelo good. I ain't saying Lamelo trash, so don't take it from that. All I'm saying is when you come to the table with your evidence of him being a winning player, and you put on the table what you say he number one in playmaking, he number one at some point all time scoring fourth quarter,
Look,
whatever
bro.
you say, that shit don't
I
lead to
think.
wins, so it
I
don't
think.
matter in the argument.
I think. Wait. What? Wait. What? That shit don't lead to. All right. All right. Look.
Did it lead to wins?
Oh my, bro! I feel like you're like lower. Like I feel like I'm arguing with like somebody who's like a lower level like you. Look, bro. I got a question for you, bro. Look, if you put Lamelo on a decent roster team, is he gonna win more games than he did his with a bad roster team?
Yes, he probably would.
Okay. Do you think that Lamelo can lead a team of good role of decent role players, decent to good role players?
I can't see it.
You can't see Lamelo leading a team of decent to good role players.
You saying leading. I don't see him leading a team of decent role players or damn players. He got decent role players fucking none if you really want to be real.
He has
got a
decent role
rookie.
players now?
So you mean to tell me
Yo, get off the air, bro.
you mean to tell me if
Get off the
if
air,
Miles
bro.
Bridges don't go to
You
a
need to
team right
go.
now,
You
he
need to
wouldn't
go
be
to sleep.
considered a decent role player?
You need to go to sleep, bro.
You don't think Miles Bridges would be considered a
He
decent role
got
player somewhere?
decent role players.
What
All right,
right?
Miles.
Yes or no? Do you think Miles Bridges would be a decent role player somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Would you think Brandon Miller would be a decent role player somewhere else?
Yeah, he would. But guess what, though?
What are you talking about? You just
What are you, nigga?
talking
I'm talking about the fact that Brandon Miller played
I
like
say he
15
got
games last
decent role
season.
players now. You
My
said you don't.
nigga, are you sped?
Do
Bro,
you hear what you
Brandon
say?
Miller.
I
Brandon
don't
Miller
think you hear
only
what you're
played 15
saying. I don't
games.
think.
Brandon Miller
Listen,
only played like 15 games. It doesn't
I
matter, bro.
understand that. I
Bro, you're
understand
talking
that.
about Brandon
You
Miller
keep
only played
going. It's
15
like
games, bro.
if I
You
say
just
this,
keep talking
if
about
I
like
say this, you're gonna go back to injuries.
yo.
If I say okay, kid, cool, I get the injuries or whatever. But
You
the
keep
time that
talking
we see
about
him on a court, we don't see him leading a team to. Well, when we see him on a if we see him in a full season. And he got the same team with a full season. Do you see him making the playoffs or not?
what Brandon Miller and
No,
Miles Bridges
let's say the entire Hornets roster right now.
right now, the current
100%.
Hornets roster
No. Let's take
for
it
the
back to last
2020.
year. Let's take about the last and the year before. Last 2 years, if everybody been healthy, nobody got hurt, are the Hornets a playoff team?
They're at least a playing team, bro.
Are they a playoff team?
They're at least a playing team, bro.
So okay,
Because
cool.
they had, because look.
So in your world,
that's not a complete team. That's not a complete team.
Okay, in your world, they're not a complete team, and they can at least make the plans. And
Yeah.
to you, that's him winning. He's a winning player now. In your
That's
world,
winning. That's winning because
okay,
look,
cool. All right, cool. I'm about to teach you something. Okay, if we living in your world, cool. It is what it is. I don't have no argument. I really don't have an argument against your opinion.
all right, bro.
But if we living in my world where winning is defined by first step of winning, consistently making the playoffs and doing some shit. Second level of winning, getting to some finals and winning some championships. In my world, that's what it is. So I'm wrong in my world. You wrong in my world. In your world, I may be wrong. Cool.
Yeah,
That's
but
all.
when we're
That's
looking
the
at the
only difference of
realistic
opinion we got.
world, you have to get to the play-in before you get to the playoffs. You have to get role players to get like. Look, this is why when you get an NBA team, when you start a new NBA team, you don't start off with the best player. You have to build a team, bro. You don't like. You don't. You. I don't know if you don't understand. Like
Hold
you
on. Say that
saying
again.
that.
Say that line again. Say that last line again.
I said you don't start with a play. Like you don't start with the best role players on the team already when you build a new team.
All right.
So you saying, oh, you saying that Lamelo's a winning player doesn't matter because he hasn't reached this. Well, first of all, he has to have good players first, then he can focus on that, bro.
I think what you ain't understanding is what you're doing right now is you telling me you think LaMelo.
You're telling me that LaMelo on and on no other situation, like there could be no situation where you can put Lamelo in that he can lead his team to a chip.
What I'm telling you is right
Because
now is
that's what you're telling
I
me.
don't
Because
no,
you're trying to argue with me like you're saying, oh yeah,
I'm not trying to argue. I'm
but
telling you my
you're
opinion.
trying to prove a point. You're trying to say Lamelo is not a winning player because he hasn't won yet. All right,
I don't have to
but
prove
I'm
my
trying
point.
to.
My point is already proved.
Okay, yeah, okay. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the meaning of a
That
winning
shit
player in
crazy.
your eyes is kind of like is not good, bro. The meaning of a winning player is somebody that can lead a team to a chip. So do you think that Lamelo can ever lead a team to a chip? Just as a player himself, not as his team has never won. No, if you look at him as a player himself, can he lead his team to a chip?
I don't think so.
So you think that Lamelo can never, not even if he tries
No,
hard?
see now you move. See if you gonna
No,
move
because
around
I'm
the
trying to separate
argument,
it. I'm
then
trying to
just say
separate the
what the
team.
question. No, see, I understand you trying to separate the team, but everything you saying we can say about Luka. Has Luka won yet? And he
Luca,
always mentioned as one of the best players in the NBA.
Luca is a winning player because he took his team to the championship. Do you know
Okay,
how many teams? Do you know
okay,
how many
cool.
teams he had to
But
beat?
that's why I just said it's not about levels of winning. If Luka get to the finals next year, and if Luka don't get to the finals next year or the Western Conference Finals, you're gonna say Luka's not a winner. Why? Because we've seen you make the playoffs. Okay, why can't you get past that hump? That's gonna be the talk about him. With LaMelo, we can't have that conversation with him right now because he hasn't even touched the fucking playoffs. I don't give a fuck. You've been in the league for the same amount of years as fucking Ant, and what Ant now been at?
Ant started with Cat, my nigga. You can't compare the two. He
But
started
what?
with a good
Okay,
team.
so cool. And
We
like I
can't just
said,
say that. We can't just say that.
this
I'm
why I
talking
said
about
this is an opinionated conversation.
if
This
you
is an opinionated
saturate, you put
conversation.
because you're talking about wins right now. No, we're not talking. We're separating the players
Okay,
from the
so you
teams
can't.
and
So
from
basically, you
wins.
can't talk about wins because LaMelo always injured. Basically, what you're saying.
Look, bro, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
No, that's what you. That's the only leg you got to stand on. That's the only. Think about it. Everything you done use to defend LaMelo, I say
no.
something
It's because you're
towards,
not
except for the
understanding, bro.
injury
It's
shit.
because you're
The
not
injury
understanding.
shit and the team shit. That's the only two things I
You're
say. You
not
know what? I can
understanding,
give you
bro.
that. But
You're
that
not
don't make you a
understanding.
winning player just because I want to give you got
You're
bad
not.
teammates so you can. So we've
You're
seen
not
great players
understanding,
take
bro.
bad teams places. We've seen that shit. We see Jimmy Butler. For whatever you want to call it, them Heat team ain't been the most talented teams in them playoffs. And I
All right.
don't
I got
think
a
Jimmy
question though.
better
I got
than
a question though.
LaMelo.
Do you think Jimmy Butler's a winner?
Yeah.
He hasn't won. He hasn't won any ring.
But when I look at Jimmy Butler, I don't look at him in a.
No.
I'll wait till you done.
He hasn't won a ring. All right, look. If you take
Okay,
Jimmy Butler,
but did I
if you
say
take,
LaMelo got to
if you
win a ring
take,
or do I say got to make the playoffs?
look,
There's
look, look,
two
look,
tiers.
look, 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 look.
I don't look at LaMelo
I'm
and
trying to.
I don't look at LaMelo and Jimmy Butler in the same realm. I don't see Jimmy Butler as the same type of talent as LaMelo.
I'm trying
I
to
can.
tell you this, bro.
So what I'm saying is, when I look at Jimmy Butler, I don't look at Jimmy Butler and say, "Oh yeah, he should be leading teams to championships." Just because he done get to the finals a couple of times, once in the bubble, and I think again against I won't say the Celtics or what. That don't make me be like, oh yeah, well Jimmy Butler's a person who could lead a team to a championship. We watched him be with Curry last year, and he did exactly what I thought they would have done. Done.
Okay, so look, you tell. All right,
You
so
trying to mix the conversation
no.
up
Jimmy
when
Butler's
we
this.
we
Jimmy
got to get
Butler's
on the
not a
same
winning
path.
player
We got to
though.
get on the same accord about
Look,
players. Cause
look. I'm
you
gonna give
look
you a
at Jimmy
taste of your own
Butler's one
medicine.
thing.
I'm
I
gonna
just
give
don't
you a
look at him
taste of
like
your own
that.
medicine. I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine. Jimmy Butler did not make it to the finals this year, so he's not a winning player. He has never made it to the finals. He's never won a chip. He's not a winning player, bro.
And like I keep
I've never
saying,
seen him win a chip
I
before.
look
He's
at
not a
play.
winning
I
player.
look at play.
That's
Think
basically
about
what
it.
you're saying about LaMelo, bro.
On a scale of 1 to 10, as a player, full talent, how do you look at LaMelo on a scale of 1 to 10 compared to the rest of the field in the NBA?
His ceiling?
No, that's still like if you match him up against the average NBA player on a scale of 1 to 10, how superior is he to the average NBA player? I should ask a question like that.
I mean, he's like top. He's like probably like top 10 NBA players right now. So I give him like
Okay, what
9 out
about
of 10.
Luka? What do you look at?
Luka, he's top 5 in the NBA right now. So I
Will
give him
you
9
will you
out
look
of
at
5.
Jimmy Butler at?
Jimmy Butler, he's like top 20, bro. Top 15.
I don't see him as a top 15 player.
What do you see him
I
as?
don't see him as a top 20 player. I look at Jimmy Butler as one of them players that you plug in on a good team and he can be a high functioning role player.
Bro, look. What I'm trying to tell you is this is like right now.
Every
I
time
don't
I
disagree with you.
every time I make a point like that,
Okay,
you
look,
can't
I
come
agree
back
with
and
you.
say the same
Jimmy
thing.
Butler, I
Jimmy
agree with
Butler
you
is
in
not,
that.
I don't look at him like that. I
All right,
just don't
look,
look at
I
him like
agree
that.
with
So
you.
don't you
I
so
agree
when you
with you.
say winning player for him making the playoffs consistently or whatever, that's good for him to be leading the team to a playoff. Shit. That's a good thing for him. But for LaMelo,
But you said,
I don't like,
look,
and I ain't saying LaMelo gotta win rings. LaMelo just gotta get to the playoffs consistently at this point now. That's
look,
his winning.
look. I'm just look. I'm trying to leave you with this. Look. If you like, we're not talking about teams. We're not talking about. Just don't view records. Don't view teams. Don't view nothing, bro. When you look at LaMelo, let's
Mhm.
like close your eyes and like picture LaMelo and picture. I don't know. I actually just picture LaMelo. Be like, do you think that LaMelo can ever win a team, like bring a team to the NBA Finals in this realistic world? And if your answer is yes, then yes, he's the winning player. If your answer is no, then no, he's not a winning player. That's it, bro. That's all we need to talk about, bro.
But that's not how it works. That shit don't work like that. With Giannis played a 4 and 5 back and forth. We ain't gonna say he's not a winning player. We just understand he's a big. So you need that guard level player that can, how should I say, that can like with Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton didn't lead the Bucks to the championship, but without Chris Middleton and what he do in the court and how he scratch the floor and how he can get points from the wing,
No,
you need that.
can
But
LaMelo
that don't make him
lead?
better than LaMelo. I wouldn't take LaMelo over him in that same scenario. I wouldn't put LaMelo and Giannis on the same team that year and say a team
But
with LaMelo and
can
Giannis instead of
LaMelo
Chris and
lead?
Giannis.
Can LaMelo, if you put LaMelo on a good roster
Name a
team,
roster right now. Give me a roster. Give me a roster. Make it
all
a
right,
lot
bro,
easier.
give him the same roster as Tyrese Halliburton. He's like a good
Not in
comparison.
the finals. Keep going.
What you mean, not
Not
in the
making the
finals?
finals. They're not making to the finals. They're not doing the same type of damage. They're not no first round exit. Keep going.
First round,
First round exit. I keep telling you, even if we taking out factual shit like wins that we see he don't have, we always can lean on. Well, Lamelo come down court.
and by the
Lamelo
way,
ain't that
you said Jimmy Butler's not a top 15 player.
not a top 20.
Yo, you need to go to sleep, gang. I can't be
But
arguing with somebody who doesn't think that Jimmy Butler is not at least a top 20 player in the league.
okay, so where you got Curry at? Let me just a quick question. We got Curry at
Curry's top 10, gang.
Curry top 10, Butler top 20, top 15, and where they at? And they had a decent team around them. They had Kuminga. They had Looney, solid role player, rotational player for years at the four. I'm at the five for them. Draymond, who had his
Curry
best
got
defensive
injured like in
season,
the last 2 games, bro.
huh?
Weren't they up before Curry got injured, bro?
Bruh, listen.
Nah, were
You
they not
just
up? Were they
you
not up?
just say Lamelo. You just bring up injuries, Lamelo.
I never said nothing about injury, brother. I'm telling you that Brandon Miller was injured. That's why you can't compare Lamelo like last season with like you can't just say Brandon Miller was on the roster. He should have won.
You don't. Okay, cool. Curry's a top 10 player. Jimmy Butler's a top 20 player, and you say they've been up 2 games on who?
On the Rockets, they were like up. They were. I don't know if they're
Oh,
up 2
the
games.
Rockets, baby Rockets, with no real offensive scoring punch.
They were a
Oh,
really
them
good defensive
Rockets.
team. I
My
think they were
bad.
the best. I think they were the second best
And
defensive team in the West.
you know who been the last team that the last 2 teams that were defensive teams that that Curry had to go against and beat? The Heats and the Celtics in the finals.
Okay, but the OKC just won with like a not very good 3-point shooting team. They're a really good defensive team.
Well, I said
And
it
the
again.
Indian, I said the Indian, the OKC Thunder. They just got to the finals and won with a team that's not that good at 3-point shooting, but they were really good at playing defense.
Okay, so
Indiana, they
the
had some
Pacers was
scrappy
good at
defenders.
defense. The Minnesota Timberwolves are good at defense. Every team that been in the Final Four was good at defense. The Knicks was good in defense. Like that was the
Also,
4
you
best
saying
defensive teams.
look. All right, so I'm gonna just we just gonna disagree on the Lamelo winning
We ain't
player
even
thing.
got to
All right.
disagree. We don't
No,
have. It's not a
we gonna
disagree.
disagree.
It's not even a disagree, bro. You got your way of thinking. I got my way of thinking. You got your opinion.
Yeah,
I got your opinion.
you got okay. I look at the stats. He's not winning. Oh, he's not a winning player. I'm like, okay, if you put Lamelo,
And like I
good
said, if you
pieces
no
around
hold up,
Lamelo,
don't do that now, because if you gonna say
no,
why he said you
this
got
is
to
what you're
repeat
saying.
everything.
You're
Only
you're
because of the
saying
not winning. The not winning is a fact part. The part about reading coverages that may be that my now I would say assumption.
reading
That's
coverages, my
that's
nigga.
me.
I'd rather Lamelo take 100% of the shots in the game.
But you think that's a winning formula? Think about what you're saying before you
Okay,
say it now.
okay, it's not about it being a winning formula.
But
We're
that
gonna get to that
we here
later.
for wins though. The conversation about wins, and now you saying it don't matter about the winning formula.
No, it doesn't matter until you get good role players around him. If he's playing against G League players, bro, just you know what, develop your game, bro. But
Develop
that's
your
not what you.
game.
Yes, bro. Because look, all right, look. If you have players that you know are not going to be on your team in the next year to 2 years,
He don't
and
know that. No NBA player know their roster the next 2 years like
they
that.
are, bro. Because if you, oh, okay, if
You
you
know,
know a nigga,
they can
if
know
you know,
contracts like, well,
if you know a nigga on
this
your
player
team
got a
is
team off.
trash,
But
if you
see,
know a nigga on your team is trash, you know he's not gonna be there, bro. It's obvious, bro. If you have a good GM, you're gonna know that if a nigga on your team is averaging like 3 points per game, he's not gonna be on the team, bro. It's obvious. So don't tell me that he doesn't know. He
so
does
because
know,
a
bro.
player averaged 3 points a game on coming off the bench or whatever like that, that's I know
Nah,
they ain't
no,
gonna
no,
be here.
no. A starter. They were starting. They were averaging like 6 points, bro, as a starter. So
Okay,
yeah.
but you see you backwards because you just brought up injuries. So who else the fuck he gonna play with? It's like you making up every excuse in the world. And when
Why are
I
you
say
talking,
excuse,
bro? Bro, are you, are
that shit
you
just
like,
sound
are you
crazy to
good
me,
in the
bro.
brain, bro? I never said nothing.
Instead of you just saying like, you know what, Lamelo hasn't
I'm
won.
to everybody watching this right now. Are
Lamelo
you hearing
hasn't
this
won.
nigga just bring up injuries out of nowhere, bro?
You
I
brought
told him. I
you
told him.
just say if the starter on the team averaging 3 points per game, then maybe because of what starter you talking about? We can do this right
I'm
now.
talking about the last.
Who?
I'm giving
Who?
you an
You
example.
said three. Go ahead. Who averaged three?
I'm giving you an example about the last team that
Okay, so
Lamelo had to
give me
play
the
with.
player that was averaging 3 points per game so we can see why he was on the court at this point.
Because people on the team were injured.
Oh my bruh, I just
But
said
you
that.
bring up injuries
I
for no
just
reason.
said that, and you
Look.
say who brought up injuries. And I'm
Look,
telling
but
you,
I'm trying to
for
tell
them
you,
to
we're
be on
not
the
talking
court, it
about.
has
I'm
to be
giving
an
you an
injury.
example. You're focusing on some like on the random part of the example. I'm trying to tell you, if you are playing with players who are just
Averaging
there to
3 points per
yeah,
game.
averaging 3 points per
You know they
game
ain't gonna be on the
because you
team.
know they're not gonna be on the team. They're only
Uh-huh.
there because your starter
Because
is
of
injured.
injuries. Uh-huh.
Would
And then
you
after I
take the
say that,
chance?
you say why bring up injuries?
Would you take? All right. Look, let's forget about that. Will you take the chance as that player to develop your game and just focus on yourself because you know that player's not going to be on the team, or would you just play like pass the ball and stuff like that?
So let me ask you this question as a rebuttal to answer that question.
Okay, go
If
ahead.
you a winning player, are you still developing your game or are you trying to win?
There's always room to get better, bro.
Exactly, by playing.
Did Kobe stop practicing? Never.
Nobody say stop
Kobe was
practicing.
good.
But the fact that you bring
So
that up is
Kobe
crazy
developed the
because if you look at it now, today's league, they barely practice. Every NBA player say that they
Okay. Look,
barely practice. So let's get that out the way.
I don't really
Second
care,
of
bro. We're
all,
not talking about players.
you
You
know
keep
what
trying to change
development looks like for Lamelo? Development looks like a mid-range jumper. Development looks
He has a
like
mid-range
coming
floater, and
down
that shit
court,
goes in almost every
trying to
time.
understand what he's looking at before he just shoot. Shot selection, thinking the game, not just reacting to the game. That's developing for Lamelo. But like I
Thinking the
said,
game before. Okay, let's look at how many assists.
that I can't talk ball with you because you look at
Bro.
simple shit like, oh,
Oh
he
well, I
had
can't
three
talk
lobs. He
basketball.
threw 3 lobs this game, so that means he's one of the most
I
elite
can't
lob
talk
threats
basketball
ever.
with
Like
you because you just look at
that
wins
just
and
sound
losses and
crazy.
say your player is
I
not a
don't look
winner.
at. I just told you why he losing the game, and I told you he losing the game. I
No, you
gave you the fact, and I gave you the reason. I gave you the medicine and the diagnosis.
okay. Lamelo averaged 7.4 assists in his career right now. So let's talk about this, bro. And then last season, let's see how many assists he had last season.
Trey Young ain't even 6'1", and he be leading teams to the playoff. But that's just me. That's just me.
Last year he
Every
had
conversation you can make for LaMelo, people can make the same argument and try to say, well, that sound like Trey Young. Well, that sound like Devin Booker.
Look, I got a question.
Sound like.
Look. Let's get back to the stuff that we were talking about. If you were a player, like if you were a coach and you had a star player, and your star player, they're like the people that you got for that star player to start winning, they got injured. Will you tell your star player like, yo, just play, like develop your game, and then we could try again next season when everybody's healthy? Would you
Why
let
you keep
that star
saying
player,
develop your game and he ain't doing it? He injured.
bro?
He's just sitting down for the rest of the season every year.
Bro, taking those shots can help you develop your game, bro.
Taking what shots?
Bro, the what's it called? The shots off the screen with the defender closing out, all that, bro. You can get a feel for a game from that.
But what I'm telling you, bro, is when you watch the Hornets when LaMelo is playing, even if they is bad at the time, you're not watching that. You're not seeing LaMelo trying to get to a mid-range. You're not seeing LaMelo fighting through
He
screens.
doesn't need a mid-ranger when he doesn't need a mid-ranger when
bro, everybody needs something.
his coach,
everybody can get better.
Doesn't like mid-rangers. He takes the mid-range floater.
Man, listen, look at all these championship teams. The only one you can say that really loved
the only reason
the
only reason LaMelo takes bad shots in the game is because him taking that shot, bro, is a higher percentage shot than him passing it to a random role player that's in the G League, bro.
See, you simplifying basketball. It's like a lot of y'all fans don't really respect what basketball really is. Just like with football, it's like y'all think, okay, he got a strong arm, so he should be a good quarterback, and he can run, and forget you got to read coverages within 2 seconds and make a decision, and still be accurate. Wild motherfuckers coming at you. So when I look at LaMelo, I'm looking at him coming down court, and instead of reading what he's seen defensively, what he doing is, if I get open, if them boys leave me too much space behind his three, I pulling up. What that do is, if you hit the shot, cool, he hit the shot. But if you miss the shot, nobody else getting rhythm, nobody else touch the ball. You shooting early in the shot clock. It's a lot of intricate shit that when it comes to offensive basketball and it comes to winning basketball.
You just told me that he's a better passer than Tyrese Halliburton.
But what I got him at, I don't be seeing your point when you say things that I say. Like, okay, yes, I said that, but what does that have to do with what I just said now?
Because you're telling
me
that he's
prove
not
a different point.
You're telling me that he's not a player that passes.
I ain't saying he a play. I'm not saying he ain't. What I'm saying is, it's like, you know why Lamar Jackson have trouble every year in the playoffs? Because teams can dial in and say, we know what you don't do well, and we can run this motherfucker all day. We gonna force you to be a quarterback. And when you force people that ain't comfortable just dropping back, sitting in the pocket, trying to go against a zone, it's harder to be that quarterback. But when you got a quarterback that can sit back in the pocket and pick up part zone like Joe Burrow, you get further. But Joe Burrow got a defense. So yes, it's a team game, but it's certain things when it comes to the game of any sport that is more than just your talent. Talent can get you by so much. Hard work and talent can get you by a long way. But thinking the game, LeBron and Draymond Green, the reason why they Hall of Fame, well, I say the reason why they Hall of Famers, but the reason why LeBron is in the conversation for being the GOAT is because he had the athletic talent and he's smart as a motherfucker with that IQ when it comes to basketball.
Look, so you all right, bro. All right. So
you just think the game too simple.
You're telling me, look, that's what I'm bro, just answer this yes or no question. We can end the whole conversation if you just answer this yes or no question.
But there's no such thing as a yes or no question when it comes to basketball on some things it requires more understanding. You can't just say, oh yeah, who better?
But you never answered the question when I asked you. Can you just answer
Trey Young this year?
Can you just answer for me after I ask you, bro? Can you do me that favor, bro? Instead of trying to create a whole nother conversation.
Like, no, because I think we talking in circles for the past hour, to be real.
Yeah, look, just answer the question, because every time I ask you, you try to talk about something else, bro. Like, if you were to pluck out LaMelo from the Hornets,
Just put him on a team. Give me a
And put
team.
him
Like, give me something to visually see. Give me a team.
the Detroit Pistons.
No, they ain't. No, they're not going to wait. They're not going to be as good as they've been this year because LaMelo's a weakness on defense. You got to move too much shit around. You got to overcompensate for what he can't do instead of him adding to that. At least Cade give you that.
All right. So how about this? If you put LaMelo how the GM is doing right now, if you get LaMelo and you build around him, around his weaknesses, put players around him that complement his weaknesses, do you think that he will be able to become a winning player? Like, do you think he's the winning player?
I think he get to the playoffs. I think he make it to the playoffs.
Okay, so he will become a winning player then, right? In your eyes.
As far as some make it, yeah, in that regard of making the playoffs.
I appreciate you for your time, man. That's all I want to know because in my eyes, okay, he all right. So look, I understand you now. He's not a winning player yet, right? But he can become that winning player, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In my eyes, I'm already viewing it as him already being that winning player because he can become that winning player. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And that's why I've been trying to break down to you earlier. You can't view basketball like that and start talking about it because what you're doing is you taking what a player doing right now and projecting to what they can do someday, but you putting everything that comes with that projection. Hold on. You taking everything that comes with that projection and you using that in the right now. You trying to do that shit in real time. You can't do that because we don't know what LaMelo can do with all these different things, but we know what he did with what he had so far. And we ain't see him winning. And when
what he has so far, you can admit that that's just a trash team game.
But I've seen other players that I view that the way I view LaMelo or what he can be, and then when I look at a younger LeBron with that Cavs team, when I look at Luka with that team without Brunson, when I look at AI with that team without the Philly, when I look at shit like that, it's like cool. I see why saying these players can lift teammates. They can lift no matter what era it is or whatever. Like an AI era, the point scoring been kind of lower than what it is now. So him dropping 25, 30 a night, but damn near it felt like 40 in today's game. So at the end, well, shit, less than that, like 20 in today's game or what I should say. Now you need two players that can do that on your team. At the end of the day, if you give LaMelo the exact team that would work with him, that would work for him or whatever, to where you can build around him and this player can do that, this player can do this, blah, 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 whatever. It gonna be another player of his caliber on that roster. You can't just say, oh yeah, LaMelo you give him 2 40+ percentage 3-point shooters. You give him 2 rim runners who finish at the rim, who put a lot of pressure on the rim. I still wouldn't say, oh yeah, he can win. He can start being some perennial.
No, I'm not talking about winning. I'm not talking about winning because I mean, at the end of the day, the worst role player on the OKC Thunder right now is a winner. I'm talking about can he lead that team to a win?
But see, if you talking about leading, we talking about
because look,
all
at
in
the end of the day, the reason why we're having this conversation is because the Hornets are trying to build a team around LaMelo. So if you're trying to build a team around LaMelo, that means he's going to lead that team.
So what I said was factually correct. He's not a winning player.
He is because all right. Do you think that LaMelo is a good?
Let's use this word. Let's use this word.
All right.
Do you think LaMelo played winning basketball?
At the moment, with the roster that he had last season, no.
But see, when I like I said, I'm gonna keep going back to LeBron when he dragged that team to the finals. I didn't look at LeBron as a winning player, but I had him ahead of LaMelo because at least he been getting to the playoffs consistently at this point. So when somebody said LeBron been the winner at that point, he been like, no, because he ain't winning no championship. He ain't getting to the finals in the second, third. But before he ever made it to the playoff, which was maybe like, did he make it? I think it's rookie season, but only season he made it to the playoffs at that time. But other than that, he's still been taking bad teams to the playoffs.
You're kind of like saturating it.
That's not saturating it because what I'm saying is
because you're forgetting about different type of things. The only reason LaMelo is not playing winning basketball is because he doesn't have winning teammates around.
That what I saying is when I look
When
at
LaMelo
LeBron
gets
that
winning
year,
when LaMelo gets winning teammates around him, people who are actually like, you know, not G League players, he's
what if
going to play winning.
nobody on the roster is a winning player?
LaMelo, bro,
That's what we stuck in. You stuck and
you
listen, and
talk,
when I say this, I ain't
bro.
trying to
This
be like
dude
them
keeps
fans who be trying to
talking about
misquote
random
fandom and
stuff.
shit.
Nobody on the roster.
You you
Why does that matter in
you
this conversation?
you a LaMelo Glazer. I'm gonna just keep
I'm
it a
not a
buck.
LaMelo Glazer,
That's what
bro.
it is, bro. Cause you're not hearing yourself.
You're not
Back
hearing
to
yourself, bro. I told
back.
you. I
Listen,
asked you. I
eh,
asked you. I
even
told you this. I told you this. Hold on. I told you. Lamelo's not playing winning basketball right now because he doesn't have winning players around him. When he has winning
and I
players
said, well,
around
maybe
him,
the entire team ain't a winning team, and you would not concede that. Well, yeah, Miller part of that team.
well,
He probably ain't a winning
we
player.
can tell that Lamelo can be a part of
How do
a
we
winning
know?
team
You just say the injuries.
because when he had a good play, like winning players around him, he made it farther than he did without winning players around
Oh,
him.
you mean the same year when all us been on this channel all season talking about how Borrego them don't be giving him the reins to do his thing? That can't be the same team that had Terry Rozier dropping 20 plus a game that season. That can't be the same team now. Because when I look at that team, don't get me wrong, like LaMelo was we was following the horns because of LaMelo and all that shit there, whatever. But Terry Rozier ain't been not dropping 20. Ain't like he wasn't doing his job. Ain't like Miles Bridges ain't coming to his own. So when you talk about they had a better team
All
and
right, yo,
stuff
I
like
got a
that,
question, bro.
they ain't get there because just because of LaMelo. LaMelo does play an important part, but that shit been
Look, we just
because
keep talking
we
about the
don't keep
same.
it about.
Look,
I just don't want to sound like a LaMelo hater when I finish throwing out all them different shit that y'all don't talk about.
yo, Mercury, bro, hold on, let me adjust this comment. Mercury, you're just yapping, bro, because you're saying Lamelo could have played better. It could have played. The Hornets could have been better if he had averaged a better field goal. Look, bro, if you ever play basketball and you have bad teammates, you're gonna realize that the defense is gonna just start guarding you more than your teammates because they know that your teammates are not gonna do anything. So if you put a
You
teammate
got
that
a
can actually
simple way of thinking about basketball, bro.
no, bro. All right, good.
You
I got
got
a
a
question.
simple way, bro.
I got a question for you. Why did the new GM put Concanipple on the team and a whole bunch of other shooters?
Because like how you say he's building a team.
Building the
Every team
team, building the
shooters is
team,
at a
building the team.
premium, That's the
Look,
NBA. If you can shoot
okay,
you in a you got players that like
no
if
defense is at a premium right now. Don't you see the two NBA teams that went to the
two,
that went to the finals?
yeah, but if you
Do
look
you see the field goal of the OKC Thunder, bro? Wait, hey, look, go look at the OKC Thunder and look at Chat's
okay, but see when you do
3-point field
that,
goal. It was like
okay, see
12%.
you looking at 1 year, you looking at this year. Go
We're
back to
looking at the
last year.
winning team of this year. We're looking at the
Okay,
well.
look,
Okay,
okay.
okay. What about all right? Cool.
Boston Celtics. That's all they do is shoot threes.
All right. Did they win
The
this
year
year?
before that, who won them?
The what's it called? The Nuggets. I'm pretty sure.
3-point shooting around Jokic.
What? Okay, bro. Look,
Why?
look, bro.
Go ahead.
I'm trying
Because
to
you
tell
thinking
you.
about this year Nuggets,
All
like
right, look. You
you
just
keep
said
thinking
3-point
about this
shooting.
year, or we talking about 2 years
All right,
ago,
we
or
talking
we talking
about
about 2 years from now, and we talking about
look,
today.
look. We
You thinking
talking. You
about
said three
Russell
point
Westbrook put on
shooting.
them championship team.
We
They
talk.
had
You said
Caldwell Pope who could have shoot 40%,
okay. I got a question
MPJ
though.
who
Hold
was shooting close to 40%.
on. Okay, I get your point. I get your point. Look, 3-point
Don't say
shooting
you get my
around
point without saying yeah, because you
3-point
conceding the
shooting.
point.
Look, because I'm trying to
We
use your
just talk
point
about
against you.
3-point shooting. I give you the last two
All
championships.
right. 3-point shooting
3-point shooters.
around Jokic, right? 3-point shooting around Jokic.
Yeah.
Why did Jokic need 3-point shooting around him? If Jokic didn't have 3-point shooting around him, what would have happened?
I mean,
Would he have
what
been
else would
forced?
happen? He would have
Would
had
he
to
have been
be.
forced to take bad shots?
No, it doesn't force you to take bad shots.
It
It
does
forces you to
because
change your game. When he ain't had no shooting around him like this year, you see what happened. But see, the thing about it is, you probably only been watching basketball for a couple of years. You don't remember Denver always been a team that been like everybody playing, everybody get involved, everybody. It's a team.
Jokic, don't get me wrong, Jokic is the MVP and all that, all the while. I ain't saying he don't deserve that or whatever. But the Nuggets been built on a team basis. He's not like Jokic been like that. Jokic is that team that play like everybody on the team. That's like Halliburton. We see Halliburton, and he the person we see, but it really Siakam. Jokic just happen to be both players. We see him and he Siakam, but they still a team. Their whole scheme, offensively and defensively, is about on offense. We gonna run the offense through Jokic, just like the Golden State Warriors do. They run their offense through the post.
All right, look, bro, look. All right, I asked you if with a team built around Lamelo,
Uh huh.
with him being the leader of the team, you said, and I asked you, do you think that they can become a winning, that he would be a winning player and become a winning team? You said yes. That's all I wanted to know, bro. That's the
He
conversation
should
over.
make the playoffs. If
Yes,
he got a good
and
roster
then
with him, he should make the playoffs.
okay,
At that point, he's in a new tier. He ain't no
okay,
more. Oh yeah, well he a winning player because he make it to the playoffs. Okay, we cool. After 2-3 years, like what Ant. After 2-3 years of making it to the conference finals, okay, cool. And next year, what's up with them chips, bruh? You gotta win a chip now.
all
Unless
right,
people be looking at you crazy.
all right.
Melo ain't even
So
get to the playoffs part yet for him to be considered
look,
that a playoff winning
look,
type player. It's
look.
tears of this shit.
All right, look. All right, cool, bro. You're thinking right now in how you're saying it right now. I'm thinking about, okay, can I build a team around Lamelo? Okay, that's it,
Uh,
bro. The conversation's over, bro. You'll see in
I mean,
about
building a team around him and him
you
leading the
see
team is two different things.
you
Because they're
see
gonna
all
have to
right,
bring somebody else in
you'll see in
for
about two to
Lamelo.
3 years when they make it to the playoffs, and you're gonna be like, yo, well, Lamelo's a winning player now. All right, cool. You're thinking about right
And
now.
then 2 years after that, if he ain't threatening for a chip, I'm gonna say, see, this nigga ain't no winning player.
All right, cool, bro.
It's gonna be the
That's it.
same circle.
Conversation's over, bro. I'm not even trying to like keep going. We keep going in circles, bro. But what I do want to talk
Exactly. All
about,
you had to say is he ain't got no wins yet, so that means he ain't a winning player.
no,
Conversation will be
no, no,
over.
no, no, no.
But you
Because
want me
me,
to
the
say
definition of a
if he
winning
do
player to you,
something, then he would.
no,
Instead of
no,
just
no.
looking at it right now, we talking
The
about the right
definition,
now.
the
We talking about the
definition,
right now. Is he a winning player?
the definition of a
Right
winning
now,
player to
is he
me,
a winning player? Just answer that. Is he a
the
winning player right
definition.
now?
No, but I gotta tell you that the
So it's no.
definition,
So
that
just
no,
like how
it
you
is. It
said,
is. He
that's
is a
all I
winning
need
player,
to know.
bro. The definition of a winning player to me and to you is different. The
And that's I've been
definition.
saying that. That's why I don't even know keep arguing. I keep
Yeah,
telling you that shit.
that's what I'm telling you.
Winning
I'm
to
trying
me
to
is
end the
different than what
conversation.
winning is to you. That's all.
All right. Look, the definition of a winning player to you is how many, like, are you winning right now, currently? The definition of a winning player to me is can you build a team around him and win the chip? That's all, bro. It's cool. We have two different definitions, bro. It's cool, man. But what I want to talk to you about this, bro. Why do you not think that Jimmy Butler? Why do you think Jimmy Butler's a role player?
Get Jimmy Butler limited in his skills. Jimmy Butler's a hard working defender. Jimmy Butler do got a decent size for a defender. He can bully his way to the basket, but at the end of the day, like
Yo,
he a
Jimmy
wing
Butler
player
is
and he can't
not a
take over. He
role
can't do
player,
nothing.
bro.
I
So you're
mean,
telling me that
hey,
a role player led a team to a finals 2 times?
bro, listen.
Not
The
one, but two
same way I
times?
look
Two
at the
times,
Pacers
bro?
and see the Pacers overachieved this year, that's the same way they did that. They
How do you
overachieved
overachieve 2 times?
because at the end of the day, if I play in a team, if I got a team with Jimmy Butler on it, Jimmy Butler got hard. I know he gonna bust his ass. I know he gonna do
He's
all the
not a
dirty
role
work,
player.
bro. Listen,
Define a role player for me, bro.
a player that if you put him on that squad, if you put him and say, "Hey, Curry, we need you to be the second option. We want the ball to run through all the offense still gonna run through Draymond, but it gonna run through Draymond, but we gonna preferably flow it to Jimmy Butler." Is that a winning squad for? Is that a winning situation for Golden State? Because a top 20 player, that should still be a good situation, knowing Kyrie's a two. The second option, I should say.
I'm comfortable putting Jimmy Butler as the first option on any team.
Hey, and that's why. Where has that gotten you?
Where has
Go
that
ahead,
gone,
say
Jimmy
it.
Butler? He's gone to two finals, bro. That's where
In the
that is.
playoffs, right?
That's where
So
that
that's
got
why I
Jimmy Butler.
say I can't say Jimmy Butler ain't a winner. Because for what I have him at and for what he's done, he won. He ain't no anybody expect no Jimmy Butler led team. They can say, "Oh, if Jimmy Butler on the team, you know shit, they gonna at least fight for it." Cool, but I don't see a Jimmy Butler led team winning no championship. I don't give a fuck what switch him with any superstar in the league right now. Any star in the league, switch him out
Yeah.
for anybody in the league right now and say, "Oh yeah, that's the Story championship
Jimmy
team."
Butler cannot lead a team to a
Jimmy
championship.
Butler
That's what
ain't
he's saying.
looking teammates. He's not a top like. Hey, listen, we can say all the things we want to say about top 10, top 15, top 30. I ain't gonna argue who your top players is or whatever, because that's your list. I just saying, don't come at me with Jimmy Butler in one hand and LaMelo on the other hand and be like, yeah, that's the hard
We're
decision.
not talking about Lamelo, bro. Anymore,
I
bro.
know we ain't, but what I'm saying is
Use a
I letting
different
you
player.
know when I look at Jimmy Butler, I even have him below a talent like LaMelo. Because
Okay, we're talking about talent.
I
No,
look
we're
at basketball
okay.
two different ways.
We're talking about talent right now. We're not.
Okay, if you telling me
We're talking about
who's
is
the
Jimmy
top
Butler a
five
role player?
players,
We're not talking about talent no more, bro.
I understand that. But if you saying tell me the best players in the NBA, that can be double full. Because like I
20,
said,
he's top 20.
you say he top 20, cool. I'm not gonna debate you on that. Like he just ain't in my top 20. That's all.
So all right. Look, I'm
And
name
mind you
me
now,
20 players
when I think
better than
about
Jimmy Butler, bro.
go ahead. You say?
Name me 20 players better than Jimmy
See,
Butler.
and that's why I said I'm not about to sit here and list 20 players, but I'm not about to do that.
All right. How about this? Name me the 5 players on your like the. All right, look. Give me 15 and up to 15 up to 20.
Bro, listen, I'm not one of those basketball fans that sit there and run around with a list. If I can sit down, if
All
I
right,
want to sit down
name
and
me a
run off a
player.
list,
Name me
I
a
can
player that's
find
better.
20
Name me one
players
player
better than
that's
Jimmy
not
Butler.
in the top 10 or not in the top 15 that's better than Jimmy Butler.
Bro, you there's got to be
See, you
conversations
so
at this
much.
point. 'Cause ain't no like I letting you know I'm not naming a bunch of names and say, oh
No,
yeah, this
just
player
one
better,
player.
this
Just
player
one
better,
player,
this
bro.
player better, this player better, this
Just
player
one
better,
player,
this
bro.
player
Just
better.
one player. One player that's not like in the top 10. Just one player, bro.
Jalen Brown.
No, let's don't even entertain that question. Like it's like
Jalen Brown is in the top, like in the top 15 game.
it's like when a lot of y'all boy look at a lot of y'all boy look at basketball, bro. It's like y'all look at it from a standpoint where it's like okay, name recognition plus okay, he put up 30 last year plus oh yeah, like he could have did this if he been. It's like, bruh, and I don't care about all that shit. There. When I look at a talented players, Lamelo is one of the most talented players in the league. His talent level is damn near on the same level as Luca to me. But when somebody say he the top 5 best players in the league, no, it's all about like when I look at Luca, like no, let me go back to Lamelo. When I look at Lamelo, when I say he ain't a winning player, by fact, I can look at the W's and the L's.
This is the
No,
this is
hold on. I can look at the W's and I can look at the L's, and I can say by fact, he is not a winning player. If you say, well, we don't go by wins or losses, what don't make him a winning player? Then I give you, okay, these are the things that he do in the court that fucks up the rest of the team, but we don't see it like that because a lot of the
I'm not gonna
times his
reply to
shots
that no
go
more.
in.
I already replied to it too much, bro.
Right? But all I saying is when Lamelo on the floor, it's a certain way you play basketball.
Bro, I told you we're
That's
not
why I
talking
bring
about
up Chris
Lamelo
Paul.
no
I
more.
ain't saying Chris Paul is a better talent than Lamelo at any point in his career, but at the
Why are we
end
talking
of
about Lamelo again, bro? I just ended the conversation. Like you keep trying to go
because
back.
I trying to help you understand how I view basketball. I ain't arguing. If
How
you want to
you?
say
I
Jimmy
already know how
Butler,
you view
if
basketball.
you want to say Jimmy
You
Butler
wanna know
ain't
how
top
you view
20,
basketball,
cool.
bro.
Cool. If
You
he
view
if
basketball as this. You view basketball. You probably think that SGA was an MVP this season, right?
no, what see that I don't it don't matter to me about MVPs. Them shit just
No.
awards.
You probably sat there and was like, well, he won more games, so he
No,
has a.
see, you see that's
No,
when you argue from assumption, you're gonna be wrong. I stopped giving a fuck about MVPs when I watched Russell average a triple double for a third year and he didn't get the MVP. because they get tired of it. You can't do some
But
shit
I
like
know
that.
the type of person you are, bro. You look at the wins and you be like, well, he had more wins, so he's the MVP. No, bro.
But
Look,
no, see,
look,
I just
look.
told you this now. When Russell ain't win the MVP for that third time of
You
averaging
think
triple
you
double,
value
to me
wins
it's
more
like
than you value wins more than everything, bro.
listen. Cool.
You
If you want
probably
to say I going out
you
for
probably
wins,
think that wins
cool.
contribute
But
to you being
also
in the All-Star game, bro.
on top of the wins, when Lamelo come down
The
court,
impact and the
Lamelo
presence.
don't read no coverages on defense. Lamelo just goes, just saying what he been doing at Chino Hills. If they give me enough room, I'm pulling up. What that does is if he hits it, hooray. If he misses it, the team ain't get a chance to touch the ball. The team ain't get a chance to get in the rhythm. The offense get derailed because you find up shots quick. Now the game may change. Like, what if they playing against a team that don't want to play fast pace? Now you don't give up a quick shot in the shot clock. They coming down and they slow rocking them and they getting a pushing shot off. Now you coming back down and you doing the same shit. You don't got teammates in rhythm to say, oh well, my teammates don't be hitting shots and
Bro,
shit. You got to
LaMelo
get them in
actually
rhythm. They got
runs
to touch the
plays,
ball. They got to
bro.
be part of the offense. You
You
can't just
do
have them running
all
up and
right,
down,
bro.
overextended defensively
You're
for
just
you, but you
lying.
don't.
You're just lying if you say that they don't run like, bro. They run actual plays, bro. What are you
I
talking about?
didn't say they don't run extra plays, but when you got
Well,
the
no. Well, you're
when you
basically
was
saying
when
that by saying that Lamelo walks down and just chucks up a shot if they leave him
that's
open.
not no,
That's
that's not the same thing. What I said was what he you can make a plan all you want to, but when you get down there, sometimes the plan don't go the way the coach put it out there. If the coach wants you to run horns and you trying to run horns and they be like, oh well, boom, y'all, let's just get inside the zone. Now it's going to make it a little harder. So now you got to pivot. So once you pivot, it's like, okay, cool. Now you can play unpatterned basketball, which bodes well for LaMelo. But LaMelo don't let it get to that point. LaMelo just go to unpatterned basketball to start.
no,
That's
he
the
doesn't,
problem.
my
So with
nigga. Do
no,
you know how
hold
many
on.
screen?
I teaching you some
Yo,
shit
yo,
right
yo, yo,
now.
yo, yo,
Listen,
yo. I'm not gonna argue with you, bro.
I
You
teach you some
you
shit
literally
right
haven't
now.
watched Hornets basketball in like 3 years,
Bruh,
apparently.
listen. Unfortunately, that's pretty much most of the basketball I get to watch live in person. So yes, I watch a
So
lot of fucking Christmas basketball games.
how many screen and rolls have you seen him do with Mark
I'm not saying
Williams?
he don't. I'm not saying that he don't. What I'm saying is when they got the ball in Lamelo hand, Lamelo's an unhinged type player. Lamelo, he got
You are
confidence off the
yapping,
fucking
bro.
roof. So what Lamelo do is sometimes he wreck the fucking offense by using, oh shit, I can pull out from right here. I got this in my bag. But then it begins where it's like, damn, Lamelo kind of disappear. Or it begins with like, damn, Lamelo stuff in the stat sheet and they lose.
Bro,
It's like none of that shit really matter.
Lamelo
It's
is
about
one of
the parts that you
the
make.
best passers in the league
Passion,
right
but see,
now.
you look
And
at basketball so simplified that you ain't understanding.
you telling me that he
That's why they
doesn't have
trying to move Lamelo.
IQ, this and
That's why
that, bro.
they ain't trying to move him permanently off the ball. They
Bro,
trying to move. They trying to
I
find a
can
play
find an
that he can play
8-minute
off ball
compilation
because
of
of this.
Lamelo's highest IQ passes, bro.
Bro, that don't make having being a great passer, having high IQ passing, don't necessarily
Do
translate
you
into
know?
winning
Do you want to know?
basketball.
Do you want to know something crazy, bro? In the in the game where he scored his highest 50 points, where he
See,
broke
you
his
keep going back to fucking points and
no no
passes,
no
and
no, no,
you
no.
skipping past the
Look,
details of the game.
bro,
You have
look, bro.
not yet respond to him reading defensive coverages when he come down.
Well, obviously he can read the defensive coverage if he can get his teammates open. Can't he? It's common
That don't
fucking sense.
necessarily mean
That
that.
shit crazy, bro. Ain't no way you be
And
thinking
I
the way you
know
thinking
that's
right
a
now.
fact. Just because he
Look.
don't
In
mean
the game where he scored his highest points in the game last season, he averaged 10 assists.
okay, good for him, but that don't mean he understands what the defense what's in front of him.
Exactly.
Bro, he's been playing point guard his whole life, my nigga. How does he not
That don't
understand?
mean nothing. I'm
My
going by
nigga,
what
we
his
talking
coach in
about
Australia said when he said he didn't know how to run a proper offense. What are you talking about?
wait, what you
Exactly.
said? What you said?
He did not know how to run a proper offense. The only thing he knew how to do when he got to Australia was run up and down the court.
Exactly.
Well,
Like
it's
I
called
said.
is no. Why would he try to run up? Why would he try to run a proper offense when the whole point of him going to Australia is to develop his game so he can make it to the NBA?
Because in the NBA and in college, everybody runs some form of an offense, sir. They just don't be up there running up and down the court. Well, they don't do layups anymore.
Bro, he was a 16-year-old in like high school game. Come on, bro.
I don't care what
But
it is. Even
exactly, it
in,
don't matter at the end of the day. It don't matter.
Can he run an offense in the NBA? Yes.
That's
now,
what he's learning.
yeah,
Man, when
But
I
him
ain't
not
finna
being on
talk
the
to
court,
these
he just
these
can't
niggas,
get
bro.
it.
You
Real
don't,
time
you
repetition.
guys not watching the game, bro. Do you know how many
No,
games?
you not watching, bro. You just glazing Lamelo. You don't know what
I'm not
games. You
glazing
cannot.
Lamelo,
You
bro.
can't watch the game, bro.
You not, bro. I watched it, bro. If I was glazing Lamelo, bro, I would not have watched the games where Lamelo was not playing. I watched almost
Huh?
every game.
That
here's a fact.
your qualifiers don't make sense.
I said this, bro. I said, look, if I was a Lamelo Glazer when he was out and injured, I would not have watched those games. Would I
You
not?
probably just watch basketball. I mean, you can't be a glaze of a player.
Oh, I only watch Charlotte games.
Okay, so why you watch Charlotte?
Give you an example of
Because I'm a Charlotte fan.
about LaMelo.
I'm a Charlotte fan before I'm a LaMelo fan, bro.
Anthony Edwards, like not just Anthony Edwards, but any player coming in from college to the NBA is going to struggle to learn the NBA system. It's the
Right.
difference. But LaMelo's struggle was because per Chino Hill, did they have some form of structure in the offense? Yeah, but it mostly looked like only thing they did was hoist up 3-point shots.
Mm-hmm.
When they miss or make, regardless of what happened, they ran back to the other side of the court, not being in the proper defense, and then coming back, even if the other team would miss and doing, because he literally did it in AAU.
Yep.
I thought they had a pretty good AAU record, and I found out otherwise that they didn't, that they was trash and they was bottom in the division.
Man, listen, for facts, them boys been out there hooping. We ain't never seen no final scores. They just been out there hooping and losing, but the shit I look good.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, when somebody said that, I said, nah, that can't be true. I heard people keep saying it, and I was like, nah, I don't know about that. And then it was an actual pro basketball player that said, they said that team was trash. He said, yeah, it was exciting that, you know, they was going up and down the court, they was running and stuff like that, and putting up threes, but they was never winning. He said they would get blown out by a lot.
Yep. And see, a lot of people look at the Chino Hills basketball team and confuse it with the AAU team. The AAU team been just running up and down losing.
Yeah.
Chino Hills team was winning when they had Lonzo and
because they had
Dom G and all that shit.
Structure of an offense.
Yeah, he never played in structure until he get the was that the script? Yeah, and they've been trying to say that's why he ain't been getting a lot of damn looks and being in the office. Ain't because he been too young and none of that shit there. It been the fact that listen, this is what we trying to run. You don't fit in what we trying to run. And just to correct you what you said earlier, when players go to college used to be where you go to develop before you go to league. Now college, just like all the pro leagues, they just there for that year until they go pro.
Look, bro.
LaMelo ain't been going to those develop. He been going to Australia to have
the Chino Hills teams lost, and they lost by a lot, bro. They had a 60-game win streak.
No, not Chino Hills. I just say AAU and Chino Hills is two different teams. AAU been that's summer runs and shit like that. Chino Hills, a basketball team, when they had their full roster of players like Lonzo before he dubbed, they've been the team that going back to back undefeated years of champions and shit like that. Because they had Lonzo. Lonzo been the de facto. You couldn't lose with a player like Lonzo because he your best player. He played like a dog.
I got a better situation for you. Coming into the game, we know Lonzo struggled, but who looked better in their first year, even with their struggles, Lonzo or LaMelo?
LaMelo, he won Rookie of the Year. Man, man, I'm about to get off this drink. Bro, you telling me, bro? LaMelo was Rookie of the Year. You telling me he did?
I know, I get that. But like I said,
don't know
we
what
look
you're
at
talking about. You don't know
differently. You look at LaMelo and you see, LaMelo had a lot of points that season. He had more points.
No. It's
hold on. Let me finish my point.
Rookie of the Year, bro.
No, I get that. But you knew who else been Rookie of the Year, and we never heard from him after that shit. What guard from Philly Banana? They had two Rookie of the Year guards that we don't hear nothing about. Look at Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons a Rookie of the Year? Come on, man. That's why I keep doing the award in my face.
You said who looked better? You said who looked better in the rookie season coming
To
in.
me,
Lamelo
Lonzo
or
look better.
Lonzo? I said
Lonzo
Lamelo because
look
he had
better.
more
You know why
rookie years.
Lonzo look
That's
better
it, bro.
to me?
End the conversation, bro. I just
You
answered
know
the
why?
question.
You
You
know why
talking about
Lonzo look
So
better to
look
me?
better to me just because I felt like he had a better understanding of the game. Just
bro?
because Lamelo won Rookie of the Year don't mean he looked.
Yeah, like Lamelo been hooping. Don't get me
Who looked
wrong,
better?
but you looking
Lamelo
at the
looked
three, you
better.
looking at Lonzo jumper, and that's the indictment of his entire
I'm
game.
not.
Instead of
I'm
looking at
not looking at the jumper. I never said shit about his jumper. Did I say anything about his jumper,
no,
bro?
but what I'm saying is that's the only knock you can say about him. If you go look at his numbers from that year. Go look at his numbers from that year.
I don't care, bro. I'm
That's the
talking
only
about
negative
who.
mark on his thing. Us,
I'm like,
us finishing
yo,
at the
I watch,
rim,
no,
but that
I
been more
watch a
cosmetic
game
than
and I'm
stat.
like, yo, Lamelo's
Even
playing better than Lonzo. You
even
watch the whole
even
game.
now, I still think Lonzo is the better NBA pro compared to his brother.
Exactly. That's
Fuck
a
out of
fact.
here, nigga. I'm getting off this shit,
That's
nigga.
like
What?
you know who Lamelo
Y'all
was.
niggas,
You know who Lamelo is. Lamelo is
what?
James Harden. Lamelo is Luca. That's who they is. They gotta play that way with the ball gotta be inside
Lamelo
their
is the
hand.
worst
Lamelo got a better
NBA
chance to
player.
not be like Luca and James Harden. He got the
Yo,
best
yo,
chance,
yo,
but
yo.
right
I got
now,
a
shit, that's
question
all
though.
he gonna be.
I got a question though. Why is there not a team being built right now around Lonzo and there's a team being built around Lamelo? Are you telling me that the GM that gets paid like a couple
You want me to give you
million
the
a year is
answer?
wrong?
You want to give you the answer?
Yeah, give me the answer, man.
The reason why a team being built around Lamelo because he's max
Hey,
contract
Thunder, you
out.
can't bring up
He's
stats against
only
them because
20.
they're gonna say
No,
that
you
Lamelo
gonna
fans
ask the
only bring up
question,
stats.
but
You gotta
then when I say
show them like
something,
the
you basically
pictures.
saying that on. All I know is at the end of the day, when you look at Lamelo, Lamelo's still young. Just get his rookie extension. Lamelo actually was putting up like 20, 30. He was cosmetically looking like, oh yeah, that's the player that you pay big money to.
Why?
You
All
look
right,
at
if he
Lonzo.
can't run,
Hold on. When you look at Lonzo, Lonzo injury prone. I ain't about to sit up here and be one of them and be like, well,
exactly,
Lonzo
bro. This
injury prone
guy's
right now.
spewing garbage out his
Thunder,
mouth,
I'm
bro.
But
not
that don't mean he garbage.
I'm not
Look,
talking
look, look. So you
statistical.
telling me if you were to pick
Lon,
between Lonzo and Lamelo, if you were to pick between Lonzo and Lamelo to build a team around, you would pick Lonzo?
Yes, I would personally.
Fuck it, yo. Hey, I'm
Listen,
hopping. Hey, I'll see y'all next.
if you look at Lonzo game and you look at Lamelo game, it's easier to build a team around Lonzo than it is Lamelo. Lamelo the type of player where you need to find specific players around him. Lonzo the type of player where when you put a team around him, he jail whatever that team. Like remember when Debo first get there, everybody like Debo don't shoot the three ball, or Debo ain't go. Debo going fuck the offense up. Lonzo been the glue to make all that shit work. I'd rather have a glue player and start a team around them than to start a team around a player that A also injury prone and B shit.
Yeah.
I ain't see you win yet. I ain't see you
And
lift
I love
nobody yet.
Lonzo. I'd rather
Other
have
than Miles Bridges.
type players then. And I like Lamelo, but I felt like as far as understanding the nuances of the game for the best way that they could as rookies, Lonzo looked more better. And I think that had a lot to do with college and just him naturally from the beginning running not the AAU team, but the high school team. Where I
Yeah.
felt like LaMelo, like I was just looking, I'm like, yo, he and the thing was, I do give credit for this, but it's kind of a bad thing. Of being like he has such great vision that it can look like, oh, well, that's the way this play was structured to happen. You know, and getting guys open. A lot of people were saying
Yeah.
that in his first year, like he don't know what he looking at. I'm glad that he's completing the passes that he's completing, but he didn't know
Mhm.
what he was looking at.
Yeah.
Like
That's
I
the
think
people don't
Lonzo is
understand.
a better. I think Lonzo is a better passer too, and it ain't even close.
Yeah, see, people knock Lonzo because Lonzo game don't look like LaMelo game.
Yeah,
LaMelo game is more aesthetically pleasing. So you do tend to say, hey, that boy put up 20 last time, 30 last night, had like 9 assists. And that shit look and sound good, but then when you really, really pay attention to the game, it's like, yeah, but I mean shit. Lonzo kind of do more for winning than damn
yeah.
LaMelo doing.
The gravity is higher. Like
Yeah, that's why when people talk about that, when people talk about Lonzo, that's why they talk about him in high regard because they understand what he brings to the table. Because a lot of us as fans, and I ain't trying to make it seem like I an expert, but a lot of us as fans, when we watch the game, we forget that it's more thinking involved in the game as anything. We think, oh yeah, because Giannis this big, shit, he just go out there. He do no. Giannis understand like, yeah, I need to do this. My footwork need to be like this. When they bring a double team from this side, I need to understand the play to stand third. This person over here, they gonna move over here. When this motion coming to play, they usually like these players smarter than what we give them credit for. You do got players that you just like, hey, listen, play good defense and just be ready to get your shot off. That's what LeBron turned a lot of his teammates into. But
Yep.
the good ones, the great ones, they come above that shit. Like Luka gonna be above that shit. Kyrie been above that shit. There, shit. D
Like,
Wade at some point been above that shit. But Kevin Love, he fall in line. Boss, he fall in line. That's how that shit go. Every players got different impediments to their game that
yeah,
we as fans don't know until we really damn get somebody to explain to us. Well, why Jimmy Butler ineffective? Why Jimmy Butler teams always because Jimmy Butler's one of them players that he and like whatever details they can break down of why the Heats win with less talent on the court or whatever. It's like damn that shit makes sense. Same with Draymond Green game. Looking at Draymond Green, you don't look at him and say he's a star player, but without him, there's no fucking Golden State Warriors championships.
right.
Of course, without Curry too now and
His
whatever, but
gravity and his effectiveness is good too for the lack of talent he shows from an offensive standpoint as far as scoring the ball.
yeah.
Like I hate that because when you look at Curry, to me, even Curry coming into the league, how we see players like Lamelo play, Trae Young play, I guess I could put Tyrese Maxey, any score first guard basically.
Mm-hmm.
You could think of. When I look, maybe I just wasn't paying attention to Curry close enough, but what I see in Curry is just a shooter that mastered the 3-point shot so well that
You
he
gotta respect it.
really, really lethal. And they then tried to say anybody that could do that, like people like Jimmer Fredette, even though it was clear that only thing Jimmer was a shooter, a really good dead-eye shooter, they attempted, in which that was the best team. That's what you're supposed to do. Whoever the best players in the league at that time, teams often try to replicate or find players just like that. So, with LaMelo, it's like, I don't mind the threes, but I do wish he had more variety. Like, I'm not going to lie. I don't watch Steph close enough to know Steph even had a mid-range game, that Steph even really go to the basket like that. Because I felt like when I did watch him, it was like, only thing I see is threes. And that means compared to Steph Curry. And that's the narrative on Steph Curry, that only thing he do is shoot threes. That's why he can't be top 5. That's like point guards of all time. Like, that's how he don't have a mid-range game. He not good at the basket. And it's like, damn, like, do he really not have this like Dame? Like, yeah, Dame shooting threes, but Dame has a mid-range game. Yes, he might not use it as much because he feels, or whatever, by statistical standpoints, he's more effective at the three. So that's why he uses the three more than the mid-range. But I think Butler, because I heard y'all talking about him, Butler put in the work, but Butler also overachieved when he should. Because he shouldn't have went into Minnesota and been a better player, regardless of the work he was putting in. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, than Karl Anthony Towns or Andrew Wiggins. And I'm not one person that said, because they both got drafted higher than him. I think once you get on that NBA court, regardless of where you get drafted at, that's irrelevant. You know, Butler by far, like, I like Bam, but even now, Butler to me was always a better player, regardless of what him with him and Bam averaged. Like, I think it was some seasons when him and Bam was together that Bam averaged more. But I felt like Jimmy was the better player because he was more impactful. I'm looking for, like, I'm gonna say this. With Trae Young and LaMelo, I don't like how people treat Trae Young. I feel like LaMelo can come into this season shooting more at the basket, finishing better through contact. And I think people, like they do to Trae Young, will still move the goalposts because the goalposts with Trae Young is, oh, he's not shooting above 37%. It's like, but y'all complained that only thing the man did was shoot threes. And now he chose to say, okay, let me take a step back from that and become more effective at the basket within the mid-range and things like that. Get to the free throw line more than I was when I was shooting all these threes and stuff like that. And y'all still have an issue. He's still not a winning player. Although I'm hoping this year, due to injuries and stuff like that, that him and LaMelo will not only both make the All-Star team, but I have good hope that both of them guys will make All-NBA. I'm hopeful that they make All-NBA because I feel like Tyrese, if he do come back, he probably won't come back until January, so he'll miss the 65-game requirement. So I'm hopeful that, you know, the line is not moved and both of those guys make the All-Star team and the All-NBA team. I am hopeful because it's very agitating that they, like, just because they're not playing, like, I don't know Curry. I don't know who they want them to play like when I look at it or think about it. Like, who do you want them to play like? Because it's an issue either way you turn.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at LaMelo, like, it's like when you tell a LaMelo fan certain thing about LaMelo, and mine, you know, like I fuck with LaMelo. Like I ain't one of them. I'm one of them fans that like I like even like Kyrie, my favorite player to watch. I'm about to sit there and be delusional about not the boat. I'm gonna be delusional about Kyrie stats and shit like that. Somebody be like, well, yeah, well, Kyrie just saying third. I gonna try to bring up some. It is what it is. When you look at when you look at LaMelo ain't even finishing at the rim at a high clip.
Yeah.
He ain't even getting fouls and shit like that. So I would understand if it's like he getting hacked every time. Like LaMelo play like he's 6'1" or some shit like that. Like when you go to the basket, you don't gotta fall, my nigga. You can just go up strong. But see,
Yeah.
they don't think about that when they look at LaMelo and they think about winning basketball. Winning basketball, I have you thinking, yeah, I got this Kyrie-ish layout package in me, but I too big to be doing all that shit. Let me just go
But
up and
you
try to
know
get the
what's
foul.
crazy? People call Kyrie Irving not a winning player, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? Like, what? How
Man,
is
listen.
Kyrie not a winning? Like, what? It floors me. I was like, how is he? I think what people mistake is
LeBron, it's a LeBron thing.
Kyrie, but I think Kyrie understood early on due to, I don't know what year LeBron. I feel like Kyrie might have been in year 2, maybe. When LeBron came back to Cleveland, I'm not for sure. But I think it took a lot for him to, you know, step back and say, oh, you know, LeBron is just a better player than me right now. So let me step back and learn. And that, you know, as he's moved on outside of Cleveland to other teams, from Boston to Brooklyn,
He
I think
win.
good thing, but I think it was a bad thing because I think people expected him to be more selfish, I guess. So it, like I said, it bothers me when people are like, "Oh, he's not a win." What? How isn't he not a winning player? He's constructed to guys that are
He's
arguably.
won already. Like at that, it's like that's why he's saying it's like, what argument is there to have when we have a fact? If I say LaMelo is not a winning player and we can't find the wins that makes him a winning player, he's not a winning player. If you say Kyrie ain't a winning player, show me the losses. Like show me all the losses. You can't. You ain't showing me losses. You showing me, oh, he got a chip. Oh, well, he won.
But
And it
the
ain't like
reason,
he
you
won
know
as
why
low.
they say that? Because he, outside of when he left LeBron, he has not been well until Dallas. Back to the finals since then. Outside of injuries, he's just not being back. Like
And see that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just like, so what does that make Russell Westbrook? Yeah, he got into the playoffs, but if I'm correct, I think without KD, outside of the Clippers, because I forgot what round they exited in when he was on that roster. I feel like it was the second round. But if I'm correct, I think those first couple of years without KD, he went home in the first round. So I'd rather have a guy not make it due to poorly construction teams, them being hurt or whatever, than a guy that is, I think he was stat padding. I'm not a huge fan of Russell Westbrook. It is what it is. It's in the history books. It can't be taken back. But I feel like Russell Westbrook is not a winning player to me.
No, I feel like her style ain't conducive to winning. Because her style is kind of like It's like a rough around the edges version of Harden, but it ain't really the scoring. It's more so like just being. I just the ball in my hand, like I want all the gravity on me so I can make a play.
Mm,
Harden more so like I want the gravity on me. I'm gonna try to get the bucket off or whatever, but I can't make plays. I can't go get to the foul line. When I look at LeBron, the same thing. LeBron wants the ball. LeBron wants to make the executive decision. He want to be the damn CEO of the offense or whatever. When you look at players like that, even with Russ left back a lot of them bad OKC teams into the playoffs. He
yeah,
left a
he
lot of
did.
them that bad fucking Wizards team he going to. He had them boy hooping. So at the end of the day, he affects winning. He can get a team into the playoffs to be one of them. If you want to say Russell Westbrook is measured by making the playoffs, he's a winning player. If you want to say he's a championship chasing type player, he's not a winning player. I believe the talent that he displayed, him being a 2-time MVP, he should be competing for championships. So I can't call him a winning player. That's
Mm,
what I'm trying to break down. And my man is like, it's tears to this shit. Like,
yeah,
if
it is.
you got to break through that playoff window, once you break through that, I don't want to hear no more about, oh, well, this is my third season. No, you made it your first 2 seasons, so make it
Yeah.
back. You know
Which
what I
is why
mean?
Jason
Show me you're a
Tatum
winner.
gets the flack that he gets prior to them winning their first ring. That's why he was getting what he was getting, because they could have not. What I don't like is discrediting the other players' impact on that team his
Mm-hmm.
first year. As we know, his impact was felt greatly. You know, that's why people, oh, he's not this, he's not that, and you know, haters are not. And I'm like, that's the thing. It's very few guys like Jason Tatum, Luka. I think the last player prior to them that we seen kind of take their team into the playoffs within the first 5 years was LeBron. I'm not for sure about Curry, but I know LeBron for sure. And am I missing a player first couple of seasons? I don't know what year Kevin Durant was in, but I don't feel like it was 5 years. It might have been like 6 or 7 when
Trying to
he
make the finals.
no, just getting in the playoffs. You know how Luca came in, what
Oh,
and
yeah.
started getting his that Dallas team to the playoffs, and you know, making them like the word that they use, gravity.
Mm.
Luca's gravity for a team, regardless of how in shape he is or is not, is on that LeBron level where no matter how bad his team is, he elevates the bad players so much so that he gets them into the playoffs. I will give
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook that.
Yeah.
Same. Well, Chris Paul ain't really played with no bad teams for real, but
Yeah, I mean,
Chris Paul later in his
Chris Paul
career,
didn't really have no bad team, but Chris Paul had a bunch of teams where every piece been just pieces until he come and made it a team. Like I've been
yeah,
telling him earlier, the reason why I bring up the CP3 zone is because it's like CP3 going to the Clippers. He at the Clippers. The Clippers had two lob threats that we've been calling the big three. DeAndre Jordan been just a rim protector and a lob threat. Brian Griffin been just an athletic lob threat, and that's it. He ain't had no mid range. He ain't had no three. He ain't been. You ain't put the ball in his hand. You ain't did none of that shit with none of them two bigs you had. That been Chris Paul orchestrating some shit and some good coaching here and there or whatever like that. When they get to the playoff, the reason why they've been giving up in 3-1 lead because Chris Paul will get hurt or some shit like that. And that will be
always.
that'll be the detriment to them teams with Chris Paul. When he go on to Phoenix, we watched Phoenix for years with that, not for years, but we watched Phoenix with that roster. We see down Devin Booker being the empty stat for a long time. First season CP3 get there. Look what they got going on. Said when he get the even when he going to Houston with Rockets, the Rockets couldn't even make it but the second round. They've been keep getting 4-1 and all that. When he come, they've been one win and Chris Paul injury away from beating
Golden
cause
State.
they had Golden State 3-2, and then they missed all them threes in game 7 because Chris Paul had missed game 7 or whatever like that, and they lose them games or whatnot. It's like when you look at players like that. It's like these players elevate their teammates. Now, when you look at Kyrie and KD, that's when things get tricky because it's like when I look at Kyrie and KD, I don't look at them as put the ball in their hand and let them boys dictate the offense because they're so great of scorers that they in their mind the best chance we got is for me just to shoot every shot. So they basically be fighting the inner demon of not shooting and getting the team involved, and you can't have that with from the ball handler. But they that good offensively that you want them in your lineup. So when I look at Kyrie, and even with LeBron, I don't look at that. I mean, you can see even the sidekick situation, and if somebody sees the sidekick situation, cool. But I know what I watched throughout them finals. I know what I watched throughout them playoffs. I know what I watch. I see Kyrie being a lot of them games. Them games come down to, hey, get the ball to Kyrie, let him. That's what a lot of them games come down to. But we look at the team and see LeBron, because LeBron got that much gravity, like how Luka got now. No
Yeah.
matter what happens in the game, we gonna see LeBron. Just like what the Pacers. We watched the Pacers come back from from the Knicks, and ain't even been Holly hitting all them threes. Holly hit the 1 3 that sent him to overtime. But for the entire playoffs, it don't matter what nobody else do on that team. Holly don't win the Eastern Conference Finals MVP. Oh, they cheat him. But even Siakam,
Yeah.
even damn Naismith, even the rest of the team. This man been giving you 14 points most of the series.
Yeah.
He
I
have
know
that
that.
one or two explosive, and it's like we look at Kyrie and we say, okay, cool. He brought LeBron. They won a championship. He leave LeBron going to Celtics. He ain't done nothing. He going to Nets. He ain't done nothing. He going to Dallas and them boy gets a playoff, but they get to the final, but they been with Luka. Instead of looking at the context of Boston, bring him in to play point guard when he really supposed to be a two guard. At
Yeah.
that point, you got all this jam log of guard, two guards and Rozier. You got you just draft Tatum. You had Jalen Brown from the prior year. Then you got Horford. You got Gordon Hayward. You got to get injured to start the season, so that throw off the rotation of what the coach I want to do and all that. It's a lot of shit that happened. They still been the top seed in the East. They still been running through the playoffs like they've been going straight to the fucking finals. Kyrie get hurt. Tatum them boy finish out the series when they want to make them seem like, yo, no, Tatum them boy been the one to get them there against. No, all they did is finish out the series that Kyrie already started. Boom. Next year, Kyrie them boy top seed until he get injured midway through the season. Come back in the playoffs, they get put out in the second round or whatnot. He leave after that, go to Brooklyn. First year in Brooklyn, KD been out the whole year with the Achilles, and even just him, and they been trying to figure out teammates to play around him, and they still been playing decent throughout the year. I want to say they make the playoffs. I can't remember. Boom. No, I think they shut down Kyrie towards the end of the season or whatnot. They make a trade for Harden. Harden couldn't stay healthy. Same year, Kyrie been hurt. KD been hurt the whole year, but that been the same. I mean, KD been injured. I mean, he been healthy the whole year, but then they get to the playoffs. They could have been to the conference finals, that same conference finals that they could have I think they had played against. Who the fuck they played that year? They played Bucks that year, and
KD's foot on the line.
foot on the line. Boom. The next season, the team get blown up. Season after that, everybody going. And Kyrie and first year with the Mavs, they tanked the rest of the season after the trade. The next season they in the finals. So when you say Kyrie ain't a winning player, it's like I get it, but he got a ring already. So you can't really say he ain't a winning player if he already down won. Regardless of what he been when he won, he won. If he lose the finals or don't make it no further than we going at now, you still look at it. He's still a sidekick in y'all mind. He ain't gonna never be that main player. But when we think about them finals when come to LeBron, what we think about the 40-40 game when him and LeBron had 40 each, we think about the base shot at the end. Those are shit we think about.
Like, if you hear it, we'll want to be let in. Real quick, I was sorry to interrupt you. Thunder is I'm not saying your logic is flawed because I don't disagree, but is Lamelo a floor what you say, a floor riser or a ceiling riser? Which one is he?
I think he is ceiling. I think if you talking about if ceiling riser mean
Because
if
he
you
said
put him on a good
KD
team,
is a
that
ceiling
team is not a
riser.
championship, or you like that. That's all I got. Only question I got is like, what is a ceiling raise as far as like, what do you mean? Like putting them on a
Yeah,
good
he said KD
team.
is a ceiling, right? So I take that
Okay, yeah, I
some
agree
kind of
with that. He's
way
a ceiling riser. Yeah.
is a player that you put in onto any team and they can affect the team's offense in a positive way. Because I think Kyrie and KD and people like Steph, who else?
Yeah, if we using them two terms, which I feel like those are two terms people should use when they talk about players. To be real with you, it's like you really only got a small handful of floor risers.
Yeah, the list ain't that big at all.
Max contracts don't conflict people to think McCall Bridges can have a team built around him. when he really just a damn high functioning role player. Like when I've been saying that about Alonzo back in the day, I know that shit get a lot of damn whatever, but is that not the truth? Has it not become the truth?
Yeah.
Every player is not going to be this player where it's like, put the ball in my hand and bull around me, and we got this. You can't bull around every type of player. That
Yeah.
player got to have a requisite skill set where, okay, like with LeBron. LeBron is a big that can that play the point. So he already solving a rebounding, he already solving a point guard position, he already resolving a
He
big
added
wing.
to
You know what I mean? So now you just got to throw little pieces around that. Players like Russell Westbrook, players like James Harden is like, you got to throw a Clint Capella.
Oh, I like that definition.
What that?
He said a ceiling riser, it means if we add you to to a team, we're getting a championship, and a floor riser means if we get you no matter what or how bad the roster is, we will still be in the playoffs or
Yeah,
fine.
and that's the only thing I saying about. See, what and when we be having the conversation about Lamelo being a winning player, that's why I keep saying, like, if you want to say injuries for Lamelo, give him that excuse. Okay, cool. That's why I ain't trying to argue about the Lamelo thing like that, because it's like, yeah, he has been injured, but
Yeah,
at the
he been
same
hurt.
time, there's things in his game that I've seen that I can see that don't translate to winning. That shit is not hard to see with Lamelo game, and that's why when coaches and teams look at Lamelo, them boy look at it like, man, listen, if we build a right roster around him and he can stay healthy, we can have something special. But right now, he really just a damn, not to try to play him, but he like a clown in the circus. Like he sell tickets.
Yeah, because like I said, I wonder because we've heard. I don't know Clifford's standing with the coaches community, and because we know everybody don't get along, and people like Borrego, but I wonder that him. Like I said, I don't believe for a second he didn't receive coaches votes. The media, I think, is a different beast. But I think as far as the coaches vote, I'm like, it don't to me, I'm like, but it shouldn't have to do with him not being healthy. Why didn't he make the All-Star team? Because we've seen guys injured still making the
Yep.
All-Star team.
See Shaq injured the entire season and still make the All Star team.
Yeah, that's why I was like, when people try to say, "Oh, it's because he was hurt," and that's why, but the players voted him in. What's wrong with the coaches? Like,
Because coaches look at the game, it's like they view the game as far as like the best players in the league the same way I kind of view it. It's like I think I think Kyrie, if you just take in just the not how they fit with a team, not what they did in their past, not their awards. If you just taking players on the court with you right now, and you looking at each individual player and what they offer as a one-on-one player or as an individual player, I think Kyrie's a top 3 player in the league.
yeah,
But if you talking about like,
from a
yeah,
team,
yeah, we need somebody to lead a team. I don't think he in that tier. I don't. I think his scoring and I think his superstar aura. I think all that shit play into Kyrie being looked at as like he one of those at the top of the mountain. But at the end of the day, we just being real. It's like no, because you don't want Kyrie can't take over a game defensively. So you kind of need to hide him to a certain extent. But it's
mm,
not like he ain't willing to play defense. It's just like he limited because he really a two guard by in his heart, but his size says point guard. So he
yeah,
always kind of at a disadvantage because you got players like Jalen Brown. Like even in that finals, we watch him be even though he does struggle offensively in that finals, we watch him defensively get bully him and now Luca by everybody in the starting rotation, not just John JB and Tatum. I talking about White and all. So that's why I say like I can be a non-biased fan and see certain flaws in certain things. Same thing with KD and Kyrie, they definitely fall into the category of ceiling raiser because I can find any team in this league right now that but in the playoff last year and I add Kyrie and it's like, hey, they might win a chip this year. But if
mm,
I take any of them teams that but in the lottery and say I'm gonna put Kyrie on that team, it's like I mean, they may make the playoffs, but I know they
The same
might make
thing
them.
with Chris Paul. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
and we gonna just trash Kyrie and say, see, he ain't a winning player. He can't be top 5. He can't be top whatever, whatever. Look, he can't so and so. But it's all about context. You don't play Kyrie as a point guard or as a. You don't want your best offensive weapon to just to have the ball in your hand all the time. That's what make LeBron. That's what make LeBron LeBron. Because it's like LeBron is your best player. But at the same time, he's not your best player because of his offensive repertoire. He your best player because he just your best player.
Yeah.
When you look at Kyrie, you look at any team Kyrie been on, he always been probably either the best or right there near the best as far as on the team as far as offensive going. Because he not playing a team with KD and Luka, so it's hard to say every team he been on, he been the best scorer. But it's like he damn near either whether he been the best, the most efficient, whatever, he been
Yeah.
up there. So it's like with him and KD on the same team and Harden,
I thought it was due
they
to
would have won a chip. They would
efficiency.
have won one. I guarantee. If they had stayed together for 5 years, they would have only won one chip still.
Yeah,
Because they all
no
them a bunch of
defense.
ceiling raisers, but they ain't really necessarily no leader.
Yeah, I've always thought, regardless of efficiency and stuff like that and impact, I felt like it went KD, Kyrie, Harden always
Yeah.
when they was together.
Because like I said, Kyrie need to play off. He prefers to play off ball because he don't mind going around screens. He don't mind trying to get it because he scores from everywhere on the court, just like
But
KD.
you know what that had, respectfully, I think it had that LeBron stuff. I think that's why, because when you look at it, I don't know how far in draft class Harden and Kyrie was apart, for sure, and stuff like that. But I felt like where Harden was coming off playing as a role player out there in OKC,
Mhm.
he had a thirst like Jimmy Butler had that thirst to say, no, I'm more than this third fiddle, fourth fiddle, 6 man type of guy. I'm more than that. Let me go out Harden to Houston and prove to you that I can be one of the best players, not a second best player, but one of the best players, that I can lead you to the playoffs. I can get you into the finals and stuff like
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, like if you put Kyrie and D'Antonio offense the exact same years as a Steve Nash been playing for D'Antonio, or the exact same years a Harden been playing for Dan Antonio, Kyrie would have had MVPs already. Outside of health now, if he has to stay healthy, because that's one thing that he do. People be forgetting that Kyrie do be getting hurt a lot or whatever. But as far as like this offense is built for a great scorer to either score or get to the bucket. And Kyrie score at different level. I mean, it probably wouldn't. It probably would be kind of frustrating because Kyrie do understand like the importance of his mid range game. So that would have kind of coincide with D'Antoni because that would kind of that kind of been the problem between D'Antoni and Carmelo. Because Carmelo like he can score with the best of them, but he ain't necessarily a bring the ball down court and try to get in his bag. It's like he want to be in a position to get the ball where he want his bag at. So it's like, or unless he's just pulling up for a jumper. But when he come to Kyrie, it's like. Same thing with KD is like them boy use the entire court. They are pure scores. Like every spot on the court is a bucket to them. They don't care about analytics or whatever. Whatever. You can't have a player like that, like with the ball in the hand the entire time because everything look good to them if they get a little bit of space. That's
Yeah,
all I'm saying about the Kyrie John. Like you can't convince me and say, "Oh, Kyrie down, he ain't a winning player." Like that to me, that just don't make no sense. Kyrie, like if you look at everybody from that OKC team, KD is the only one that understood who he been from day one. He always had just want to be a shooter. He always had wanted just not a shooter. He always had wanted to just be, hey, listen, y'all do what y'all got to do, and wherever coach run for me, I'ma just knock the shot down. Oh, I'm gonna get in my spot. Y'all do y'all gotta do is get me the ball in my spot. That's always been who KD is. We just see him in Texas and been like, oh yeah, well, we can just put the ball in his hand and we can just stand third. But that's he knew who he been from day one. Russ had to learn who he been. Harden didn't give a fuck who he been. Harden been like, boy, I come off a bench. Now y'all telling me I got all this money and y'all giving me the green light with the ball to do all this shit, yeah? Shit. So with Kyrie, I believe Kyrie ain't never get a chance, and I ain't saying like this. This why he don't. You wouldn't want him on ball because it's not like if Kyrie just strictly played point guard as a point guard, Kyrie would still be like a top 10 point guard. But if he just only did that, it's like shit, you ain't really getting the best of Kyrie. Like when you look at Kyrie path, like from high school he get to college, he been at Duke. He ain't even played about 6 games at Duke. He been out most of the season. He ain't ever really get to develop playing the point guard position in college. How back then, like they really did. We used to care to a certain extent about developing people that come through do colleges or whatever. Kyrie knew he been one and done. So boom, he get to Cleveland. He had 1 year of just going crazy next to Dion Waiters. Would have been a damn tussle because he had to fight down back and forth for the ball with Dion Waiters. So he ain't had time to play no point guard. Then the next year he had LeBron come back home. He ain't got time to play point guard. He going to Celtics. They try to make him play point guard, but at this point, Kyrie know who the fuck he been. And it's like y'all trying to put a square peg in the triangle slot. At this point, Kyrie don't know who he been. And I said, people like to talk about basketball, but they forget the context of a lot of shit that go on in between the lines and shit like that. Like, KD ain't done nothing wrong to me. What KD gonna do if when he gotta leave OKC? Go to fucking Phoenix and no, like if KD didn't go to a team that all he had to do was come in and be himself, KD legacy would look a lot different right now.
Yeah.
KD understand. And I know they use the bus driver term, but like I said earlier, the best way to categorize it would be how I done to say ceiling raisers and floor raisers. Every player can't be a floor raiser. Every player don't give a fuck about I gotta get this motherfucker involved in the game because if not, he ain't gonna run the court and he ain't gonna be warm enough in the fourth to hit the big shot. Like every player don't want all that responsibility. Some niggas just won't go out there and hoop. I don't care about being point whatever. I just won't go out there and hoop. LeBron allowed players to do that. Players playing with like LeBron allow you to do that shit there. But players like Luke and Harden, you can't be like that because you literally wait until the end of the shot clock before he gonna get a ball up. That's the only way Harden get a ball up and Luka get a ball up is like close to the end of the shot clock. When they realize I already got a shot, let me kick it out with 4 seconds left. Now these motherfuckers who ain't shoot all quarter gotta pull up for a 3 and hit them and still shoot 40%. Like, bro, people don't understand basketball is an intricate sport, bro. And LaMelo's a good talent. LaMelo can go on any court in America right now, and people will think he the best player in the world. But at the end of the day, bro, when you playing on the team, you gotta be able to either lift them or shit. Gotta be able to do something. You can't just be like, oh yeah, well, I had decent players and I don't really had like T-Mac with that whole T-Mac had a good team. T-Mac just ain't fucking Kobe.
Right. I think it's about expectations. I think some guys surprise people, which I don't feel like there's been any surprises here within the last 15 years as far as guys, because normally we got guys that disappoint or just like as good as Karl Anthony Towns has been, I wouldn't say he's a disappointment because I just feel like
if you squint your eyes a little bit, he looked like a disappointment, but it's hard to say that about him because of the All-Stars. Damn, him putting up 30, 40 points in certain games in the playoff last year. Yeah. Like, you know, he can shoot for a bit. He's talented. It's like it's hard for people to look past talent and see the real, like Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is hard to see past damn near 7 feet, can get down, run the offense or whatever, because all you seen is, damn, this motherfucker, like, shit, he damn near built like LeBron. He can be the next LeBron. Instead of looking like, damn, he can't.
Because LeBron was what's crazy is Shaq, you know, best player in the league, LeBron, best player in the league. I always tell people, outside of Zion, I think Zion is the exception. When it came to Shaq, you might have seen guys with that build like Shaq, but they didn't have the effectiveness of Shaq. Same thing with LeBron. You've seen tons of guys, no matter what the draft position is, where they went to, come in with that build like LeBron or that play style like LeBron, but they have not even came close to his success at all. Like, as good as Zion is, as impactful as he is as the best player for the Pelicans, he, you know, when it's his health is why he hasn't came close. But I think with Jason Tatum's build and archetype while everything is replicable, I think it's easy to see another guy. As long as, like, I think OKC is that example. As long as that player puts in that work, he can be successful like Tatum too. I don't think there's any
Mm-hmm.
special, really special generational talent like people say it is nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like
You
if
gotta literally be Wimby for you because they're special nowadays.
well, damn, I did forget about Wimby, but I think that has everything to do with Wimby's size and
Yeah.
feeling like I said what I feel like is and this is my gripe about stretch bigs. Uh, Overseas, it's seeming like in a way that they adapt their bigs like Wimby in a way to play, to the perimeter and shoot a good efficiency. But here in the US, we have not really adapted to tell our guys that are 6'9" and above that I want you. We're telling them to play this way, but they coming out looking like Derek Favors or not like
Right.
that or Jermaine O'Neal. Like they just had that play style where they're not like the three is terrible. Like
Mm-hmm.
Derek Queen, as talented as I think he is as an offensive option in today's league, per what they want, he don't fit that stretch bigs narrative to me. Like Sabonis does, Porzingis does, Sabonis, Wimby does. Who else is a big?
And see, the thing about the scratch big thing is, it's like, bro, like at the end of the day, like, okay, cool. What's a scratch big? Oh, big, they can scratch the floor, they can shoot. But it's like, damn, it seems like every scratch big is like, as they still consider scratch bigs if all they do is shoot now. They don't even got the post game no more. They don't got the post defense no more. They don't got the things that make them a big in the first place. Like, y'all aren't really scratch no more. Y'all just, you know what I mean? Y'all just wing players like outside. Cause like y'all don't. It's like when you look at Miles Turner, like Miles Turner can shoot, but Miles Turner can't rebound. Miles Turner ain't really no defensive press. He ain't really no defense no rim defender. It's like, well, how special is a scratch big anymore if y'all don't do the big part no more?
Yeah, I agree with Thunder there, but like I just need people to realize a generation is every 10 years. So stop saying generation. One player, we got to choose one and say that they're generational. I think Cooper, I don't think Cooper's generational just because I feel like Cooper is pro ready, and there's nothing like I'm not gonna lie. I could see how special Zion was, how special, regardless if I like him, LeBron was, how special Kobe was when they came. Same thing with Shaq. Cooper does not. He don't fit that generational.
No, like I said, Cooper would fit in the category of, to me, a ceiling raiser. Cause I've been arguing with this about with the Cooper put up. I ain't trying to say Cooper Cup gonna be trash and no shit. But what I will say about Cooper Cup, I just don't see him as okay, cool. Draft him to a bad team and let's build around him. It's like by the time they finish building, if they do get a championship team out of that, he's not going to be the player that you look at and be like, oh yeah, well, he's the leader, he's the whatever. You're gonna be like, oh no, yeah, he's athletic, he's a special player, whatever. Like he's a hard worker, he's a dirty. Like he fit the mold of a one of your best players, one of your hardest workers. That's what he fit to me more so than being a special talent. I don't see nothing special, I should say, when we come to him.
Yeah, or generational.
Yeah, I don't see generational. I see like the situation he in right now is like, yeah, he gonna look
Oh
like he was a
yes,
first round pick.
that's what I said. I am very upset about that. Like, yo, I just don't understand. Like, yeah, Kyrie older, AD's, but I'm like, oh my fucking god, are y'all fucking for real? He
That's
went,
a crazy ass rotation, boy. Like
yeah,
that's a
like
crazy team.
let me think of. It's not about you, well, talented guy. Wimby went to a worser team constructively. Like, I just don't get it, man. Like,
And
that's
see when it come to Cooper, like people gotta understand especially with the Mavs roster. We already got a Cooper-ish type player.
not Cooper inside player. Let me take that back. We already got a player that we got the template for what Cooper can be already, and that's PJ Washington. I ain't saying he gonna be on PJ level. I ain't saying he about to be like PJ gonna be 1A, 1B. But if you look at what we asked PJ to do, and then you put in there like, well, if Cooper can shoot 38%, if Cooper can if Cooper can shoot at the same clip as PJ, I promise you he ain't gonna have to be no star player for the Mavs. He just need to be somebody that keep being a hard working player, keep whatever. The same way how we sub Lively and Gafford back and forth because they do the same shit. Do the same shit with Cooper and PJ. Then we got the guard we get from the Lakers in that trade with Luka. He's a good scorer off the bench, a good rotational player, young. Like I say like that. And when Kyrie come back, like I ain't see when Kyrie come back, he about to be our first day 30 points or whatever. We just need Kyrie to come back at a level where we're better than what D'Lo can give. Because I feel like D'Lo ain't playing no defense. Kyrie and SLA be playing defense to get back. But I believe Kyrie still can be a 20 plus per game scorer when he come back.
I
Because
forgot.
ain't no Achilles or nothing like that. It's an ACL. And this game ain't dependent on like explosiveness and shit like that.
I forgot. Not Dallas. Yeah, D'Lo went there. What you think their record gonna be like? By end of December.
If healthy, if 80 healthy, like let's say they tell 80 he ain't playing no back to backs. I think with that roster, I know. See, that's when it get tricky. Cause I see how we had looked last year once Kyrie get hurt, and we had no, not even when Kyrie get hurt. I see how we had looked after we traded Luka, but before Kyrie get hurt, it's like every night he been trying to figure out who gonna make up for scoring in the other end. Even though we still been playing good, but it been like that dude Christie from the Lakers, he been giving us a lot of buckets when he first get there. Then Kyrie get hurt, and then shit just down. But I don't know if you got a healthy AD throughout the entire stretch up until December, I think they can be I think they can be in that 6, 7 seed.
That's interesting. Cause I forgot that Kyrie was hurt, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, he
So
supposed to come back January, and I thinking said keep him out for like 2 weeks before the playoffs start.
yeah, I agree. He older too.
Yeah.
I hope they do well. You know, I think Cooper will have a decent impact. I just think I
Yeah,
don't know.
Cooper gonna raise so much defensive deficiencies that come on you now with even Luka, Kyrie, even like your two starting guards are liabilities defensively. But they can't come up the court because that's all only offense. Or that's the majority of offense. Now you a year removed where Luka ain't there no more. But Luka been giving you like what 25 to 30 a night. AD give you about 20, 25 to maybe 30 on some nights. But he also give you a anchor in the post. He also give you somebody who can step out there on some of these scratch bigs or whatever like that.
Do you think?
So we get better defensively. To me, that's how I look at it.
Do
And
you
so
think?
keep the same point production.
Yeah. Do you think Minnesota is gonna be? I don't know. I just felt like they overachieved last year. I don't think. I think they're gonna be in a play-in, which which is crazy. Because I seen last year they had 49 wins. I don't think. I don't even see them getting 45. Because I
No,
just
I think they gonna be like I think they're gonna be a top 4 seed. I say that because it's like you got to remember, damn Celtics. Like I understand Celtics is who they is, but teams gonna be treating Celtics like not like a night off, but they're gonna be treating Celtics with less like importance because they don't have that full whatever. So
yeah, they
I
didn't
feel
lost
like
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
guys.
times
teams. I feel like a lot of times team scheduling in the NBA means more than what we kind of make it out to be. I think if
Yeah,
you catch
absolutely.
teams at certain points, it's like that can shift a different conference. Cause like I said, that West gonna be beating up on the East with Milwaukee gonna be weaker,
Yeah,
Boston
I
gonna
feel
be
bad for
weaker.
Giannis, man.
Yeah.
I feel so bad. I'm like, dang, they bought Lil. I said Lillard. I said, oh, this report got to be fake. I opened up Instagram and I see ESPN. I was like, oh my God, this is. I said, why? I said, now he ain't got Lopez should have been gone. But I was like, they need to trade him.
Damn career over. Like I don't care what nobody say about damn career over. Like he
Oh
can,
yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
cause like I said, like you got certain players that like. Don't get me wrong. Dame can Dame can be a player where it's like how Derrick Rose is, where it's like when he is healthy, like he ain't got that explosiveness no more. He got to kind of lean on that mid range, like because he ain't gonna beat somebody all the way to the basket if he do beat them. He might get by them, but that damn Achilles shit, like if you ain't got that explosiveness, like that explosiveness ain't gonna propel you closer to the basket. So it gonna be like it gonna be hard to blow by a player. So you already smaller, you already been a defensive liability. It's like you damn near unplayable unless you can give me something that I can't find the wheels, and you don't really find. I know it's like if you're gonna be a smaller, like point guardish size player, but you a defensive liability, it's like I know like you gotta bring a little more to the table than what Dan bring. Dan ain't like no facilitator type player. Like he one of them, he won't get his buckets. Like that's what's career on. So it's like, what is he gonna do for a team?
Yep. Well, I will say this. I think Cleveland is a pretender, but I think as far as that West go, I got to look at it that list again. But like I said, I think Minnesota's going to be a playoff team. I don't think the Pelicans make the play in because I think, of course, Zion is their best player. But if Zion don't play, at least even if he do play 65 games, I don't think that team outside of Zion is going to be good enough to keep winning, to keep them in a play-in spot. If they do, so be it. So Pelicans, Wolves. I think it's a possibility that Golden State, if they don't get in the playoffs, they'll be in the play-in. Uh, Dallas, I think, is going to the playoffs. They'll secure a playoff spot. The Clippers will secure a playoff spot. Um, Denver will secure a playoff spot. It's just about Jamal Murray's consistency, as I told people, because he's been wild, inconsistent, and disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Lakers. I hope that wasn't more than six. So the Lakers, Clippers, Dallas, OKC,
And
Houston.
Lakers ain't really a lock to even make the playoffs. To be real with you, like I mean, I know they
Yeah,
got
I
Luca,
think they're
but
the weakest team
Mhm.
in the playoff discussion because I also think they overachieved. But if I would have to put Dallas. That's my six. So it's um Dallas, Houston, Denver, OKC, and that's it. And the Lakers.
yeah,
That's
because
standing.
like I said, the
The Grizzlies
Grizzlies,
is done. The Grizzlies is done.
yeah,
They might make the play in, but they done. Sacramento is too. Like they are trash. I feel so bad for Sabonis because I know he was glad that he got out of the situation, the stagnant situation out there in Indiana.
just for them boy to been in the finals.
I'm like, dang, I know he mad. Like I know. But out in the East, I expect for the playoff teams. Philadelphia is gonna be in the play-in, possibly missing the playoffs altogether. Milwaukee is probably gonna be in the play-in. Well, same place Philly is, maybe play-in, maybe outside the playoffs, and they don't have their picks. So I guess Indiana can hold on to their spot. Detroit, so it'll be Indiana, Detroit, Atlanta, Cleveland, Orlando. Oh, it's gonna be pretty trash. out there in the
Yeah,
East.
I believe. See, teams like the Pacers, they one of them teams that like. Not saying coaching do this purposely, but I feel like they one of them teams where they take every regular season game with the same energy. Like they try to get to the playoffs by because you not saying that teams don't take every regular season game serious, but it's like you got some teams that they just good. They so good that it's like they can win games without even really planning for a
With
team
their
the next
best,
night.
without their best players.
Exactly. They can just be like, we better than y'all. We gonna beat y'all. We don't give a fuck what y'all playing against us. But you got some teams that literally got to plan out every game. Every game plan for every game got to be planned out
Oh,
precisely to win.
that's who I'm forgetting about. The Knicks. I don't.
Oh yeah. I mean, the Knicks. This probably would be the Knicks' best chance to make it to the finals, not their best chance to win a championship.
Yeah, because like Cleveland, I ain't gonna lie. I don't, as good as the team is, it's something about them that I'm looking like, it's not y'all talent, but it's something that's not clicking with that team. That I'm like, yeah, y'all might finish with the best record out east in the regular season, but y'all going out in the first round, like, and nobody is better than y'all, and that's what's sad.
Like I guarantee you this right here, if we talking about a healthy Lonzo, I guarantee you, we've been talking about a healthy Lonzo right now. At some point, the Cavaliers would have entertained trading one of their guards, whether that been, and they most likely would have been Garland, because Garland he more injury prone, and on top of that, I know it's like he just leave a lot to be desired. Like in your mind is like if they needed that night, and if they needed that night, Spider can go off for 35 and shit. Your boy be right behind him for DB, but they don't be like that. It's like he just be like the assist guy or some shit like that, and it's like I know it's like y'all tying up money in that one position. It's like y'all need to get one of them bigs involved in the offense or something because y'all so guard centric.
It's the growth of Mobley, and where a lot of people don't like to acknowledge he's growing more, and maybe that's what it is, and why they just not. It's just not sticking to me when it comes to that team because it's like, okay, Mobley's growing, and it's becoming very evident that it's time to move on from Allen in order for him to continue to grow into the best player on this team. As Mobley is still highly effective for this team, you know, he's the best. Like Mitchell ain't nothing to sneeze at, but Mitchell's time has came and gone.
Yeah.
But that's
I think when Mitchell give you somebody that the reason why I would get rid of Garland over Mitchell because something like that. I see Mitchell show up in the playoffs regardless of what's going on. Like I know he's been a couple of years in Utah where like everybody been blaming Rudy, but like he been part of the problem too with his perimeter defense. But now he on a team where if you got Allen behind, you got damn, what's my name? You got Allen and you got I don't know why his name just slipped my mind out of nowhere. But Mobley. You got Evan Mobley and you got Jared Allen behind you. It's like now you don't got that Rudy Gobert, that one big that gotta overextend themselves. You got two bigs that can kind of, seep out to the 3-point line or play the perimeter to a certain extent. It's like so that ain't really a problem with him being bad on the perimeter anymore. Y'all just need another guard out there that can kind of play the perimeter. And they thought Okoro could have been that army, that switchblade defender for these, but shit, Okoro said ever he didn't get better. And I feel like with Mobley growth down gets stunted because it's like nobody knows what Mobley really is at this point. Like, is he a 4 or he's a 5? I know it's positionless basketball, but at some point, when it comes to those two positions, you kind of got to decide who he is.
Yep.
And I feel like he could play, if he plays center, he will have more space to, like, if you do want to throw it down to him or whatever, or you do want him to down, you want to run certain plays out of the post and let him down, be the center of the offense, you can do that. But with Allen, there's like,
Yeah,
Because
we're gonna pull back up tomorrow, y'all. Shout out to Purple. Shout out No Panic. We're gonna do this again tomorrow. Y'all already know what it is. It's Flight Sports TV. Make sure you hit the like button and most definitely hit the subscribe button. Peace and love.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.